turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
So good morning one and all, and welcome to Broad Street Rugby Club, where the men's and women's club championships will come to their conclusion and the kings and queens of club touch rugby will be crowned. Every game has a consequence today. We start with quarterfinals in the women's division. We will finish with all finals where the Nottingham Hoods will look to go back-to-back regional champions. But our first game to get us underway is in Div 2. It's the Bristol Jets versus Thames Valley Vikings. And our 30-second warning will get us underway in just a moment. We are blessed with 10 games of touch here today, and the Thames Valley Vikings will get us underway. And if the weather holds off, it promises to be a wonderful game of touch. And I am so happy to say that I am joined, well, you might be familiar to seeing her on the pitch with some flash headwear usually, but now she's up in the comms box. I'm joined by Bibby Pools. Bibby, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Tired, a bit cold, but hopefully if the weather holds out, it'll be a good day of touch.
It will be. And Thames Valley Vikings just going through their motions to get us underway, maybe brush off some cobwebs as fifth touch is brought up. And Bibby, having mountains of playing experience, first game of the day, is there a temptation just to sort of go through your processes and ease yourself into the day of touch?
Yeah, I think it's important just to stick to your own game. A lot of the times, a lot of teams will go into the first game, it will be very iffy, so a lot of teams that stick to their processes, those will be the ones that come out on top.
As we see the Jets roll into their first transition. A good foot speed into the roll ball here, getting up into the midfield and followed suit. There's fifth touch though up on halfway, so a little bit of work to be done to manufacture a scoring opportunity. It's good defence. Both teams just putting some expectations out there of their subset. But this is a good platform here for the Vikings to launch. Extra hands to play away from the shooter, but the supporting cast a little bit slow to get onto the field, and currently not playing with a full set of six. Fifth touch coming, that's a great platform set in the midfield. Scooper tries to get through, late switch away, is a 3-on-2 if they want to finish, but coming back over to the short side, maybe just picking the wrong option there.
Yeah, I think Lucy, she's a really good scooper. She always does the scoops, but I think she didn't have her support there, unfortunately. Otherwise, it would have been a... Oh, here we go.
Does she have the wheels to go all the way, looking for some support and then throwing the intercept? That was our first real threatening moment potentially at the line, and now there's an overlap here. The game breaking down just a little bit for a moment. And now the Vikings with a touch in hand, getting up towards the line. Fourth, fifth coming now. Setting a good platform here on fifth. Long ball to the wing, potentially on, but the switch and dive is good. And we do have our opening score. And Thames Valley, off the back of a much better subset, and then a thrown intercept in the midfield from Bristol Jets, go and capitalise. That's 1-0. So now the Jets with premier starting position. And once again, good foot speed. And just moving a little bit laterally now. Oh, but there's a bit of a foot race on the outside, and that seems to be ball down. And Bristol Jets on the first time of asking level up the scores. We're a try apiece 3 minutes in. Bibi, it's good line attack from the Bristol Jets.
Yeah, definitely. I think for both tries there, both teams kind of lost the line of defence, hence why the ball was put down very quickly. So, I mean, red on green isn't the greatest, especially if you're colourblind, but hey.
No, definitely not. But first game of the day, lots of time to problem solve. These are 40-minute games as well. So lots of opportunities to fix these things on the fly. And a lot of the competitions that we've seen so far in the at this level, 40 minutes, it differs a lot to the 20-minute games. You have such plenty of opportunities just to problem solve your way through. And Bristol Jets are doing a relatively good job at that right now. And now, open side quickie. Long ball might be on, but it's picked off. And touch zero and turnover. And Thames Valley Vikings stay alive to the threat there from the Jets. And getting up to midfield on fourth. Fifth touch coming now. Getting in behind the shooter. And now scooping platform. There's a good bit of acceleration on display, but always sort of moving into a crowded area. It's good defence from the Bristol Jets.
Yeah, I think it's good defence. I think they've realised who the threats are. So there's 3 players going on there. So if they can try and pass around a little bit, there's loads of space there to use.
And now the Jets get a good platform there on fifth, but our first roll ball infringement of the day, 5 minutes in. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think they're both really sticking to their platforms, and it's looking good out there.
It is, as we see. Now Thames Valley, a really good field position to go through their subset. There's a good touch made there on Christine Milroy. Just a little bit static here, and Bristol Jets doing quite a good job at penning the Vikings in. But now there's fifth touch, and 3 on 2 here, 2 on 1. The extra pass goes, and there's a foot race to the corner. But unfortunately for Rasheen Irwin, well, the Bristol Jets just stayed live to it.
Yeah, I think the difference is that Bristol had the Division 1 experience last time round, so they've been put into Div 2, so they've got that little bit of extra experience there that they can use here in Div 2.
And just how valuable is it, that extra bit of experience in this division?
Oh, extremely. I mean, even if you lose every game in Div 1, just playing against those better teams, you get so many learning opportunities.
It's Thames Valley with a full set of 6 here. Working in the midfield is Lucy Neil Hook. Here is Neil Hook trying to get on the open side quickie. It's released off the ground well, and then just trying to beat the defender to the line. It's a good covering touch that comes in.
Gotta dive.
Indeed. You'd be diving. A sweeper set up. And that was a 3 on 2. Pass goes. It's asking a lot of the supporting player, but it's picked off wonderfully by Rachel Breen. And the pass wasn't sympathetic, but the finish was gorgeous.
Yeah, good footwork too. Good footwork to get around the defenders.
And they did a really good job there of conditioning that defence being really short. And we speak a lot about conditioning. Bibi, for the maybe the layman, you just go through a little bit of what those conditioning sets look like in attack.
Yeah, I think when you get a repeat set of 6, you get 6 touches on the line. Conditioning essentially is just trying to drag the defence over to one side, getting them really tight, and then when you've got about 2 touches left, you then go open side and you go to the other side as the defence is conditioned to be really tied to one side, and then if you switch it up, that's when you create that space for yourself.
Absolutely. You see the referees just having a little bit of a chat. Offside penalty given. So fresh set of 6 here for the Bristol Jets, and they'll be looking to bring parity back to the score. And moving over to the 32, but half just a little bit slow, which allows the Thames Valley Vikings to get set in defence. And again, the Vikings staunch in that defence set. The Jets maybe need a little bit more guile to unlock this defence. That's a better setup, getting both middles up into the touch, and now diving opportunity, and it is executed. And just as we were speaking about conditioning, Bristol Jets managed to get both of those middles up, and they execute through the middle. Bibby, it's textbook, isn't it?
Yeah, I think what they did really well was they had that horizontal separation between the two middles, which created a massive gap for them just to put the ball down nice and easy.
And that ball surrendered unceremoniously. And Bibby, I'll pick your brains for a moment. We're 9 minutes in, locked all square. Thames Valley Vikings, well, they've started really promisingly. Is there always a danger in these 40-minute games that the experience of teams like Bristol Jets just comes out on top eventually? And if that's the case, what can Thames Valley do to nullify that?
I think definitely, yeah. I think them having played in Div 1 last time round definitely gives them that upper hand. I think what Vikings have got to do here is just stay calm, play their processes, and just stay tight in defence. That's the only thing you can do, really.
And they did just that there, seeing out the full set of 6. Second touch now, moving up towards the box side. I'd like to see a little bit more foot speed on these third and fourth touches. It's a nice play away from the shooter. Fifth touch coming now, getting up onto halfway, and that's a static fifth setup. And it's tricky work here for the Vikings, who try and drop a late pass off to try scorer Rachel Breen. But again, Bristol Jets, they stay really settled in defending space rather than the players. It's causing some issues on fifth touch for Thames Valley.
Yeah, I think, they're struggling to get out their own half. They're on their own 10 after 3 touches. I think struggling to get out your own half means your momentum kind of gets stopped. So by fifth touch, you won't have any momentum. So I think that's where they've got to work on, is trying to get that momentum and get 3 up at the halfway line.
I completely agree. As Breen sets a good platform here. There's a commanding touch made in the midfield, but offside penalty. That was Kat Spring trying to make something happen for the Thames Valley Vikings. Spring subbing off, and actually the Thames Valley Vikings have 7 on at the moment, and I wonder if the referees are going to spot it. They maybe get away with one. That's a late subset, and not just both teams knocking off some cobwebs, referees also. That's a nice late pass into the link, but Breen maybe should have just gone herself. The space had presented itself for that. I think a textbook example of early morning touch here at Coventry.
Yeah, I think they're all still trying to, a little bit of sleep, trying to be awake.
Bristol now moving the ball away from the single shooter and getting some good yards on offer off the back of it, but that's a hips not square penalty given against Bristol Jets. And actually something I was going to bring up, we have the perfect vantage point here on this lovely bit of scaffolding. You're seeing both defences send up single shooters. Do you think that read offensively needs to come from the box of both teams, just saying, look, we can play these extra passes?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's something called the fly as well, when they send up one shooter and you just get people on and throw out the back. But I think the issue here is that everyone stood still. They're very flat, so they can't use the extra pass around the shooter.
Bit of depth needed as Williams sets a good platform. Emily Williams driving at the line, trying to escape around the Bristol middle.
That's actually Sinead Hughes.
Well, thank you very much. In Thames Valley Vikings, my team sheet is wrong. Thank you. Hughes. Just slowing the ball down and then accelerating away, avoiding a touch and recycling into the midfield. Pass goes away, single shooter up. Doing really hard work in the midfield there for Bristol Jets, and then getting an off-the-mark penalty. That's good defensive work rate in the midfield to nullify the threat of Thames Valley, and maybe that experience coming to the forefront there.
Yeah, I think they're staying nice and tight. They're working together as a unit. There's no gaps, and I think that's what's helping them keep Thames Valley out of their line. The ball just on the floor for a little bit too long, and then throwing that extra pass away, and then once more
That's good work to get around the shooter, but they're not predicting that touch, stepping off the mark and having to come back. And that just swallowed up all momentum for the Bristol Jets. But they are starting to make that read now that those single shooters are coming. And maybe a bit of a coaching battle happening at the moment here, where how do you then start to defend that pass around the shooter?
Well, send up another shooter, really.
As we see another off-the-mark penalty. So it took us 5 minutes to get a roll ball infringement, and like a London bus, they're all coming at once. As the Jets go through their sub-processes. Firmly in the grind at the moment, still locked at 2 tries apiece. This is 5th coming, so a really good platform here for the Jets if they want to use it. Checking away from the shooter, setting a good strike platform. Now coming over to the short side, but it's well defended. Maybe needs to straighten and use the hands, fix the defender, just crabbing across her teammate's space, but the Jets will get another set of 6. What are you expecting to see here, Bibby?
I'm hoping they condition the defence like they have before and then go open side where they create the space, or they get both middles up like they did last time.
Yeah, one middle is very low there, already set onto the line. It's good defence here from the Vikings as they look to come over to the link punish. It's a nice set-up, extra pass wanted to go, but diving at the line. It's a good touch made. Now moving back over to the short side, 32 short, going at the line, dummying. And again, that far winger's in a good bit of space. And now moving over to that far side, with the hands just going to ground. Again, it's a really good defensive set there from the Vikings. They're doing a really good job at only committing one person to the touch.
Yeah, definitely. I think that helps the other players get set in defence on time, and they can then shoot up and make that second touch.
And at the moment, that's doing enough for the Vikings in defence. But these turnovers won't be doing them any favours. You give this Bristol Jets team enough opportunity to go hard at the line, and eventually they will get over, although half is isolated and the referee's encouraging the Vikings to go take that space away. Jets doing a good job at recycling that. Now coming over into the 21 channel. Now moving open side, late switch away. It's a little bit disjointed at the moment, and you could throw a blanket over 5 of the Bristol Jets players at the moment. Not a lot of width on display here. Now the width is added. There's a foot race over into the corner, and that's 5th touch. And similarly, going over, but again, the Thames Valley Vikings doing a really good job at just crowding them out. But they need to start completing these subsets more often. They're giving Bristol Jets too many opportunities to score.
Yeah, this looks better.
Yeah, nice show and go, and this is 3rd touch, getting up over the 10 metres, but as your first example of curse of the commentator, best subset until those hands not connecting.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of lack of communication as well. I've played on the wing multiple times, and if you're that sub-box wing, not having any communications from the player coming on makes it really difficult to know where they are, and that's often when things go wrong. And
we're seeing just some errors creeping in, and as we are, we'll take a very quick look over. And maybe I can see the top that you're currently wearing. You are on live stream next, London Eagles versus Invicta. Give us a bit of a preview of that. What are you expecting out of that game?
Well, we played them last time. They're definitely a good side. They've got some good players. I'm going to give a shout out to Cara Edwards, good friend of mine. She's a very dangerous player if she's on the ball. But I think we've been training for a while. We've got a good team structure. I think if we stick to our processes, I think it's ours for the taking.
And what are the aspirations for London Eagles in this tournament?
I think last time we got very close to being in the final. I think we lost to Scorps by 1 in the group stages, which just took us out of that final spot, which we were bummed about. But I think our aspirations are really just to play our game and stick to our processes, and we'll get far just doing that. No chat back to the ref as well. I think that's something we got caught out last time.
I imagine that you're not the only team that got caught out for chat back to the ref. Taking a look through some of the other games that we've got coming up for you. Anyone who's currently watching and listening, 11:50, mark it down, Division 1 men's, London Eagles versus Galaxy Southwest. That feels like a bit of a repeat of a game that we saw at Nationals a few weeks ago. What are we thinking for that one?
I've had a look at that one actually. I've seen both the team sheets. I think the Southwest one is very much the Southwest Saxons team, and then the Eagles team sheet is a mix between Taipans and Sharks.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Eagles is my team, so obviously I'm going to be rooting for Eagles, but I think it's going to be a very good game to watch. Very tough for the Eagles.
Yes.
But I think it will be a good first game for them.
Agreed. And one of the games that we're really looking forward to as we roll on towards half-time, a minute left to go. What do you think these conversations in the sub-boxes are for, we'll start with Thames Valley Vikings. What do you think, what's the vibe, and then maybe what is the chat coming from coaches for the Thames Valley team?
I think the vibe at the minute, they seem a little bit deflated. I don't see much energy coming from the box. I mean, it's 2-2, so they've got nothing to worry about at the minute. I think Sammy, their coach, she's coached me a couple of times. She's a very good, calm coach. She's good to have in the box.
Yeah.
I think their main thing for second half is just to get that subset correct and just to get up at half for 3. That's where they'll get that momentum. They've got a good couple of scoopers, so if they can get over halfway and have a good platform for 5, I don't see why they can't use those scoopers and get set.
Agreed. And then as we see fifth touch come here, there's a 4-on-3. Late pass goes, it's good hands, but well crowded out from Bristol Jets. And then same question, but for the team in pink. What's that Bristol Jets sub-box looking like?
I think same. They don't seem very energetic, but I think their chat might be they're noticing those single shooters. I think their depth is going to be something that they're going to need to work on, because if they have that depth, they've got foot speed like we've seen. They can run around the Thames Valley players. They just need a little bit more depth. Agreed.
As we see our first half time and the first 20 minutes of touch is wrapped up nice and neatly. We go into half time locked, dead level, 2 tries apiece between Bristol Jets and Thames Valley Vikings, and we'll see if those coaching points come through. Where the second half will be with you in about 5 minutes time.
Got to go into it. Like, you don't know whether it's going to be a success, you don't know whether it's not, but you just got to hope that it will. And if you have that desire, it really will work. And that's what happened with us. You know, we started off just as a group of friends wanting to kick a ball about, not even proper touch rugby. And then we had one pioneer who came in and just taught everyone how to do it. And you know, that drive was there already from that like friendship group, and we just brought it up here.
People love the fact that it's inclusive sport and it's a mixed sport. I think that's quite rare. So people say that like the vibes of touch is always just really good. Everyone's really friendly. That's probably the main selling point, and then they learn to actually enjoy the sport after that, I think.
The key is to advertise. I think get your name out there. Touch, at least in Southampton, isn't very well known compared to rugby. So I think really getting your name out there, getting your uni to promote you as well, and really get in the socials and just spread the word. I think probably the biggest thing.
Have you had that kind of support from your AE?
We have in some ways, but I think I've always wanted a bit more like screen time, I guess, more like story posts, more Instagrams, more flyers, things like that. But I think we've got that at the moment, so I think that might help us in the future.
Keep going, most importantly, but also reach out to those rugby players. You know, contact sports are more and more becoming a thing of the past, and touch offering a fast, flowing and non-contact version of the sport really is a really good opportunity to get involved and keep playing rugby, even after injury or, you know, just not wanting to hurt on a Sunday.
I would say start small, because I don't think our club would have grown to the extent that it has if we hadn't got a really good core group who were dedicated, willing to train, willing to turn up when there weren't that many people. And then from that, it's a slow growing process, but you get more people coming along, the quality improves over time. I'd say don't be disheartened if at the start the touch maybe isn't that high quality or you're lacking numbers a little bit, stick with it because people will come and people love the game. And it's one of the only mixed sports at Bucks. And so you will get numbers, you just need to stick with it.
There's not a lot I'm going to say right now. I just want everybody in the next few minutes or whatever to just stay quite close to each other, get some connection, feel the vibes. No longer wet, the floor is no longer wet. So in the warm-up, we're going to start moving that ball nice and freely, build our confidence because we are winners and we're going to go into this feeling like we're winners.
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, the girls have worked hard for this for a good few years, just building around the region and in club at Nottingham. There's lots of juniors coming through and our average age is 20 apparently. Only been brought up by having one of our senior players who was in the 2017 final. So yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun. I think everyone's excited for it. But yeah, the South East have been dominant. We had a big build phase, so we've just had people age out and lots of juniors come through, so that build phase just took longer than expected. We have now got the success of the universities getting involved as well, so we've got that to help us build, and yeah, I think it's just personnel have started to come through and really.
So the second half is underway between the Bristol Jets, currently with the ball and touches in the chamber against the Thames Valley Vikings, although, as I say, touches in the chamber, no more loss of control there early doors. That's a good start for Thames Valley.
Yeah, I think hopefully they've had a good chat and...
just gone. Although the touch is being claimed, there's a little bit of a chat happening. Not a player you'd like to give open field in front of. She has wheels.
Yeah, Sinead's very, very good. Got a lot of player experience too.
And I was just eavesdropping a little bit on the Thames Valley chat. Sammy Phillips, just the most calm influence in that sub box possible. And there wasn't a lot of information, but they were really hammering home a couple points. And it'll be interesting to see if those coaching points come to fruition in this second half, because that Bristol Jets sub box looked a little bit more problem solving, like they were trying to do a little bit of everything. So maybe two differing styles that makes up for quite a nice matchup in this second half. Is the Jets fifth coming, although no touches remaining. So the call from the sideline, incorrect. 6 in turnover. It's a familiar DNA of this Thames Valley side. They stay so tight in defence. Bristol Jets surely have the hand skills to be able to whip that ball open side quickly. I mean, we've seen them do it in line attack. Do you think it's a case of if this game was being played in the afternoon, those hands go a little bit slicker?
Maybe. I think I've seen Bristol run a little bit laterally on the line as well, instead of using that ball to bring up those players. Running laterally is very easy for the defence to just run with you, whereas if you move that ball around, players have to get up in front of you. So I think if they just stop running a little bit laterally and run a little bit more straight and then use the ball skills, then yeah, definitely I think that could be a big threat.
I think it's got to go with purpose as well, and that's wonderful foot speed, getting up over halfway on second. And will that provide some impetus here for the supporting Jets? Fourth touch now, getting into the red zone. Fifth platform is available. Looking to get close to the 7. That's a metre out from the 7 metre line. Best subset we've seen so far from Bristol Jets. And there's a warning shot there for the Thames Valley Vikings. They've got to shut down touches 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think the same with them struggling to get out there halfway. They've got to make Bristol struggle to get out there halfway at the same time as well. This is a lot better.
Yeah, certainly problem solving this subset at the moment. Extra pass goes away. Now, there was a 3-on-2 on that far side. If they wanted to use it, they didn't. Now they work over there. But that's a good covering touch that comes in, reeled in, was Lucy Neal-Hook, one of those try scorers from the first half. Bristol Jets staying wise to it, but both teams, certainly at this stage in the second half, seem to have problem solved those areas in their transition.
Yeah, I think that's what's the beauty of the 40-minute game is you have that half time to have a chat and work through your issues.
Oh, that is a try-saver of a touch made bang on halfway, which isn't something we say all that often. But it was great defence from the Thames Valley 58, who I've not got down on the team sheet. I'm so sorry.
Vonnie Newton.
Thank you so much. This is why Bibby's up in the comms box with me. As Bristol set a good platform there on 5th. But again, good defence from Thames Valley, as you see Sammy Phillips in the sub box just making some notes on that pen and piece of paper. 15 minutes left to go. Which sub box do you think is going to be happy with the first 5 minutes in this second half?
I think at the minute Thames Valley are really fixing their subbing. I mean, this is 3 up on the halfway, which they were struggling with in the first half, so I think that's definitely something they can, yeah.
Yeah, really good. Getting in behind the shooter. This is 5th coming now. Looking to set a scooping platform. And there is 5th getting all of the defensive line up and engaged. Can she find the spare player? She did, but the pass not quite connecting on that occasion. But you're certainly right, Bibby. This Thames Valley Vikings transition, they have managed to fix it extremely quickly in this second half. And now the onus is on Bristol Jets to respond to that.
Yeah, and I think that's the experience of Sammy Phillips. She knows exactly what to say and how to say it, and the players just listen and they just do their job.
I've also got to give Sammy Phillips a bit of a shout out as well, because we'll let this play come to its fruition. Over Nationals, I had a cup of coffee spilled on me and I ended up with quite nasty burns on my wrist. And Sammy Phillips made sure that I was fine for the rest of Nationals. So yeah, got to big up Sammy Phillips when I've got the opportunity to, as we see a bit of a foot race appearing on the open side. Didn't quite want to take the space that was presented in front of her. But again, gives this transition a wonderful platform to launch, and the hands are good. There's a really nice platform there, getting in behind that shooting link, and there's a 2-on-1 on the far side, stepping back in towards the link. 5th coming, bang on 7 metres, but that is half court and turnover. And just how important is it in a 40-minute game? Because I'll be honest, it's been a fair few years since I played a 40-minute game. From a more recent perspective, Bibby, how important is it to have someone in the sub box feeding information to you over 40 minutes?
Extremely important. I think having someone on that pitch that's not playing and being able to pay attention to every single thing happening on the pitch, well, every single thing, obviously, within reason. But it's so extremely helpful. I think last year in the mixed series, I was put down as player, coach and captain, and it's very overwhelming not having someone in the box to just calm people down, because everyone loses their head, including me.
Indeed.
So I think having someone there who can just calm everyone down and pay attention to things on the pitch is very helpful.
Indeed, as again we see this Thames Valley team get through this Bristol Jets defence relatively easily. That pass looked to have been slightly late and the referees agree. But how can Bristol Jets nullify this at the moment? Because if Thames Valley get through you in their transition once or twice, you maybe put it down to we're slightly tired, or maybe this pod has been on for too long. Every single transition in this second half for Thames Valley, apart from the first one, have come out with a scoring opportunity off the back of it. How do Bristol Jets nullify this?
I think at the minute they're sending up, like Vikings was doing, sending up a single shooter, which means Vikings are getting the players on in the far field and they're managing to pass around. And if they just get that far winger and their far link up in that 3rd or 4th touch, that helps them keep Vikings in their own half a little bit more.
Indeed, as we see Thames Valley move over to that link punish. There's a nice quickie, trying to go hard at the line. Step back is on. I think the referee's just having a quick conversation and the touch has come in at the last moment, but an offside penalty. And unfortunately for Carmina Harrod, the referee's whistle, not a scoring blast, just a penalty. That was threatening there from the Thames Valley. There's Harrod in an acting half now, 3-on-2, step back, there's good feet on display. And a stunning score by Danielle Powley-Williams.
That's Yelly. Well, yeah, Danielle, we call her Yelly.
But take a look at this on the replay. Just puts the hammer down on the right foot and then evades the covering touch, diving at the line. How good for the opening score in this second half. And finally, after about 20 minutes, the deadlock is broken. We have a leader once more. This time it's the team in blue. Sammy's going to be happy.
Yeah, no, I think them having fixed their subset is really giving them some energy, because they're up in the Bristol 7 a lot more than they were in that first half, and it's giving them those opportunities. They get the penalties, they use the 6, and they create the score.
And you've just brought up a point there that I wanted to touch on quickly. Thames Valley having the lion's share of possession in this second half. We all know, we play any code of rugby, it's harder to defend than it is attack. Are we seeing maybe a bit of fatigue set into this Bristol Jets team?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it is cold. I think they might be a little bit tired. I think they're getting maybe a little bit frustrated on that pitch. You know, why can't we fix our issues? Why can they do it? And I think that just comes down to just working on your own processes and sticking with that rather than looking at the opposition.
This is a better platform here for the Bristol Jets to potentially level this scoring. Driving hard, taking the ball really close to the line, and maybe just losing track of field position. Greater awareness needed maybe in that attacking set. But again, like Bristol, when they have touches in the chamber ready to go, they cause issues on line attack, and they're going to have a premier position to go from here. I'm gonna put you on the spot. What are you expecting to see here? Or what would you like to see?
I would like to see a short side play, condition them one side, and then go into open side. So go with, if it's easy, go with 32 short one side and then hit the long or the early release.
Here is the short, trying to drive hard at the line, stepping, but Spring stays aware to the threat in defence. That is that short side play that you were talking about. Now moving over into the link channel, but the middle makes the touch. A little bit stop-start, diving at the line. But again, it's formidable defensive work by Cat Spring. And now no touches left, and Cat Spring just eats up the ground. And I tell you what, players like Cat Spring in that defensive set drag her team with her. They set some good expectations for the defensive set. And the first repeat set of 6 for Bristol Jets, nullified almost single-handedly by Cat Spring.
No, yeah, I think having that one player who works hard. I mean, it's important to have your supportive players with her, and I think they did that very well. She worked hard, but her players are with there to help her. But yeah, I think having a player that works hard, it's always great for the team.
And that's fifth touch, and then ball just bobbling loose, striking into an offside player, but the referees are happy that the touch was made by the Thames Valley middle. And Big, I'm going to ask the same question I did at halfway through the first half. Now we're getting halfway through the second half. We know that Thames Valley are going to be the happier right now. They've had the lion's share of possession. They're doing really good with the ball in hand. Bristol Jets have grown into it over the past 2 minutes. Do you think maybe there's a bit of a momentum swing happening here?
To be honest, I think it's very even at the minute. I don't think one team's got the momentum at the minute. I think one thing I'm seeing is that both teams are struggling to initiate the touch, which is stopping their momentum. So I think if they can start initiating those touches, whoever does that best, I think, can keep that momentum going with them.
So we see Thames Valley just getting a little bit stuck in the mud here in their subset, and the supporting cast is late to get onto the field. And then a good bit of foot speed, tries to get through those 2 presenting middles, and then the transition just breaks down. 7 minutes left to go. Bristol have done a good job at wrestling some momentum back in their favour. But again, this is that lateral movement we were discussing earlier. It's easy for the defence to just crab across and make these touches.
Yeah, I think they need to work that ball a little bit more. I mean, it's hard when they don't have the players on the pitch. Both the teams are struggling to get the players on the pitch. So I think if they can work off and work on a bit quicker, that's where they'll benefit a lot more.
There's a nice fifth touch platform, and then a late switch away. Potentially an opportunity afforded itself. But again, Thames Valley do a good job at crowding it out, and maybe Bristol Jets striking down maybe the wrong area of the pitch at the moment, always coming towards where the defence is set, not attacking that offside player initially.
Yeah, exactly. I think with their open side score they had in that first half, that long that they ran, that was a really good example of how they used that space by going short side, and they saw the space on the open side and they went and used that, and that's how they created that score.
So we know that they can do it. It's just if they can deliver when they need to now. It's not quite crunch time yet, but it's fast approaching its way there. As the Jets just surrender a couple touches to get the fresh legs onto the field. That's 4, so only one proper strike here. Middle quickie on offer. Spring releases early. Cat Spring up in the passing lane, shutting down the time for the Bristol Jets. And if we did an MVP of each game so far, for me, I think it's Cat Spring for Thames Valley Vikings.
Yeah, her effort in defence has been phenomenal. I think she's really helped them keep out a lot of these tries.
And actually, probably my favourite type of player, actually, a stubborn defensive player who takes pride in their frustrating work for the attack. As we see Thames Valley skate through, try and find the extra pass. It was lofted into an area that was crowded by pink shirts. But again, that transition causing issues for Bristol Jets on another day. That's try time.
Yeah, I think the one thing I've been seeing is that they've got a good platform, but the supporting players aren't coming with, and that's why that scooper is struggling to get off that final pass and create that scoring opportunity, because the supporting players might be standing around and looking a little bit too much.
Indeed, as the rain starts to pour down, there's a 2-on-1, it's not taken cleanly, and we were forecast a bit of rain today. It's coming slightly earlier than expected, and there's maybe a few people looking at the skies with a bit of a grimace, but this is prime diving weather now. A dewy ground, a ball that you can slide over on. It's making for an interesting day.
Don't tempt me, Joe.
No, it's definitely not me trying to manifest something up here. As we see, 5 minutes left to go. Thames Valley just spluttering a little bit here. Fifth touch, not over the 10-metre line. They are now, but then skating through a gap and avoiding some touches, dropping a late pass off. Is that try time? Well, it would have been if the 7-metre line was there. And that's the first of what will almost certainly be many here at Broad Street. Scoring on the 7. It's a collector's item and we love it. Well, maybe you won't if you're a Thames Valley player right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the story of this game has been the struggle to find the lines, really. I think that's where a couple of scores have come from, and a couple of scores have been lost from not really seeing those lines. I really think they should be painting them a different colour.
Yeah, white. As we see the Jets trying to skate through, but again, it's good shut work out there, this time from Powley Williams. And the late pass penalty given away. 3 minutes left to go. What have Thames Valley got to do to just see out this result now? They are so close, maybe causing a little bit of an upset here on pitch 1. Is it a case of just use all your touches, or do you think they'll go for this fourth score?
I mean, they can, but their main priority should just to be to complete their set of 6. That's all they've got to do. And if they can kill it this side, they'll kill it this side.
There's a nice late pass away, and killing the ball in a somewhat favourable position here for the Bristol Jets. But again, that ball's on the floor for a little bit too long, allows the line speed to come and encroach on that area. There's a nice roll ball there. Spring makes a good touch. And that one is late and forward. It's good defensive work in the midfield. 2.5 minutes left to go. Bristol Jets, they just need to find a good bit of go forward at the moment.
Yeah, I think they're struggling. Like in that last one over there, you know, instead of going to half herself, she's like, you go to half, you to go to half, and that's where you kind of lose the momentum. If you see that there's no half, pick it up yourself and go with it. I think that's where they lose a little bit of momentum, is they have a certain idea of who picks up, who does what, but if you just go with the flow, sometimes that works a little bit better. Maybe
relying a little bit too much on those structures and those patterns, and not playing a bit of heads-up rugby, as we've seen Thames Valley do so often. And tap penalty, fresh set of 6 here for Thames Valley. This is dangerous, although good line speed at link. Scooping. Now coming back over towards Powley Williams. There's a 2-on-1. Extra hands go. Just a little bit unforgiving for the winger on this near side, Rasheen Irwin, who would have been in if those hands connected. They do a really good job at identifying the overlap. But those hands just, well, they're just not quite up to scratch there in that occasion. However, Thames Valley will have another go at it. 90 seconds left to go. And this feels like prime opportunity to just use all your set of 6, wind down the clock as much as possible and potentially secure yourself your opening victory. Powley Williams just taking time, marshalling the troops, trying to get on the open side. Does, accelerates, plays through the offside defender, dives at the line, and that should be the 4th score to provide a 2-try buffer. 60 seconds left to go. Powley Williams gets over Thames Valley. I mean, they're good value for this win.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think she did really, really well in identifying that offside player and listening to the referees, listening to the play on call, and that's all you got to do, really. Easy, simple touch.
Indeed, easy, simple touch. Something that we'll probably see throughout the rest of the day if this rain continues. And with the result of this game wrapped up nice and neatly, barring something absolutely spectacular from the Bristol Jets, Thames Valley will be pretty happy with their opening performance. That's a nice strike platform, but the half is late, and then there's a hips not square penalty, and that will be the blast of the whistle that all but secures Thames Valley's victory. Bibi, as the Hooter's going to go in just a moment, just sum up Thames Valley for me in this opening game.
I think very determined and persevering. I think that's what they were, and I think that's what helped them get this win.
Indeed, and that is the first game wrapped up. Thames Valley Vikings with a 4-2 victory over the Bristol Jets in the Women's Division 2. And now we look forward to our next game. Slightly longer break here as everything's knockout rugby. 10-minute break where we've got Invicta versus London Eagles, the quarter-final of Division 1 in the Women's Division. Bibi, I'll let you go and get warmed up. Thank you so much for joining me. You're welcome at any point. And as I say, that game will be with you in about 10 minutes' time.
There's not a lot I'm going to say right now. I just want everybody in the next few minutes or whatever to just stay quite close to each other, get some connection, feel the vibes. No longer wet, the floor is no longer wet. So in the warm-up, we're going to start moving that ball nice and freely, build our confidence because we are winners and we're going to go into this feeling like we're winners.
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, the girls have worked hard for this for a good few years, just building around the region and in club at Nottingham. There's lots of juniors coming through, and our average age is 20 apparently. Only been brought up by having one of our senior players who was in the 2017 final. So yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun. I think everyone's excited for it. But yeah, the South East have been dominant. We had a big build phase, so we've just had people age out and lots of juniors come through. So that build phase just took longer than expected. We have now got the success of the universities getting involved as well, so we've got that to help us build. And yeah, I think it's just personnel have started to come through and really play for the region. This is a 40-minute game.
Yeah.
Yeah? We've got to stay in the grind. We've got to expect that things might not go right, and we're going to work on them. You've got to trust in the process, girls, yeah? And the biggest one, have fun. You're in a final.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm only in sync. Come on, in sync. Oh, nice. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, go around.
Yeah, look at that. Good
Next
job.
two, next two in, next two. Yeah.
Nice pace, Imogen.
Yeah, nice abs, nice down. Nice aid. Nice up. Yeah.
Stand with him. We all believe, you all believe, we are winners. Let's go show them.
And this Midlands Tigers team, well, they're young and exciting, and they came through a big test against the Taipans.
Absolutely, the drop-off, the drama, it's what we love. Goddard, Dean, quick pick-up, options both sides. Dean's going to slide through himself and opts for the short option. And it's Ruby O'Dell who opens up the scoring. The Sharks topped the pool on points difference, setting up a slightly easier semi-final against the Saxons as they almost wriggle away. Ball wide, what a response! Simon gets it back, Summers on the edge, but Simon's going to scoop through, and there is acres of space for Tamani Kanbabi to touch down. Lovely peel back on the inside, it is Fizz right into the path of Hayley Hammond, and the try is given. Irons on the inside, lovely switch, Irons accelerates through to score. Hudson, still going Hudson, gets that offside call, Hudson all the way through, and there's no one home for the Tigers. Richardson scores. Sykes picks it up through the legs. Sykes is all the way over in the end zone and picks out Hayley Hammond to seal the Women's Open.
Good work, girls. Yeah, it was good. It was so good. So good, girls. Honestly, be super proud of ourselves. We are final players, girls. Yeah, remember this feeling because we're coming back next year. Yeah, we'll be even stronger next year. So take this. Like, we can play a final, we're going to get there again, and when we do, we'll be the winners. Yeah? We've got to take this feeling and build on it.
Girls, the fact that we're crying over second is amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
Girls, what does that board back there say?
We're awesome. Super proud of the girls. We put everything out there, and it was a super strong Sharks, experienced Sharks team. We just need experience in finals, and we are going to come back stronger next year. It's so exciting. There's so many of these girls that are in and around the England squad and the England setup, and they're not going anywhere anytime soon. They're all going to be around here next year, and hopefully strengthened again with some more uni input as well. So yeah, we can only get better. I've only really been doing this a couple of years, and I absolutely love it. I love every minute of it. It's really tough, and I'm learning all the time with the support of all the other coaches around from other teams, and also Martin from the Opens program, and Dan who supports me for everything. So yeah, like, I'm literally at the beginning of my coaching journey and just love it, and I want to push on even further. So yeah.
We are growing, probably the best we've ever done at the moment. It was quite quiet when I first joined about 3-4 years ago, and we are growing as a club. We now have over 20 members, and the touch in Southampton is doing a lot better. We have some more emerging teams coming up, and yeah, we're getting good connections and we're growing.
It's basically just been getting your mates to come down and play touch. It's kind of like our main thing. We normally have quite a lot of new people each year. Most of them haven't played touch before because it's quite a new sport at uni, so people come, and then it's just getting as many people involved as we possibly can.
So I think last year we had about 20 average coming to training every week. Sometimes it diminished, sometimes it would be a bit bigger, but this year at our freshers event we had 60 people come. And currently we have about 35 to 40 on average every week coming to training. And this was one of the first years where we had to actually pick a squad. We didn't just bring who could come and who wanted to come, we had to actually select people.
First year, so I'm a fourth year now. My first year, kind of getting 10, 11 people to training, only put out one team, and even struggled to put that team out in one of the national rounds. And now 4 years later, we've got 2 full teams, 30 odd at training every week, and it's grown massively. We now have half the status with the university. We're now our own official club, which we weren't when I joined. So yeah, the club's grown huge.
It's all been about creating a community, creating a feel and a vibe that people want to be a part of, and that particularly people that have never played the sport before want to get involved in, even if they don't quite know what's going on.
We actually looked to Warwick a few years ago when we came out of the pandemic for a potential venue for the Atlantic Cup 2 years ago in England. So we already knew what the facilities were like. When Kevin started in the events role, he also looked at it, and we had an early conversation, and they showed willing. And I think that the big thing for us here is, as we're already seeing, is the joined-up approach to working across departments and trying to uncover some of those links more globally, international relations, more locally, the marketing and communications. I think they're really important for us.
So, we've got Warwick Touch celebrating their anniversary. We've got the Wildcats in the region, and University of Warwick with their 60th anniversary. So there's a whole load of stuff going on, and we're just going to capitalise on that. Really, feel-good factor of what's going to happen here in the summer.
It's a great experience. Hopefully, it will be a successful tournament for England, and hopefully we can bring it home.
So much being at home. Home crowd, there's going to be a lot more supporters this time, meaning we've got more support on the pitch, and so we're actually going to perform a lot better, I think.
Hopefully it'll bring more people to touch, and especially to Warwick and the society in Warwick.
We're just finishing off our schools programme in terms of submission to the Youth Sport Trust. So we hope we can build up in the lead up to the games some work with local schools, so they get the benefit of it coming here. And then also the local club infrastructure, and can we develop that club infrastructure to deliver more opportunities for more people to play touch right across this sort of sub-region of Warwickshire.
It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
Start for the North East Mixed Open. We got scored on off the first tap, which I think probably did us the world of good, because we woke up a little bit after that. So good win. Did what we needed to do, did what we were aiming to do at the start of the game. But I think this game's going to be a little bit different, possibly a little bit different pace. This team, I think, are going to threaten us on the line up the middle, maybe. So yeah, looking forward to it and seeing how we'll get on. Our youngest's 15, female player, and our oldest.
So welcome back to our second game of the day. It's Women's Division 1 action, the quarter-final, London Eagles versus Invicta. And Eagles with first possession, setting a sweeper platform, but just retreating and recycling the touch. I am I'm very happy to say that I'm joined up here by Ben Blackburn as we see the first score go over. And it is a wonderful left foot step to open the account for London Eagles. Ben, I mean, what a start there.
Barely time to do any introductions. If they can just slow it down so we can do the formalities, that would be much appreciated. But great score, really good momentum heading up pitch. Can't ask for better than that. Now they've just got to defend it out. Let's see what they got.
I know, it's wonderful feet getting round the outside, and it's a wonderful finish. And I will do my best to decipher some of these team sheets, because the numbers are, well, they're lacking a little bit. So if there's no names called for specific players, you know why. I'm covering my back early.
Someone's not done their homework.
No, where's the team managers at? As we see Invicta try and go hard at the line. There's a nice 32 set up there, going over potentially, but crowded out well. That's Bibby Pools in defence, who's swapped her commentator's hat for a playing hat. And fifth touch, and Bibby
Great
with a
pickup.
diving touch.
I think they may have been distracted by the ice cream van coming across there.
I know I was. And London Eagles will look to set a good platform, and Pools cannons her way up, and that second touch near the 10-metre line, and then working it over to the short side. Extra pass goes to the wing. It's well gathered. And here's Lau, the familiar face in this London Eagles side of Lois. Lau looks to set a good platform here on fifth, and it, for a moment, was threatening for Ines Bartolin.
Can they get to their box early?
Well, this is the thing, and we saw it in our first game here on live stream, that 40-minute games, it lends itself for a lot of problem solving in these games, and the Thames Valley Vikings side did an amazing job at fixing their subsets, and Invicta looking to avoid that problem by getting it right early. But again, good touch comes in by Bartolin. It's a good use of the set, isn't it? Using all their set of 6 for Invicta.
Absolutely, and sometimes, as you've just been saying, it just takes one voice in the box to say, right, they've recognised this, we need to switch something up, we need to try a different approach. But when everyone's absolutely blowing, it's really difficult.
Yeah, it's definitely easier said than done, that's for certain. And I was taking a peek at these team sheets, and a lot of these players having represented nationals. I'll start with Invicta. Cara Edwards, one of those players to keep an eye out for. Wonderful strike player when she gets repeat sets of ball in hand. Followed by Lydia Ticehurst as well, Mia Perryment, Ayla Payton, Alice Hobson. I mean, Invicta, they've got the firepower to take it to London Eagles.
They absolutely have. There's a few faces who I've seen playing for other teams as well, so it's going to take a while to settle, I think. Whereas, obviously, Eagles know each other inside out.
Yeah, and then just burning through and setting pace and then executing when they need to, but stepping out of the in-goal area
no,
into dead ball. That is unfortunate there, and I want to say that was Naomi Furnett. I'm going to do a bit of problem solving here. I'm going to leave you to commentate for just 1 second, Ben.
Absolutely. Talking about making it up on the hoof. We've got a great drive up the pitch now, but Eagles are defending it really well. Got to get momentum over the halfway line. Should be 4th, 5th maybe coming now. The pickup, half court unfortunately. So let's see what Eagles have got. Pod's ready to come on. Driving forward, that's a good momentum going forward. Good speed coming up, recognised at the centre shooter. Another few yards. Good recovery, good roll and recovery. About 25 yards out now. Fresh legs getting on. Nice. Approaching the 7 now. Moving people around. Great stuff. That's 5th. Pick up, looking up. And, she's still got the ball live. Acres of space. And, that's a wonderful try. So much time in the in-goal area there.
And that is Ibby Pools doing what she does best, getting into the in-goal area, buying time and executing. And thank you, Ben, for doing a bit of the heavy lifting as we employ Lois Lau for just a moment to fill out a team sheet.
Dual code superstar Lois Lau.
Indeed. As we see on the replay, Bibby just doing such a good job at treading water in that in-goal area. And then finished as well. And when we get this reliable team sheet, we'll be able to go and give people the plaudits that they absolutely deserve.
Here goes Cara. Okay, she's checked off. That's gained another couple of yards there.
Yeah, Cara Edwards just marshalling inline attack at the moment. Now coming over to the 32 platform, driving at the line.
Great defence.
Late release maybe was on, but there's an offside penalty there. And you give quite a formidable Pod fresh set of 6. This could be dangerous signs here for London Eagles.
Trying to get that penalty.
Yeah,
Lois. Good control.
It is good defence, but a bit of matador at the moment. A game of chicken happening on that 7 metre line, trying to see who's going to bite first. Here is Edwards. On the open side, quickly, Cara Edwards maybe looking to go long, but just diving at the line. That's Cara Edwards getting Invicta on the score sheet and opening her account for the day. And who else really, other than Cara Edwards?
She just recognised that the other mid made the touch, which should have created an overlap. Everyone panicked, and through she goes. Love that.
Yeah, it's a brilliant bit of work there.
So that's bringing it game on again. Love that.
It is, and what I'm hoping for today is a lot of close games here on live stream. We had one earlier, and this seems to be following suit as we see Eagles just pulling out this Invicta defence, trying to get them off the line as much as possible. Now working over to the short side, but it's really stubborn work at the moment from Invicta in defence. They need to problem solve some of these defensive spacings, and in this set specifically, they've managed to do that.
They have. They've recognised some patterns come in, some comms. Ideally, being a winger, the wings calls that defence, and everyone reacts.
And then just a little bit stop-start here in the subset. That's better foot speed into the roll ball.
Ideally, you don't want to be coming on backwards to then go forwards.
Agreed. And that's 5th touch up over halfway, so a good bit of work to do here, but then an off-the-mark penalty.
Just a bit of panic, I think. Eagles have all the time in the world now. Brought up to halfway, let's see if they do the tap-off. Yep, momentum coming already.
And Lois has earned her food for later on, because
Good touch by Kate then. It's very ominous music. It's because Bex has got the ball. She gets her own soundtrack.
And there's Pulls working with Pemberton. With Pulls just marshalling, pointing to where she wants that ball down. Pemberton looking to strike.
Oh, good recovery. Just that trailing hand. Saved the day. Oh, she taps in. Oh, nice. Oh, unlucky. Ball down.
Yeah, it's good endeavour there from London Eagles, but really good defence from this Invicta side that we know have the personnel to make a real game of it here. That's a good swipe touch coming in from Bibby Pulls. And
killed the momentum there.
Yeah. And just how important is it? You know, me and Bibby were talking actually in the game beforehand about this, the momentum that you build from touch one in your transition. London Eagles doing a really good job at just making these flick touches that restrict the likes of Cara Edwards to midfield scoops. It doesn't complement her game, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. We've got the saying in our team, you've got to earn the right to strike, and that's all built off that momentum platform coming off. The sweeping team coming on have to be given the get-go, and they have to be moving forward.
Yes. Hobson working now with Edwards. Back to Edwards. This is
great body position.
A good middle pairing here of Edwards and Hobson. Edwards just trying to get Bibby Pulls off the line. Edwards looking to go hard. Edwards, ball down. That is a brace here for Cara Edwards, and it is.
Controlled that ball. Just.
I mean, at the moment, it's Cara Edwards versus the world as she just gets underneath the covering touch of Bibby Pulls, and that's a matchup that we've seen twice now. It's chalk one in Cara Edwards' favour, and if Invicta can give her as many sets on the line, they're going to run it hard.
She will absolutely deliver there. Great cover back as well by Invicta there. Well done, Kate.
Yeah, it's good drive there from Nikki Marsh. There is Marsh now moving over towards. There's Lau.
Oh, ref seen something?
Yeah, forward pass given. So just surrendering possession here, back over to Invicta. We set some really good expectations there.
Gotta get that drive on now.
Yeah, moving laterally now over towards the box side and then cannoning up that far side. That's a better platform,
but unlucky, just a bobble.
There's our first opportunity here in this game for Kirsty the commentator, complimenting a subset.
Absolutely. Just took her off the ball then.
Yeah, doing one job before the first one had been completed, and now Lau looking to orchestrate.
Now. Good Kate, well done, the winger came in there, spotted that. Oh, penalty.
Yeah, and this is dangerous times here for Invicta. You've got Pemberton with the ball in hand, working with Naomi Furnett.
Again, some big names there with 6 in hand. You can expect something here on you.
Yeah, this is worrying here, as you see Furnett just marshalling. Pemberton on the link punish.
Ooh,
Pemberton trying to go hard at the line, but on
first touch, what a couch killer.
Indeed.
Right, they've got a long way to go of Invicta, but this is hopefully just a little opportunity to get the ball up the end.
Yeah. Nice skip pass out to the wing, but then just having to take the ball back to the mark. Again, stunts all of that momentum. Naomi Furnett getting up to make a good touch.
Becca Hickman, just having to go back now.
Yeah, it's tricky work there. There's Evie pick up. There's
so
Edwards
hard coming backwards to go
back to Hobson. Edwards now, 5th touch, not even over halfway. Edwards has to delve into a box of tricks and
she
gets
lucky.
A fresh set of 6.
I'm sure she'd be the first one to say she absolutely played at that. Knew she'd do it. Fresh 6.
And we'll see what this pod here. There's pick up to Edwards, marshalling the troops and getting away over the 10-metre line. Edwards, Hobson now in an acting half. Cara Edwards looking to get her hat-trick here. 11 minutes into this game. Edwards, Hobson, back to Edwards. Edwards throws the pass, but it's pulled out of the hands and finds the floor. And we still remain locked all square. 2 tries apiece. And that might give London Eagles a bit of momentum being able to shut out that pod.
Yep, absolutely. She didn't have her usual step back and dive, so she aimed for something else, and they were able to shut it down.
Yeah, there's Pulls now in an acting half, scooping, trying to get away. Pulls showed the dummy and maybe could have just kicked into 5th gear and gone through herself. Opted to throw the pass, but it was crowded by London Eagles.
This is a scrap, isn't it? Do love that. And am I right in saying that we could have a drop-off?
We could.
Ooh.
We absolutely could. That's why we've got a big 10-minute break in between each games to allow for these drop-offs.
Nice.
As Invicta, on this occasion, without Edwards and Hobson on the field, look to establish themselves a lead for the first time in this game. Just moving a little bit too laterally. There's Fifth now, scooping, trying to engage Bibby and then send the extra pass. There's a 2-on-1 potentially, but the referees are going to spoil the party. Touch and pass in the midfield. And Ben, I'll pick your brains for a moment. You know, been around the block a few times in the touch circuit. What do you think the read is for both of these sub-box at the moment? What do you think the information coming from the coaches are? You know, we've got another half of touch to go. That both teams are guilty of some probably unforced errors.
Yep.
What do you think those coaches' role is right now?
I mean, first of all, it's to get everyone to calm down and just perfectly demonstrated not throw that ball away.
Yeah.
Just go through the motions, trust the process, especially when getting that transition off, because everything is set off for that platform. Everything strike, everything defence is set off exactly knowing where you are on the field to do that. So just calm the ball down and spot where they're doing. So a lot of these sides are sending shooters up.
Yeah.
If the coaches can spot that, then they can check off, get another couple of yards, but it's all based off that calm, clear heads, blue heads as we call it.
Yeah.
Not getting caught up in the moment and just going through the motions.
I'm gonna steal a saying from next gen commentator Sam Bork, who he shared with me over nationals. Heart on fire, head in the freezer.
Nice.
I love it.
Nice. I might steal that as well.
Yeah. I told him I was going to plagiarise it, and I have. And to be honest, on a few occasions, I've just claimed it as my own. So.
Well, why not? Why not? Yeah, we have the same blue heads, but that makes it sound like you're a Smurf. So maybe not the thing to shout in the middle of the pitch. Oh, that's a great pickup.
There's a ropey pass rescued by Naomi Furnett, who just eats up the yards in front of her, pumps the ball, and Furnett now recycling back into the midfield, straightening up the middle, setting a platform here for Furnett, who has touches in the chamber ready to go. Furnett working in the midfield with Katie McDonald. McDonald down for Furnett. Furnett picking, feeding.
Yes.
That is stunning, and make no mistake, that is Naomi Furnett's score. All ends up. Gorgeous work.
Such a great run out, a kick out to the wing as well. That was brilliant. I'm sure they'll claim that touch move, the sub move was planned, but
yeah.
It wasn't. But she made the best of it.
Yeah, and good heads up play there from Caitlin McDonald to stay with Furnett, and she made all of those yards. There's nothing worse than making yards and not having a sporting player, but the interpersonal connection there between Furnett and McDonald, phenomenal.
Absolutely brilliant. And the defence was scrambling. That's exactly what you need to do as a strike play. Speaking of, Cara's back on the ball now.
She is, and now Hobson just comes in, steadies the ship a little bit. This time Edwards in at link. Edwards now sweeping, and there's a muscular touch that comes in, but it's going to be given.
BB picking out the attacker there.
And that'll be a fresh set of 6 here, and not the pod that you'd like to surrender that to. You've got Evie pick up on that far side and at link, lingering in a dangerous area. Cara Edwards and Hobson in the middles. There's Hobson, back to Edwards. Edwards. Oh, just losing control of the ball. And
I was just about to say, use the touches, and I'm glad I didn't, because that was second commentator's curse. Right, get to the box.
Yeah, there's a good touch, though, that comes in, made in combo by Edwards and Hobson. Pulls with great foot speed up the box side, and solid roll ball as well. This is much better from the Eagles.
Great momentum.
Lau now enters the fray. There is Lois Lau checking back away, setting a good platform here on 5th, having to work hard to get through Hobson. Hobson making a good touch, but will be given offside, and Lois Lau using all of her experience to get that one.
She played for that and absolutely won it. That gives them 6 on the line again. Let's see what they can make of it. Hopefully they'll get a score to break the deadlock.
Yeah, there's Lau checking away, diving at the line on this occasion. Was, I believe that's Annabelle Janssen over there, doing work off 2 team sheets at the moment, which is always lovely, as we see.
Testing your eyesight.
Lau in motion. There is Lois Lau. Extra pass wanted to go. Lau takes a bit of a tumble, but it's brilliant defensive work to shut down that play, and Lois stays down, and we hope that she's okay.
Not looking very comfortable on that.
No.
I think she may have had a hard contact with the ground there.
Yeah, hopefully that's just a dead leg there for Lois Lau, and you know it's got some consequence, that tumble.
Yeah, She's not one to go down lightly.
No, hard as nails, I think I've used to describe
Absolutely.
Lois on more than a few occasions, actually. As Fernit replaces Lau here.
Oh, that's a great step.
Yeah, just
Touch 2 coming.
taking a settler here for Fernit. Now working open side, wing player's arm, but then stepping and diving at the line. And Hobson does enough to make the touch. And this is potentially dangerous here, as we see that familiar pairing. And Fernit now going at the line, gets the ball down off the back of the splitter play. Cara Edwards trucks her way off. And again, Naomi Fernit with the keys to this Invicta defence.
Just looked like the defence parted. She saw the gap. One went one way, one went the other.
Yeah, you can see there on the replay, Lincoln Middle cornering in different directions. And Naomi Fernit with all of the ability to go and execute. And honestly, probably all of the time in the world to get that ball down.
Bit of a gift.
Indeed. And now the emphasis is on Invicta to go and get one back. Working over towards that link channel and then just steadying the ship for a moment. It's a little bit stop-start, which allows London Eagles to get up and put the pressure on. 90 seconds remaining in this half.
They'd love to get the score before half-time. Just settle things down.
Yeah, this is fifth touch. And just dummying and trying to go through a gap that did not quite have the legs to do so. Caitlin McDonald made a great touch in defence. And Ben, with a minute left to go until half-time, what do you think these half-time conversations are looking like for both teams?
I think both of them are going to be quite simple. It's a bit of a tumble there. It's trust the process. Absolutely trust the process. They'll have drilled so many times the way to get up the field, to keep momentum.
Yeah.
They've just got to go back to that. Nothing fancy, just trust the process.
As Eagles would look to, well, cap this performance off with a bow in this first half. Scooping open side, but referees pulling them back for something.
Pulling back for fifth. So again, not much chance of getting anything unless there's some magical switches they can throw in.
Yeah, or maybe a little inside pass as it tried to go away, but it was well crowded out there by the Invicta defence, and they'll get a tap penalty to potentially bring this back to a one-try game going into half-time.
A lot of ground to cover in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm just taking a spy over on that far side, and I think that's Theo Edwards in the sub-box there of Invicta, but probably looking to impart some wisdom over there for this Invicta team.
Yep, he's got a great touch mind, that boy, so he'll have lots of pearls of wisdom to give. Oh,
yeah, there was an opportunity on this near side that was spotted but not taken by Invicta. As our 20-minute clock rounds out. Half-time, 4-2 in favour of London Eagles. Ben, Eagles, they've just found those moments of magic when it matters, haven't they?
Absolutely, they've been clinical and they've benefited when there's a defensive shape that hasn't meant to be there. They've just been very incisive on that. Just edging them out, but this is anyone's game still. Absolutely anyone's game. It's 20 minutes.
It is. There's a lot of touch left to play. 20 minutes will be coming your way after our 5-minute half-time, where London Eagles will be more of the same. And for Invicta, there's a bit of work to do over in that sub-box, but we'll take a very quick break. And going into half-time, London Eagles 4, Invicta 2. So the hooter will get us underway in just a moment, where for London Eagles, it's just more of the same. They've found the recipe for success, and it's a case of continuing with that as the rain comes down just a little bit more. We were promised some sunshine. It's not quite happened for us yet.
I think we may have had it.
Yeah, it's been and gone. And for Invicta, I mean, I think they've got the right pod out on the pitch to go and get a score early doors, right? You've got Hobson, Pickup, Edwards, the talented players here for Invicta. I think it's just stemming together a bit of sustained pressure against London Eagles.
Absolutely, the holes will be there. People will start getting tired, especially at the end of 40 minutes.
Yeah.
They just need to exploit them. Get your strike players up, and off we go.
Yeah, and there's good foot speed to get us underway there from Hobson, followed in suit by Edwards, who gets around that shooter with ease. And this is much better foot speed into the roll ball here from Invicta. Just slowing down for a moment. Edwards getting on the open side and then stepping back, but then a surrender of the ball. Furnett not making the touch, and I can understand both sides' perspectives here. There's probably a bit of chat from the Invicta side saying, well, if that's not a touch made, is that pulling out of the 7? And then from a London Eagles side, you're just saying, ball down, turnover.
Absolutely, they just want to get on with it, stop arguing and get the job done. Doesn't look like she pulled away though.
No, agreed. And that's Furnett.
Let's see what they got. Sending a shooter up again.
Yeah, these single shooters are a bit of a pattern of play, and there is Lois Lau back onto the pitch. So that knock not keeping her out for all too long, and that's 5th touch coming now. We're going to scoop and make something happen. Ball goes away to Lau and then check back on the inside. That's given 6 more.
Played that and won.
Indeed.
Well done, Lois.
And then you've got Lois Lau and Inez Bartolin, who'll be looking to make something happen in attack for the London Eagles.
Just don't chuck it away on one. Got the touches, here we go.
And there's Lau straightening, trying to go hard at the line, setting a nice phase play option, coming back against the grain, dropping a pass off into Link.
Oh, well defended.
Yeah, good touch made there by Evie Pickup over on that far side.
Still got touches.
Is
See what
Lau.
she can set up.
Bartolin.
Pick up.
Long ball option. It's a lovely ball floated into a dangerous area, but really well covered by the Invicta winger. And now this pod has been on for a fair old while, so a good bit of effort needed to get off the pitch.
Good defence there. Both of them going up, stopping the check off.
Unlucky. Bobbly roll ball, which will give Invicta an opportunity to get some fresh legs on the field. But also gives London Eagles a fresh set of 6 to work with as Lau gets replaced for Bibby Pools. There's Bartolin.
Get to the 7. Now we're starting to move around.
You don't want to burn too many touches here as you get these fresh legs on the field. Some teams are really guilty of doing so, but London Eagles have done a really good job at keeping at least 3 striking opportunities in the chamber. Now to 2. A good flick touch comes in on Pools. Now
defence have to keep their stay up.
Pools in motion. Bibby Pools stepping, beating a player, diving at the line.
Unbelievable.
And that is stunning from Bibby Pools, who uses both feet to get over. And this is one to talk about on the replay.
Out, in, and dive.
How good is that? How good is that from Bibby Pools? That is one for the Instagram, for sure. And it gives London Eagles a 3-try lead now. And that is a...
She's going to enjoy watching that back.
She is. As she cracks a smile up to the comms box. She knows it's good.
She knows it's good.
And now Invicta getting a big play on call there from the referees, but then just slowing the ball down a little bit too much.
Got to get some depth in that line. Everyone is so flat.
Yeah. You could throw a blanket over those 4 at the moment. It just means that London Eagles can marshal up easily. And then there's a bit of a sticky platform that might actually come to something. Not quite doing there, but again, it's that. I completely agree with your observation there. Too flat, too narrow.
Too flat, too narrow. The ball takes a while to get over, even to the winger, so you've got to hold your depth on that sort of thing.
And conversely, you see the depth in which the London Eagles fly onto the field, and then they set really good expectations for the team to follow as Bartolin looks to set a good platform here on 5th. That's a dangerous scooping opportunity. Late switch was maybe the route to take. But the late pass given.
Maybe the late cut there, yeah, absolutely. The winger was wide. That's an option gone, unfortunately, for the Eagles.
Indeed. And 5 minutes into this second half, Eagles have certainly started the brightest.
Yep.
And Invicta, well, they just need to sort of find their way up the field a little bit more consistently. You can see their half's a bit isolated, always moving lateral to find some support.
Yep.
And these single shooters from Eagles are just doing so much damage. And there's some foot speed, some much needed foot speed to set a half decent platform here, but that's 6 and turnover.
Just lost the touch count there a little bit. Great momentum on that 5th, but nothing after that, unfortunately. Right, let's see what Eagles have got. Come to the box.
Yeah.
And earn 6 more.
Yeah, they do such good work in this midfield.
Can afford to earn that 7. Move the defence around.
Yeah, there's Bateman now working with Pulls, try scorer. Pulls playing.
Could be a punish on here. Oh, unlucky.
Pull.
Still dragging them up, looking for the penalty maybe.
Yeah, Pemberton getting down, Pulls feeding away, 2 on 1.
Oh,
unfortunately for
lucky.
Rachel Bateman, didn't quite connect on that occasion.
Good that they recognised it though. That late shot defence.
Yeah, London Eagles won't mind it though, especially seeing as Cara Edwards is having to work so hard to get some go forward. If this extra pass wants to go, it was an opportunity to take advantage of some space that was manufactured by Edwards and co. And then that pass was unsympathetic.
Yeah, a bit scrappy there, trying to get off the field.
And I think there's a temptation to do that, right? When things aren't going your way, you play a little bit more off the cuff, and if you're not all connecting, it makes life so hard. As we see Eagles looking to go at the line, Pulls just retreating back to the 7 metre line. Wants this link punished as Bibby Pulls. Bibby driving at the line, gives the extra pass. That is
lovely. Ball
down and execution. And Bibby Pulls pulling strings for the London Eagles.
Just all came from that failure by Invictus to get off the field quickly. That gave Eagles everything they needed to strike again.
Yeah, it's really good work and finished over on that far side by... I'm doing a bit of problem solving because I can't see a 27 on the team sheet, unfortunately. Although I've got a first name down, Erin. So
well done, Erin.
Well done, Erin. Good score.
Right, they're on the 7. They've got a couple of touches in hand. Great dive.
Yeah, there was a no-touch call in there again from, and I think the referees are happy with it. And turnover, and again Naomi Furnett just getting that no-touch penalty. Maybe on another day those are given as dropping early. What's your interpretation of that?
I mean, if she's not pulling out and she's in the right position, she can just stand there. And if someone makes the touch, I mean, if someone dumps the ball, then yeah, it's their fault.
Yeah.
Oh, it's another straight back.
Yeah, off the mark penalty on this occasion as I just spy our next game's participants warming up down the bottom end. London Eagles men's versus Galaxy Southwest men's, which feels like a game that feels like a game that carries a little bit more than just the result of today, considering that a lot of these players faced off at nationals.
Yep, some unfinished business there, I think.
I would agree. As we see Hobson with Edwards diving. Was there an offside player? Maybe there was, but the forward pass came first.
Oh, unlucky. Great setup though. That's really promising from Invicta.
Now we'll get another look at this really potent transition here from London Eagles.
Ooh, right in the face.
Yeah, Cara Edwards just really felt the full force of that one. The referee doing a good job at just bringing halt to the play, allowing Cara to get off.
Hope she's okay.
Agreed. There's nothing worse than an early injury in a competition, and player well-being and welfare is really the most important part. We want to see these players playing all of their touch as possible. As Pulls look to just accelerate and get through Hobson, and Hobson.
Great defence though. They held their position, all moved across as a line.
Yeah, and this game has found itself in the grind relatively well. We are firmly cemented in the grind at the moment. Neither team really threatening these lines as much as we've seen them do in this game. Do you think that's a case of 40-minute games where half an hour in, a few tired legs and tired heads out there?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with 2 matches left for some of these teams, it's about managing as much as you can. There's 4 tries in it.
Yeah.
They're not going to take their foot off the gas, but they don't have to go everything 100 miles an hour.
Yeah. A bit of a tournament management coming into play here for London Eagles potentially, as Fernit looks to send the sweep around. Pulls just retreating, coming away, wanting to get both middles up. Now Pulls bouncing around to the link, checking back away to Naomi Fernit. It's a really nice strike set up there. Fernit, link option is on.
Great
Fernit
ball.
rips a dart into the far side.
She was so good at moving that defence around. They were lucky not to be pinged there for not moving up.
That is a terrifying combination of Bibi Pulls and Naomi Fernit. I don't think there's enough money you could pay me to defend a fresh set of 6 against those two.
No, you'd like their chances, wouldn't you?
Yeah, especially against me.
You against both of those?
Yeah, no, thank you. Definitely not. There's Invicta with a bit of a better transition here. That's 5th touch, getting up towards the 10-metre line, and now there's a potential overlap. Something that I think we've seen quite a lot here, not only in this game, but in the game beforehand, and probably along the other pitches, 6 pitches here at Broad Street, is stepping back into a 2-on-3 in favour of the defence, when actually there's a 4-on-3 open side. Do you think the rain is lingering in the minds of these players, maybe not wanting to give those extra passes?
Yeah, exactly. Or risk that kind of long ball again. Keep it in hand, early doors anyway in the tournament.
Yeah, although there's a fly opportunity on here, trying to get around a 3-on-2. It's good defence.
Yeah, they might be a bit disappointed they didn't set that up for 5th. See what they got.
They won't be if they're able to manufacture a bit of magic here. Late switch comes in, but again, great touch. And to give Invicta their flowers, they've done a really good job at seeing out the defence. Like in the past, I'd say 10 minutes, they've really solidified their defence. They're just not quite able to get the same amount of yards in their transition compared to Eagles.
Yep. Later on, they've got that momentum, they've got the legs on them against slightly more well-matched team. I'm sure they're going to be doing great, but Eagles are just shutting everything down.
They are. There's an extra pass that goes away to the wing.
Right. All the side of the pitch to get across. It's good to dump the ball on that far side, but they're working hard. They're up over halfway now.
Yeah, and you sort of see here that Invicta, to try and nullify this transition, are sending a few shooters up together, but they're not having a second line to come and complement that, to take the yards away. And it's just good work from London Eagles. They've got these patterns down to a fine art.
They have indeed, and they're experienced enough to spot where defensive patterns aren't showing what they should do. Just that check off and extra yards to get up to the line with another strike in hand.
Yeah, this is a nice setup here, maybe coming down for the open side. No, they send Fernit on the splitter, and Fernit...
Oh, she looked up, but then hesitated just
wanted to give that extra pass, but there's another touch in the chamber ready to go, and I will put my money on Naomi Fernit having another strike as she picks up off the back of the splitter, gets into the in-goal area, needs to find some support. Can she? She's walking the back of the in-goal area well,
Great
but the mirror's
defence.
defence by Invicta stands tall to the task.
She had so much time in the in-goal area again. Unlucky not to score on that one. Okay, moving the ball up.
Yeah.
Great defence.
I was going to say, that's such a good example of what London Eagles are doing so well at the moment. Just taking time and space away from Invicta. That's 3rd touch, and the fresh legs aren't on the field yet. And then
Totally earned that by the defensive patterns. They were relentless in that set. And they can take their time to get the fresher legs on, get the strike pod on.
Yeah, this is worrying signs here for Invicta as London Eagles get the fresh legs on and want to establish 7 tries in their camp.
On the 7, got the time.
Yeah, Pulls just working over now.
Yep.
Yeah, try time has to be. That is a wonderful score, and you could see it coming a mile off. Inez Bartolin gets over for her score, and it's textbook bit of conditioning. They condense the defence and then move it open side and just give a foot race. Yeah, lovely score.
Yep, saw the body position of that link. Inside hand was the outside hand, and cooked.
Cooked is right. And 5.5 minutes left to go, 5 tries in it. London Eagles have just been superb in their execution. Do you think that's a case of just maybe a bit more experience in this Eagles side?
Absolutely, and yeah, they're just settling into their patterns now. You can see it, they're trusting that process that we talked about at half-time.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're bearing fruit. So good to see, and ready for the next match, which will be their semi-final, I guess.
Yes, I was talking to Bibby Pools on comms earlier. I was saying, what's the expectation here for London Eagles? And it was just not feel like they've left anything out there, and they've done a really good job at doing that so far.
Yep. Sets them up beautifully. And lots of learning from Invicta. They've really, again, they've stepped up. They're getting to the strike zone.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lovely ball into the wing. And that's a great finish as well. And Invicta get their score in the second half. That is so well deserved. And picking up from half, and then
great setup.
Just throwing a nice seed into the far corner.
It was a good finish. The winger was under pressure there, but yeah, absolutely delivered.
Yeah, it's a really good finish on this near side. There's Furnett. Straightens and then evades a few.
But not panicking, getting that extra yards, set up the next strike platform.
Yeah, and then moving back over to this link punish, trying to get on the outside. Is defender offside? It is, and that extra pass just a little bit sloppy, because if that connects, that is 8 tries in favour of London Eagles. And again, they do such a good job at identifying and executing the space. It is, well, it's impressive to watch.
Yep, absolutely. They realised that link was slightly out of position again and struck, and now they get another set.
They do, and I'm moving over to Furnett on the link channel on this near side. Furnett trying to go hard at the line. Furnett accelerates, tries to give the extra pass to Bateman, but that's ball down, and they probably won't mind that all that much considering the try buffer that they've got, but doing that on first, you can't help but feel if they use all set of 6, they've got a good chance of getting over once more.
Absolutely, just avoiding that temptation to get that panic pass away, especially after the hard work you're getting up there, and now let's see if they can do that again.
Yeah, Invicta surrendering another good possession. And once again, they work it over towards Furnett in this link channel.
Same
Naomi
play.
Furnett just going hard at the line, stepping, beating. And Naomi Furnett is just toying with Invicta at the moment, puts on the dancing feet, gets over for London Eagles 8. Ben, I mean, what more is there to say about Naomi Furnett?
It's almost like she replayed that previous play in her mind and went, right, what did I do wrong? What did I need to do right? And executed perfectly. Love that.
Yeah, a player playing with a lot of confidence at the moment is Naomi Furnett. She's been, her and Bibby Poole, certainly sort of the standout players so far in this London Eagles side.
Yeah, absolutely.
And speaking of standout players, is Cara Edwards for Invicta. Similarly looking for their link punish, but not quite connecting with the hands. And 2 minutes left to go. There's a bit of a mountain to climb here for Invicta, but they won't stop going hard.
No, and taking the lessons from this match to the next one, and seeing where they go.
I mean, these are long games and still more to play here for both teams. There'll be a lot of learning and valuable learning for this Invicta side. And for London Eagles, this sets them up really nicely for the rest of the day.
Absolutely does. It's such a good game to watch.
Oh, it's a nice late pass away.
Great recovery there.
And the referees were happy that it went. So if there was maybe an extra yard of pace on offer there was another score, potentially. And I mean, 90 seconds left to go, Ben. I'm going to put it on you a little bit. In terms of London Eagles, we've spoke a lot about their individual players, but just how important is these processes that they've got to produce a performance like this?
That's the platform that you go off. You can't fault the setup that they've got. They can't fault the processes they've got. Just got to remember to get back to them.
And then for Invicta, what are the main learning that they can take from this game? And then what have they done well? Because to get 3 scores against this London Eagle side, that's nothing to be sniffed at.
Absolutely not. And I think once they get to the line, if they just establish a standard strike pattern, that will really help. So everyone that's floating on the pitch, when they're transitioning on, they know what they're going to do. So when they get to the line, they don't have to think about it.
Yeah, it's having those banker players that you can always rely on. I think for London Eagles, that's been their link punish. They've just done such a good job at isolating those links and then just causing them all sorts of havoc.
Absolutely, and I wonder whether they spotted that maybe the links were less experienced.
I think maybe the link's trying to be a bit too busy in defence and feeling like they've got to work a little bit harder, so you expose your short side, and it's a bit of a snowball effect after that.
Absolutely, and once it's horrible to see, but once you've locked in, you just keep going back to it again and again and again.
Yeah, and then you've got players like Naomi Furnett who just go and make things happen. As Eagles,
bit of magic, maybe.
Yeah, they might look to cap off this performance in emphatic fashion, and
Georgia says no.
Ball down and turnover. Well,
job done.
That is an emphatic victory here for London Eagles, 8-3 over Invicta. I think we summed it up beautifully. It's those processes for London Eagles. They're so good when they get in their groove.
Absolutely. It just feels like they trusted it at the half-time. They must have had a chat to themselves and just said, right, we'll go back to basics. And second half was so good.
Indeed. And we take a look forward now to our third game of the day, and something that I'm touting to potentially be game of the day. I just know that this game holds a little bit more weight than it would have done if it was played in round one. That is Galaxy Southwest versus London Eagles in the men's division. Ben, what's your opinions on that game?
Seeing so much experience, especially for that, having played the Galaxy Southwest last time round. It was a pleasure to play, even though they absolutely hammered us. It was a pleasure to watch. So I am pinning my hopes on this being the game of the day. I can't wait to watch it, if I'm allowed to watch it. Yes, my players aren't warming up. So yep, that's fine by me.
How good. I agree. This is probably going to be game of the day, and one that I am thoroughly looking forward to. And that'll be with you in 10 minutes time. But for now, we leave you with the highlights where London Eagles finished 8-3 over Invicta.
It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
Start for the North East Mixed Open. We got scored on off the first tap, which I think probably did us the world of good because we woke up a little bit after that. So good win. Did what we needed to do, did what we were aiming to do at the start of the game. But I think this game's going to be a little bit different, possibly a little bit different pace. This team, I think, are going to threaten us on the line up the middle, maybe. So yeah, looking forward to it and seeing how we'll get on. Our youngest's 15, female player, and our oldest is about 26, 27, I think. Yeah, I think what we've got is we've got a team of players who've got some really good skill, and they can read defences, they can play heads up, they've got good skill, they've got good pace. So attacking wise, I'm just going to let that flow from them because from the first game, that's what they showed me. But what we really need to do is we need to nail our midfield defence.
Any thoughts, Nathaniel?
I'm just happy to be here, you know. It's going to be a good game, isn't it?
I like any scoop. Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. Cool.
Just go down, get the ball down, chop a hole.
Platform's a scoop.
Yep. Nice. Heads and tails.
Yep. Keep on going forward, team. Win. Go.
Yeah, oh! Yes! Beautiful ball! What a ball! When we're doing our midfield D, our transition D, they're beating us a few times on our far side. So they're getting round our far side male link. So it's just, we need to compress a little bit closer over that side. Good work. What a ball. Who gave that? You? I go back to the same messaging as the game before. You clearly can see what you need to do in attack. That last being aware, the awareness of the time on the clock, the awareness of taking it away from our box, the awareness of finding the space and using your pace to go down that edge. Yes! Yes, Matt! Let's finish this set! Finish it! Finish it! Ah! Really well played. Really well played.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, Lucy.
Great game, Milo.
Thank you.
Yeah, you absolutely, you just read it so well.
We just need to play with some intent.
Mm. James, massive defensive shift from you and Cash in that last one. Cheers, well played, well played. Well played, guys. Hey, all right? Well played. Take a big deep breath, Raiders. Everybody in? I usually stretch now, Chris, rather than talk. I stretch then talk, or do you want me to talk and then stretch?
Either whatever feels good to you.
Oh. Well, what I need to say to you is I just need a few minutes to gather my thoughts. If you were watching that game as a neutral, that was such an exciting game of touch. And it was just neck and neck all the way through. Yeah, I just need a few moments to gather my thoughts, see what we're going to do, taking it into the next game, into the Northwest game. So let's have a little stretch.
You just got to go into it. Like, you don't know whether it's going to be a success, you don't know whether it's not, but you just got to hope that it will. And if you have that desire, it really will work. And that's what happened with us. You know, we started off just as a group of friends wanting to kick a ball about, not even proper touch rugby. And then we had one pioneer who came in and just taught everyone how to do it. And you know, that drive was there already from that like friendship group, and we just brought it up here.
People love the fact that it's inclusive sport and it's a mixed sport. I think that's quite rare. So people say that like the vibes of touch is always just really good. Everyone's really friendly. That's probably the main selling point, and then they learn to actually enjoy the sport after that, I think.
The key is to advertise. I think get your name out there. Touch, at least in Southampton, isn't very well known compared to rugby. So I think really getting your name out there, getting your uni to promote you as well, and really get in the socials and just spread the word. I think probably the biggest thing.
Have you had that kind of support from your AE?
We have in some ways, but I think I've always wanted a bit more like screen time, I guess, more like story posts, more Instagrams, more flyers, things like that. But I think we've got that at the moment, so I think that might help us in the future.
Keep going, most importantly, but also reach out to those rugby players. You know, contact sports are more and more becoming a thing of the past, and touch offering a fast, flowing and non-contact version of the sport really is a really good opportunity to get involved and keep playing rugby even after injury, or you know, just not wanting to hurt on a Sunday.
I would say start small. because I don't think our club would have grown to the extent that it has if we hadn't got a really good core group who were dedicated, willing to train, willing to turn up when there weren't that many people. And then from that, it's a slow growing process, but you get more people coming along, the quality improves over time. I'd say don't be disheartened if at the start the touch maybe isn't that high quality or you're lacking numbers a little bit. Stick with it because people will come and people love the game. And it's one of the only mixed sports at Bucks. And so you will get numbers, you just need to stick with it.
There's not a lot I'm going to say right now. I just want everybody in the next 40 minutes or whatever to just stay quite close to each other, get some connection, feel the vibes. No longer wet, the floor is no longer.
So welcome, and the hooter gets us underway in our first men's game. It is London Eagles versus Galaxy Southwest, a game that holds a fair bit of weight to it as we see Harrison Cross and Barron operate in the middle, then Coombs. And this is dangerous already as we see some of England's best touch players go tooth and nail at each other for the next 40 minutes. Barron picking, dropping a lovely disguised ball off. It is a stunning opener here. And I'm once again joined by Bibby Pulls in a game that starts so fast I can't introduce her. But Barron flexing his muscles early, picking a lovely line. And that was Penicid getting over for the opener. Bibby, how good?
No, it's going to be a really good game. I'm really, really excited to watch this game.
Yeah, this is going to be tasty as Henderson sets a platform for Trays. Baldock in motion. Trays drips to the link, but Cole Graham is denied by Penicid. Milo Robinson in an acting half, feeding back into Baldock. Baldock over to Trays. Trays to Henderson, moving the point of attack well. Trays picks, drops another good ball off into link, but it's score one in both attack and defence for London Eagles.
Yeah, the ball movement's looking great. They're managing to shift this defence around and making good work of the ball.
Yeah, Aldous setting pace in the midfield. There is Aldous taking off the coach's cap and putting on the playing one. There's Penicid. Comes flooding onto the field. Is the supporting cast setting a good platform now as Russell Reid tries to create something from nothing, tries to go through a gap, but Baldock does a good job at crowding it out. And Galaxy Southwest on that occasion have the answers in defence. Now Trays and Baldock working with Graham, trying to get off the field efficiently. Trays soft shoulders into the roll ball. There's Emilio Grattarola now flying onto the field with a supporting cast. Great platform here for the scoop. Left foot step, tries to get on the outside of Barron. Barron though stays wise to it. Extra pass grows. Grattarola with a grab off his feet and then stepping away from Russell Reid for just a moment before the final touch comes in, and the opening few minutes of this game have been breathless. Penicid. They're moving the ball open side again. There was 35 Quinton Tyra, the 16-year-old in this London Eagles side, one to keep an eye out for the future and for the now. There's Coombs setting a platform here. Barron picking. Barron looking to go long, rips in a ball into the far end. Not quite connecting on that occasion. And definitely a player to keep an eye out for is London Eagles' James Barron. I mean, Bibby, we've spoken all morning about transition. What more could you ask for right now?
Nah, it's honestly, the pace of this game is something different. It's so phenomenal to watch. The pace and the hands and just the minds behind the game is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and is this familiar Southwest pod? Rory Grant, Anush Analanko for Lawton Davies. Lawton Davies, though, mistiming his run. Lawton Davies to Alanko. Alanko tries to get around Harrison Cross. Drops a late switch off back over to Grant. Lawton Davies tries to get the extra pass away, but Barron stays good in the passing lanes. I mean, that's a pod that I had the pleasure of calling at Nationals, coming here and flexing their muscles here at the club competition. That's a pod that's got a little bit of everything, right?
Yeah, I think they've been working together for a while. Obviously, some of them have been playing together, so they know each other very well. They've got a lot of Bath and Exeter in there. And I think just having the ability to be able to play together and know each other is so helpful in the game.
Yeah, Aldous now coming over towards Pennicid. Aldous checking away late. Scooping platform, picking, going. But again, it's really good defence here from Galaxy Southwest. We started with an opening score, and since then it's been deadlock, and there's a penalty for foot in the ruck. And the extra 10 metres on offer. I suppose an opportunity for us to take our breath for just a moment. This game has been played at a furious pace as Milo Robinson just held up a little bit in the ruck, and there's Henderson with a swipe touch. Trays, Graham in an acting half, not anymore, comes over towards Baldock. Tag gets involved, coming off of his wing, now moving back over towards Morgan Tag. The ball on the floor is a little bit too long. Trays looking to set a platform. Trays gets in, but there's an offside penalty. And this is a pod that can do damage. Trays wearing 6, Baldock in 7, Cole Graham in 20, Josh Henderson in 24. Graham comes over towards Henderson. Henderson platforming, Baldock in motion, Baldock diving, Baldock scoring. That is a stunning set-piece move by the familiar pairing. This time it's Baldock who gets over, but the damage was done by Henderson and Graham. And we get parity on the score sheet. Bibby, how do you stop it?
You don't. You don't. You absolutely don't. I've played with a lot of these guys at Bucks for Exeter University. Yes, we did win it. But they are so dangerous, especially when they get down low on the floor and they just run hard at you. You just can't stop it.
There's Coombs, Pennicid now on the splitter. Pennicid with a left to right dart into the wing, and then feeding back away to Barron, but that ball just drifting forward. Tap penalty. And Harrison Cross is got furious foot speed into the roll ball, and then a no-touch turnover, and a moment to forget there for Connaughton in transition. A very rare mistake there from Connaughton. There's Cross and Coombs. Pennicid on the splitter. Pennicid stepping, opting to keep the ball in hand for just a moment. And Cross switching out with Barron. Barron to Coombs. Coombs setting a platform here for a 32 long. Barron, right foot step. Barron trying to get in between Lawton Davies and Anushan Alanko. But that's a middle pairing that know each other inside and out. Coombs setting platform. Pennicid picking, dropping a late pass off to Harrison Cross. On that occasion, the ball to the wing was potentially the right option to pick. Sam Clacker found himself in a fair bit of space, not taken. And this is one of those games that I am so grateful it's 40 minutes. Grattarola, Connaughton. There's a really good bit of footwork on display, but Will Coombs unceremoniously shuts down that striking platform for Galaxy Southwest. Cross trying to get around the outside. Coombs to Barron, Barron to Pennicid, getting around these shooters well. And here is another Pennicid, comes flying onto the field. Check back is on. Pennicid feeding away to Quinton Tyra. Russell Reid now. And a good platform on display. Russell Reid has to work hard to get the ball off the ground, and then there's a foot race to the line. And is that ball down? It isn't. It's a stunning last gasp touch from Alex Brownfield.
Yeah, he's really gotten into his own. He plays touch at Exeter as well. He's in the 2s there, but since he's been playing club touch here, he's really gotten a lot better.
Yeah, late pass away there from Henderson to Milo Robinson. And there's Cole Graham bouncing away from the middle press. Louis Trays with a bit of footwork. Late pass over to Cole Graham. Russell Reid with a diving touch. Henderson skates through. Russell Reid didn't make the touch, but Sam Clacker did to save his blushes. Although it's been given play on. The referees have a bit of a conversation to be had because Russell Reid didn't make the touch. Sam Clacker's saying that he did. And the game just sort of comes to a grinding halt for just a moment. Henderson reacting to the play on call. Clacker feels hard done by. But Galaxy Southwest established themselves a lead. And a bit of a weird score there on pitch 1 here.
Yeah, I think that was a bit harsh. I think Clacker made the touch on Henderson, but no referee saw it, so they just went with the play on call, which I guess up to the referee's discretion at the end of the day.
Yeah, now Aldous feeding away, doing good work in the midfield. There's with Dyer, Aldous, Dyer, Barron, picking, stepping, trying to drop a late pass off, but Rory Grant, and now we're off to the races, and Rory Grant is no slouch, but James Barron eats up the space, and then Lawton Davies follows in suit. Extra pass goes to the wing. Milo Robinson has a bit of finishing to do, sets the platform instead. That's touch 0 on the 7-metre line for London Eagles. Anushan Alanko moving over towards Conahan. London Eagles have got to advance. They are not, and that is a penalty as easy as you like there for the referees. Mark Aldous not moving forward at all. And now the fresh legs come onto the field. Brownfield wearing 60 and Baldock in 7. There's Alanko. And working with Conahan over on that far side. Tag comes into play at half. Alanko feeding over to Brownfield. Brownfield to Baldock. Baldock link quickie, but that is a messy roll ball on that occasion. And London Eagles, well, they escaped one there because that was premier position.
Yeah, I think Southwest Galaxy have figured out that Barron's dropping that late ball, that sinker in, and Rory Grant just snatched it, and then luckily they got away with one there.
Coombs sets good platform there on 5th. Pennicid stepping, dropping a late pass off to Harrison Cross, but Cross couldn't take it with him, and the quick turnover allows Baldock to set pace on this transition. Big touch comes in from Sam Clacker. Brownfield cannons through the roll ball. Robinson has a bit of work to do in at acting half, does so expertly. Grattarola, swipe touch, and now here comes the dangerous trio. Trey's in at acting half. Trey's stepping, late pass away to Graham. Henderson can't quite get that ball in hand cleanly, and the extra pass tried to go to Morgan Tagg. Trey's is appealing for 6 more and gets the fresh set of 6.
Yeah, good honesty there from Eagles. I think they got in there. Ref didn't see it, but Eagles let them know.
Trey's getting on Coombs. Louis Trey's back over towards Cole Graham, playing the phase play. Henderson just steadies the ship for a moment, pulling this defence out. Wants Pennicid to get up. Pennicid absolutely bulldozes through Josh Henderson in that roll ball. He knew that it was danger signs. Had to work hard to disrupt that, but there's another penalty. Link punish. Stepping open side now. Trey's with a good bit of footwork, tried to drop a late pass off to Cole Graham, and maybe one of the very few occasions that Trey's and Graham not quite singing from the same hymn sheet.
Yeah, I think he might have wanted a little bit too much there.
His cross. Great work in transition as always from Harrison Cross. Pennicid shows the dummy. Tag buys it, and now here comes Quinton Tyra, who plays with unbridled confidence for someone so young. Russell Reid platforming here for Barron. Barron ripping a late pass there to Tyra. Quinton Tyra with the late switch, tries to give, it's away. Referees were happy. Again, good turnover. And both attacks nullifying each other on this occasion. There's a dart over to Milo Robinson, who tries to take on Sam Clacker. Trey's with soft shoulders through the roll ball. It's a stunning platform here. Conahan following in suit. Familiar latching job there for Conahan as Grant platforms in here for Lawton Davies. Lawton Davies fizzes a late pass there to Conahan, and again on that occasion not quite connecting, letting London Eagles off the hook. And this game is a case of blink and you'll miss it. We're already 13 minutes in.
Yeah, I think the idea is there. I think it's just the execution. That's it.
Yeah, late touch made there on Russell Reid. Anushan Alanko trying to get an off the mark penalty, nothing doing. Quinton Tyra plays the extra pass back into Tyra. Tyra with a good roll ball platform. And the Eagles now come flooding onto the field. Late switch here into Aldous. Aldous platforming for Pennicid. Pennicid stepping, ripping a nice late pass off his left. It was brother to brother and almost connected to Clacker on this near side. And this has the feel of it. Both teams that they're not hiding anything, are they? They are throwing everything at each other.
They've got nothing to lose. Well, they have the final to lose. But
I think for a lot of these players, this will feel like the final. As Grattarola setting platform, Robinson in acting half, Brownfield platforming. There's a good left foot step on offer, but Aldous with a nice flick touch on Oscar Healy. And now the away set here for London Eagles. Pennicid coming over towards Clacker. Clacker back into Aldous. Aldous looking to potentially skip away, and there's a bit of a stumble. Emilio Grattarola stood in the midfield shouting, "Get up." Nothing doing, no hard touch coming. Aldous trying to buy one, not taken by the refs. There's great foot speed into the midfield. Half is isolated. Clacker and Coombs didn't know who wanted to come and take it. There is Will Coombs. Muscular touch coming in from Brownfield. And then a wobbly long ball goes out on that occasion from Don Brook. And I can't believe that we're only 3 scores in this game. It feels like both of these sides have had something to say to each other. And the defence is doing just enough of a job. As Grattarola once again platforming. Henderson with the latch. Here's Graham setting 5th there for Trace. Trace does a really good job to pick it up. Flick touch. Or flick pass out the back. Not quite connecting. And almost the case there of the platform being set too quickly. It didn't really give Trace a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, I think he ran into it just that little bit too quickly, I think.
Yeah, Coombs getting up over halfway. Pennicid just eats up the yards in front of him, and now this is danger. Nice late check away. Tyra in at link. Russell Reid stepping, doesn't want to use him, and Graham with a dominant touch to nullify that attack. And at the moment, we're seeing transition strike. Is it a case of both defences are just doing enough to take the time away from each other, or is there another gear to go in attack, Vivi?
Well, I think it's always a question of, is their defence good enough, or is the attack just not good enough? I think the defence is doing just enough, but I think there's definitely another gear in both attacks, really. I think there's that 1% that they're just not executing.
As we see Eagles and Russell Reid trying to get over, not quite on that occasion. But they'll get more touches to play with. There's a few left in the chamber. Tyra to Reid, just steadying the ship once both middles up. There's Gillespie. Pennicid not taking it. Pennicid launches one into the in-goal area, and it would be all good if not for, well, I was going to say that forward pass, because this near side referee looked like he had something to say, but Pennicid does connect with Clacker and does bring parity to the score sheet. This is one to see on the replay. Galaxy coming back to this familiar sweeper setup. Long ball goes to Robinson. Was that ball down? I think it's going to be given ball down and try time. It is indeed. Milo Robinson finishes in the corner. And both teams benefiting off the long ball. This is one just to keep an eye on here as the sweeper play comes round just off your screen. And Lawton Davies floats one into an area, and that is as close a call as you could possibly ask for. Up to referee's discretion. Robinson's happy. Galaxy Southwest re-establish a lead. 2.5 minutes left to go until half-time. There's Cross. Dummies to Coombs. Barron now in motion. Barron stepping, but there's a ball down turnover. And Bibby, we had a frantic minute of 2 tries that maybe on another day don't get given, but 3 tries to 2 going into half-time. Does that feel pretty fair for you?
Yeah, I think so. I think both have had their opportunities and both have just missed out on that extra level of execution that could have given them that score. But I think at the minute it's very even. I think maybe Galaxy have a bit better in their basics, but I think overall it's pretty even.
Yeah, Henderson has a lot of Morgan tag there and does well. There's Trays, late pass here to Baldock. Baldock stepping a couple times trying to get away from Pennicid, but Pennicid stays steady in his defence. Coombs back to Pennicid, now to Clacker, back to Pennicid. Nice interplay to get some extra yards, and there's Will Coombs. He tries to take on Cole Graham, but Graham is able to hold him up into the touch. Harrison Cross feeds over towards Bendel. Now is Gillespie platforming. Pennicid now on 5th, coming over towards the short side, trying to bounce around Josh Henderson, but he's got those go-go gadget arms. A telescopic reach there on offer from Josh Henderson. And that subset doesn't really come to anything. And Trays. Henderson. Robinson and Conahan. And there's Grant, just flies through the platform and then coming back over to the open side. Alanko tries to give the extra pass, but it's picked off by Penicid. And we saw that in the men's open final at Nationals. That combination of Grant, Alanko and Lawton Davies, they've just not quite clicked together like we saw them do a few weeks ago.
No, I think, it's wet out there, it's cold. I think people are tired, but I'm sure they'll get into it.
Yeah, Barron tries to float a late pass over towards Aldous. Aldous with the flick pass. Not taken, and the referees give the forward pass off the back of it. So Rory Grant will have tap penalty ball. Conahan coming over towards Robinson. There's Alanko as the hooter goes and brings us to half time. And a game that promised everything has delivered so far. And it maybe is a case of two defences doing the damage at the moment.
Yeah, I think definitely. I think they just need to switch it up a little bit in attack, and I think we'll see a little bit more touch.
I agree. I think there's definitely scores left out there. The rain is probably playing its part, but as it stands at half-time, Galaxy Southwest with a narrow lead, 3-2 over London Eagles, and the second half will be with you in about 5 minutes, where we'll see if London Eagles can go one better than their first half performance.
Officials. This is your 2-minute warning. Officials, 2-minute warning. This is your 1 minute round of the session on the board. Ladies and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play.
So the hooter is about to get us underway in the second half. Galaxy Southwest take a 1-try lead, and they've got this dangerous pod on the field now with Trays, Graham, Baldock and Henderson. There is Henderson back into Louis Trays. Trays just playing Matador with Russell Reid. Trays coming over into the link platform. Penicid though shuts down the threat for now. Baldock setting a sweeper platform. Henderson looking to go long, and that'll be given 6 more. Graham was lurking in a dangerous area. It was good defensive work in the midfield to nullify the threat on that occasion by Dom Brook as they come over into the link platform. There is Henderson, and that is a familiar battle of Henderson v Brook, one that's gone a fair few years in the England touch circuit. As Graham feeds over towards Trays. Trays open side quickie. Graham picks against the grain, drops a late pass off into Josh Henderson, but again Dom Brook stays valiant in defence. There's Robinson, Graham, Baldock coming down for Trays. Trays picking, Trays dropping a late pass off into Cole Graham. And it's well defended by London Eagles, who survived the first onslaught from Galaxy Southwest. With Tyra, gets up over halfway. Coombs setting a great 5th platform here for Penicid. Penicid trying to get around the short side and drop a late switch off, but can't quite connect with Will Coombs on this occasion. And Galaxy Southwest with a good platform here to get their subsets rolling. Tag has a good bit of work to do here in an acting half. Grattarola escapes Coombs for just a moment, and Tag has to go searching for that ball. Healy checks over to Brownfield, and that'll be a hard touch given, knocking the ball out. Easy call there for the referee. And this is Welsh pod through and through. Brownfield, Grattarola, Healy in motion. Grattarola picking. Just recycling for just a moment. Grattarola, open side quickie, gets the ball back. Grattarola stepping. Oh, Emilio Grattarola had the try line at his mercy and couldn't quite keep the ball in grasp. On a dry day, it probably goes, but it's wet and miserable, and that one just slips away from Emilio Grattarola.
Yeah, I think Jack was ready to give that. He was ready to blow his whistle, and then he dropped it, so that's unlucky.
Yeah, it's so good. And a player who I've had the pleasure of calling for a fair few years now. My first real look at Emilio Grattarola was in the Welsh Mix Open side at the Touch World Cup. A phenomenal player, and really flexing his muscles here as Barron picking, right foot step, beats 2 men, all ends up. James Barron accelerates through the gap, but a diving touch that comes in from Healy saves Galaxy Southwest blushes.
That was Alex Brownfield.
Oh, thank you very much.
They look alike, it's okay.
They do, and I didn't have the benefit of a number there, so I took a 50-50 and came off worse. The next 50-50 will go in my favour. As Grattarola sets good pace on the transition. Conahan tagging and acting half. Here's Alanko. Lawton Davies in a half. There is Lawton Davies. Phase play out to Grant. Grant with the right footstep tries to get away from Barron, but that is easier said than done. And James Barron makes a really good touch on Rory Grant. And that's a battle we saw in the first half where they almost went full length. And so far, well, it's 2-0 James Barron in the pace department.
Yeah, he's quick. He's really quick.
Yeah, I play with him at Horsham, and whenever he steps onto the field, it hurts. Eagles and Aldous setting good platform, strong touch, but then carrying a little bit too far through the roll ball. Jack's not happy, turnover, and then potentially an extra 10 on offer. At least that's what Galaxy Southwest were appealing for. And the depth that Galaxy Southwest run with is so potent as Conahan checking over towards Morgan Tagg. Tagg does a good job at not getting the no-touch call. Lawton Davies gets onto Quinton Tyra as Trays and Graham with an extra touch in the chamber now. Cole Graham feeding over to Baldock. Trays in motion. Baldock accelerates away. Baldock tries to beat Quinton Tyra and does. And Baldock stands up to be accounted for in this Galaxy Southwest side. Recognises that the defence was dropping early. Doesn't take the touch and then just kicks into 5th gear. Beats a man to the line. Baldock has a brace. Bibby. I mean, in that pod, it's hard to stand out. And Sam Baldock's doing a good job.
Yeah, I think Eagles know that the threat is obviously Cole and Louis, and so Sam has that little bit of like free play that he can work with, but it's also then being able to see that space and use it and score the try.
Oh, Barron tries to dive at the line, but that combination of Brownfield and Healy do enough to see him away on this occasion. As Cross coming over towards Coombs. Coombs platforming for Pennicid. Pennicid might just want to go long. Pennicid does. Clacker's got a bit of work to do. And unfortunately that one goes forward because that was a money ball from Pennicid.
Yeah, and a great catch there by Clacker as well.
Tagg. He's been asked to do a lot of work here in transition as Morgan Tagg, and he stood up to it well. Late pass goes away to Brownfield from Grattarola. And now Lawton Davies accelerates, gets onto Barron and eats up the yards in front of him. Lawton Davies checks away to Alanko. Alanko gets swiped at from Coombs. Alanko to Grant. Grant platforming. Lawton Davies in motion. Alanko coming over towards the short side. Switch on to Morgan Tagg, and Tagg finishes. And Morgan Tagg gets his score. Manufactured by Anushan Alanko, finished by Morgan Tagg. Bibby, this is gorgeous.
Yeah, I think Eagles might be getting a little bit lazy, but I also saw Grant kind of stepping in front of one of the Eagles players, so...
Yeah, it's a good bit of game awareness, right?
Yeah.
The touch dark arts. You've got to use them. And now London Eagles have a bit of work to do. They find themselves 3 tries down now, 2 unanswered scores in this second half in favour of Galaxy Southwest, who have certainly found that extra gear that we were talking about in their attack. Russell Reid platforming, Aldous picking, coming over towards Pennicid. Pennicid has to retreat, and that's 5th touch, and it's a little bit stop-start at the moment, and Aldous looks to escape his way into the in-goal area, but it's crowded out efficiently by Southwest. And try scorer Tagg has to cannon through the roll ball. Morgan Tagg's not happy. The referees are, though. There's a loss of control penalty, and now Pennicid working his way over to Harry Wilkinson. And now stepping away. Pennicid does a really good job at just buying time for his supporting cast to meet him there. And now this is a dangerous pod. Coombs, Cross. Moving away from Cross now. Cross in motion. Pennicid. I think it was Tom wanting to go towards Max, but well crowded out by Brownfield and Healy. Pennicid, open side, dummies, and Coombs gets a good pass away whilst falling to the floor. And this London Eagles attack, it's just not quite clicking into gear at the moment.
No, I think Galaxy have switched it up, but I think Eagles are just lacking that little bit of go forward in the momentum and just the go down, do something. I think there's a little bit of like stop-start on the line and hesitation, and I think that's what's stopping them from being able to score those tries they did in the first half.
I think you are absolutely spot on. And the game just comes to a bit of a grinding halt. There's a big discussion here. Alanko platforming here. Grant dropping a late pass off to Alanko, and that is stunning, matched only by the defensive work of Will Coombs. And we were discussing earlier about those players that we love to see. It's those stubborn defensive players, and Will Coombs well, that's just as good as a score.
Well, yeah, definitely. I think it's the ability to not get lazy and to continue and keep going and make the touch that can stop a try.
Oh, if there's one adjective you don't use for Will Coombs, it's lazy. That's for certain. Stunning player with amazing work rate as Barron tries to go on the 32 platform. He loves that 32 scoop, just didn't quite take the ball with him on that occasion, and then puts in a big nudge in retaliation. Grant cannons up the box side, tagging and acting half. Anushan Alanko accelerates away from one, and then a couple more. Alanko, well, he's finding his feet in this game now, and that is a dangerous thing for London Eagles. As Cole Graham works over towards the open side, feeds back in towards Louis Trays. Trays for Baldock. There is Louis Trays. What can he conjure? Trays, open side quickie. Step back, drops a late pass off. It's picked off on this occasion by Dom Brook. They're coming back to that sinker into the link channel, but Dom Brook stands up to it.
Yeah, I think he's high up off the line, and as a defensive player, especially on the open side, that's so important, is to be able to force them to go long or take the intercept like he did.
Yeah, Quinton Tyra with amazing foot speed into the roll ball, eats up the yards in front of him. Aldous feeding away, and now Pennicid and acting half. Pennicid scooping, Pennicid ripping a left to right dart into the corner. There's a bit of a heavy contact over on the far side between Robinson and Wilkinson, but they'll come back for an offside penalty in the midfield. You see it here on the replay. I mean, this is Tom Pennicid to a T, right? Picking up left to right long ball. It's dangerous. And Milo Robinson had to eat up so much ground to make the touch, and does a good job to do so. As we come back to the play, and Louis Trays has a dabble at the ball, gives away the 6 more. Is Aldous. Cross. Pennicid in motion. There is Pennicid. Right foot step to get away from Louis Trays. Did Pennicid get over? He didn't. A touch comes in from Trays. Tyra getting in on the link. Aldous picking. Aldous trying to rip a late pass off and almost connecting with one of Quinton Tyra or Harrison Cross. But the referees have spotted something that they're not happy with, so Eagles will get another set of 6, and you've got to feel like they need to take this opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was the right option to pick up there from Mark, and I think the balls could have connected, but I think they've got another set of 6. Kind of means they got to take it here.
Yeah, split of play here for Pennicid. Pennicid, late pass off to Coombs, and Henderson makes a good touch, gives Coombs a taste of his own medicine in defence. Pennicid now. Back over towards Coombs. Max Pennicid stepping away from the touch, trying to get the dropping early penalty, nothing doing. Now coming back over to this doggies platform. There's a really good touch in there from Josh Henderson, who gets the defensive shutout. And you can hear the noise from this Galaxy Southwest sub-box. They celebrate that just as much as a score, and over you can contrast that with the London Eagles sub-box. It looks a bit subdued at the moment.
Yeah, I think they're getting a bit frustrated on and off the pitch, and you can definitely see the difference between the two boxes. They're smiling down here, and they look a little bit frowny over on the other side, but
Brownfield eats up some extra yards. There's Grattarola. Healy tries to escape Pennicid. Isn't able to do so. Grattarola. What can he conjure? Diving into his box of tricks potentially. Grattarola now in an acting half. Feeds away to Healy. Healy sniped at with purpose by Tom Pennicid.
yeah, I think the Eagles need more of that. They need a little bit more of people doing work and bringing up that vibe, really.
Well, for me, it was that defensive work of Harrison Cross and Will Coombs a few sets ago. It's injected a bit of purpose and a bit of desire into this London Eagles side. They just need to find that same desire and purpose in attack as Gillespie in an acting half, picking away, now coming over, ripping into the far corner. That one just drifts forward. And for me, that they're picking really good options, the London Eagles, right? They've identified that Clacker over in this near side has the space to work with, that the passes aren't as accurate as we're used to seeing. Do you reckon the conditions are playing a part there?
Yes and no. I think it's dried up a little bit. I think, yes, it might be windy, but I think it's still a matter of just trying to execute it a little bit better.
Oh, Russell Reid had his hand in the cookie jar for just a moment and almost came out with a reward. And Grassarola with a bit of a giggle as he comes off into the sub box. He knows he maybe got away with one there. There's Grant, puts the hammer down, and Rory Grant might just want to go all the way around the outside himself. Not taken on that occasion. Here is Grant once more, coming back over into the infield. Grant toying with Gillespie, setting a few dummies. There's a hat-trick of dummies, and then Brook takes his hat away for good measure and throws it into the in-goal area. Alanko, though, accelerates. Alanko feeds to Robinson. Robinson stepping. Good touch comes in, and that feels like tempting fate. Putting Grant's hat in the in-goal area, saying go and get that. It might give him the extra bit of impetus that he needs to go and get a score here. Here is Grant feeding away to Alanko. Alanko wants to get on Dom Brook. Brook with a good body position. Now Alanko coming back into the middle. Lawton Davies ripping to the wing, but it's picked off on the far side. And again, the defensive work of London Eagles doing just enough at the moment.
Yeah, I think you could see G was up off the line again, managed to pick that one off and stop that try from happening again.
It's Pennicid. Straightens and carries, but it's really good line speed. Spearheaded by Rory Grant. Aldous feeding away to Pennicid. There's Max down for Tom. Pennicid picking. Looking to drop a late ball off. The phase play is good. And then Anushan Alanko comes from the blind side of Tom Pennicid to make a touch. But offside penalty given. Fresh set of 6. 5 minutes left to go. 3 tries the difference. Eagles have got to start taking these opportunities.
Yeah, I think they've been getting a lot of sets on the line, but I think it's just that one little bit that they're lacking.
Rory Grant just having a wry smile at Mark Aldous. He knew that gap was a little bit too big for just a moment. Pennicid not quite connecting on that occasion. There's Aldous, back to Pennicid. Coming down now for Coombs. Coombs dummying. Coombs dropping a nice ball off to Max Pennicid, but again, Clacker's the option. Clacker's got space here.
Yeah, I think they have the right idea, definitely. I think they just picked that one wrong option. It needs to go either one further or one less every time.
Agreed. There's Pennicid. Trying to get away from one. Pennicid down for Coombs. Pennicid, late pass. Pennicid with another one, trying to connect with Clacker. And the Pennicids have got to go really deep into their box of tricks to try and unlock this defence at the moment.
Yeah, I think Clacker could have done with a little bit more depth, but it also wasn't the most sympathetic tap-on.
It wasn't, but I suppose it's a symptom of good defence, right? This attack is trying to do so much to unlock what is probably the most stubborn defence we've seen so far. And there is 3.5 minutes left to go now. And this Galaxy Southwest sub-box, it looks a bit jovial at the moment. They're all laughing, giggling, they're having a good time. Pennicid, though, wants to spoil the party. Pennicid almost goes through a gap, explodes off that right foot. Nothing doing right now. Bendel in at far link. Keep an eye out for his right to left long ball. If anyone can find Clacker, it's Bendel. Barron even. There's James Barron. Pennicid, late pass off to Barron. Just has to surrender the touch.
He was looking for the phase play there.
He was. I want to see James Barron on this 32 platform that he loves so much. As Aldous picks, drops a late pass off, tap on. Again, the London Eagles, they've been left to feed off scraps at the moment. They're not quite imposing their will as we know that they can do.
Yeah, they're creating opportunities, they're creating holes and gaps, but it's just not clicking at the minute.
And probably playing against the best club side at the moment in the country, Galaxy Southwest. They have skills that complement each other beautifully as Brownfield picks, right foot step, left foot step, late pass over. Asking a lot of the far link. Not quite connecting on that occasion. That was Thomas Bloom over on the far side. 2 minutes left to go in this game. It feels like the result is slowly running away from London Eagles. And Pennicid trying to buy some extra yards. Brook feeding away to Russell Reid. Reid dummies. Reid accelerates, trying to get around Grassarola. Does. Late pass away. Can they go and execute over on the far side? Russell Reid, though, has to come back and take the touch. Referee had his whistle in the mouth for just a moment. Maybe wanted to give the hard touch. And Russell Reid skates through and is denied at the last moment by Milo Robinson. There is Reid. Pennicid. Late check away. Pennicid now in an acting half. Link punish. Extra pass needed to go, but Morgan tag with a stunning defensive intervention.
Yeah, I think the difference between Galaxy and Eagles is that Galaxy are working together as a team in defence and in attack.
Indeed, Pennicid trying to make something happen. I completely agree with your observation. I'd just love to see a little bit more width and depth on offer here for Eagles as Russell Reid gets the ball back from Pennicid. Russell Reid tries to beat Brownfield, but Alex Brownfield making a really good touch. And how good has this pod been for Galaxy Southwest, by the way? On both sides of the ball, Brownfield, Healy, Grattarola, Bloom. Wonderful pod. As Pennicid tries to do something to get around them, and Pennicid with a stunning bit of footwork, and it might have taken the full set of 6 to do so. But this is magic stuff from Pennicid. The dancing feet that wouldn't look out of place at Strictly Come Dancing. That is gorgeous from Pennicid.
Yeah, I think they finally managed to find that gap, a little bit of a split between the two middles, which they created, but...
And Alanko, enjoying himself, takes the final touch to bring us to the end of this game, and what has been a club classic played out between Galaxy Southwest and London Eagles. On this occasion, Galaxy Southwest come out the victors. London Eagles, they stayed in it in the first half, but Southwest, they just had enough in that second half, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they really switched it up there, turned it on in attack, and I think that's what's got them over the line.
Yeah, they did a really good job, and a team that probably puts the nerves into any other men's open side that you see here.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think they'll make their way up to the final, and it should be a really, really good game.
Indeed, and just to really highlight that point, some of the players that they've got playing on the wing, we are so used to seeing orchestrate line attack, line defence in the like Morgan Tag. I've made. There's no doubt Morgan Tag's one of my favourite players to watch because I love the nose of it, right? I love the touch IQ, the bitiness of it. I think it's brilliant. He was put on the wing and showed that not only can he go and flex his muscles in the middle, he then goes and delivers an amazing performance on the wing, gets his score in this far corner in the second half. And then on the other wing, Milo Robinson, one of the players of the bunch for Bath Uni a few years ago, playing in North East now. Like, how good is this talent pool at Galaxy Southwest? They've got players like that on the wing.
Yeah, no, I think it definitely shows how important it is to have multiple skills and be able to play multiple positions and help your team out in any way you can.
And they restricted London Eagles to just scraps, and that was kind of the recipe for success for Galaxy. They defended staunchly, they moved as a set of 6, and then did the damage on the other side of the ball. Well, that is it for our men's open game there. Galaxy Southwest delivering an amazing performance against, well, no slouch in terms of London Eagles. But looking ahead to our next game, we have a cup semi-final. It's Division 2 women's action. It's the London Scorpions second team versus Old Wesley, and Chris Wormuth will be with you to deliver that one, and that'll be with you in about 10 minutes time.
It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
Start for the North East Mixed Open. We got scored on off the first tap, which I think probably did us the world of good because we woke up a little bit after that. So good win. Did what we needed to do, did what we were aiming to do at the start of the game. But I think this game's going to be a little bit different, possibly a little bit different pace. This team, I think, are going to threaten us on the line up the middle, maybe. So yeah, looking forward to it and seeing how we'll get on. Our youngest's 15, female player, and our oldest is about 26, 27, I think. Yeah, I think what we've got is we've got a team of players who've got some really good skill, and they can read defences, they can play heads up, they've got good skill, they've got good pace. So attacking wise, I'm just going to let that flow from them because from the first game, that's what they showed me. But what we really need to do is we need to nail our midfield defence.
Any thoughts, Nathaniel?
I'm just happy to be here, you know.
It's going to be a good game, isn't it? I like any
scoop? Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. Cool.
Just go down, get the ball down, chop a hole.
Platform's a scoop.
Yep. Nice. Heads and tails.
Yep. Keep on going forward, team. Go.
Yeah, oh! Yes! Beautiful ball! What a ball! When we're doing our midfield D, our transition D, they're beating us a few times on our far side. So they're getting round our far side male link. So it's just, we need to compress a little bit closer over that side. Good work.
Okay.
What a ball. Who gave that? You? I go back to the same messaging as the game before. You clearly can see what you need to do in attack. That last being aware, the awareness of the time on the clock, the awareness of taking it away from our box, the awareness of finding the space and using your pace to go down that edge. Yes! Yes, Matt! Let's finish this set! Finish it! Finish it! Ah! Really well played. Really well played.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, Lucy.
Great game, Milo.
Thank you.
Yeah, you absolutely, you just read it so well.
We just need to play with some intent. It's the big deal.
James, massive defensive shift from you and
Thank you.
Cash in that last one. Cheers, well played, well played. Well played, guys. Hey, all right? Well played. Take a big deep breath, Raiders. Everybody in? I usually stretch now, Chris, rather than talk. I stretch then talk, or do you want me to talk and then stretch?
Either whatever feels good to you.
Oh.
I'll do it if I get paid for it.
Well, what I need to say to you is I just need a few minutes to gather my thoughts. If you were watching that game as a neutral, that was such an exciting game of touch. And it was just neck and neck all the way through. Yeah, I just need a few moments to gather my thoughts, see what we're going to do, taking it into the next game, into the Northwest game. So let's have a little stretch.
You just got to go into it. Like, you don't know whether it's going to be a success, you don't know whether it's not, but you just got to hope that it will. And if you have that desire, it really will work. And that's what happened with us. You know, we started off just as a group of friends wanting to kick a ball about, not even proper touch rugby. And then we had one pioneer who came in and just taught everyone how to do it. And you know, that drive was there already from that like friendship group, and we just brought it up here.
People love the fact that it's inclusive sport and it's a mixed sport. I think that's quite rare. So people say that like the vibes of touch is always just really good. Everyone's really friendly. That's probably the main selling point, and then they learn to actually enjoy the sport after that, I think.
The key is to advertise. I think get your name out there. Touch, at least in Southampton, isn't very well known compared to rugby. So I think really getting your name out there, getting your uni to promote you as well, and really get in the socials and just spread the word. I think probably the biggest thing.
Have you had that kind of support from your AE?
We have in some ways, but I think I've always wanted a bit more like screen time, I guess, more like story posts, more Instagrams, more flyers, things like that. But I think we've got that at the moment, so I think that might help us in the future.
Keep going, most importantly, but also reach out to those rugby players. You know, contact sports are more and more becoming a thing of the past, and touch offering a fast, flowing and non-contact version of the sport really is a really good opportunity to get involved and keep playing rugby even after injury, or you know, just not wanting to hurt on a Sunday.
I would say start small. because I don't think our club would have grown to the extent that it has if we hadn't got a really good core group who were dedicated, willing to train, willing to turn up when there weren't that many people. And then from that, it's a slow growing process, but you get more people coming along, the quality improves over time. I'd say don't be disheartened if at the start the touch maybe isn't that high quality or you're lacking numbers a little bit. Stick with it because people will come and people love the game. And it's one of the only mixed sports at Bucks. And so you will get numbers, you just need to stick with it.
There's not a lot I'm going to say right now. I just want everybody.
30 seconds until the first semi-final of the day here at Broad Street RFC on the east side of Coventry, east side of a chilly Coventry. We've got Old Wesley who are on the near side. They are in the white with the red hoops against London Scorpions 2. My name's Chris Wearmouth. I'm going to be here with you for the next 45 minutes or so. Sam Bulldogs here to my right, part of that Galaxy Southwest outfit that we saw beat London Eagles in the quarterfinal in the men's Division 1 just a few minutes ago. Sam, you've had a chance to have a bit of a breather and start to wind down. Just a quick reflection on that game first. How hard was it?
I think it started off pretty rough. I think both teams were just trying to complete sets, run hard, kind of win the refs over, but second half I think we got the best of it. They were looking a bit tired, but yeah, it was a good game overall.
Both of these teams now, as Wesley just go in for that dive initially. And that's the first try of the game.
Great quickie play there, I think. Or a sweeper, yeah.
Just coming in, and that's the pop pass just off to number 10. That's Maeve Brown, who opens the scoring. Leanna Priceman finds her with that pop off the floor, beating the offsides, beating the offside desperate attempted touches of the Scorps. And Wesley, the Irish team from Dublin, open the score. This is both of their second game of the day. What are you when you're going, as you say, you kind of blow the rust off a little bit, especially off the back of Nationals a couple of weeks ago. As we'll come back to that in just a second, as Scorps set up another attack to try and tie things up.
Oh.
No touch on that. This one is given, and Scorps have struck straight back to tie things up at 1-1. Just coming on that rat play from the diving Emma Barrow.
Both from sweepers there. I think it's a very popular play. It's looking good.
Size 52, sorry, that's Ruby Gribben there with the try scorer. So second game of the day, what are you then trying to do once you, now, as I say, you've blown a bit of rust off?
Obviously you're going into semi-final. Opposition would have just also come off quite a tough first game, I imagine. I think just keeping the intensity, getting the boys up for it, and then also not losing our heads. I think staying intact and relaxed as a team is very important.
So both of these teams, I don't know whether Wesley flew over this morning. We'll come back to that in just a second. Scoop play comes there, ball goes behind the supporting runner. I don't know if they flew in from Dublin this morning. We're just down the road from Birmingham. It's a really just short hop from Birmingham. It's perfect location for the Dubliners.
Yeah, it must not be much travel, but a flight, I don't think, a 3-hour drive for me was a bit too much. A flight might cross the line for me personally.
I think that they wouldn't have had that much a longer journey.
Probably not. I mean, driving up from Exeter, obviously playing in the southwest, it was a bit of a journey, leaving house at 6:30, but we're here, had a nap in the car and we're ready for it. But as we go again, ball to the, just down there. This Old Wesley's team's looking connected, looking like they've got a good platform in set.
And Wesley get a fresh set of 6 for a penalty, and we'll restart on the 7. They've looked to stretch Scorps left and right, and it's Shannon Gill takes the tap, and Wesley just take that first touch. Looking to condition the Scorps there. Second again on the 7. Pop comes straight off the floor to Gill. She dots down, but the defence was there, just got back in time.
Wing is super tight for Scorps here. I think Old Wesley are going to look to maybe use that to their advantage.
It is very blowy here today. It's going to be tough to do that. We've seen them try an attempted pass out there before that went forward, and this time they're just not quite clicking. After having scored so quickly, they just I don't know whether they're trying a little bit too much, but it's just not quite gelling for Wesley, is it?
Could be one of the too many chefs in the kitchen ruin the stew. I think maybe. I don't know. The sweeper play is simple, but it's probably one of the most effective moves in touch. I think maybe stick to what was working.
Scorpions up to halfway, but they're not going to have many touches in the Wesley half. In fact, that is fifth. Touch comes in. Good defensive set from Wesley. And they will restart with a perfect position. And over halfway, Gill there just passes out of the contact to Reza Egerter. And that comes back with a fresh set of legs on for Wesley, taking the touch in the middle. That's Omar Murphy.
Going to get a strike at the line here, I think.
Scoop play goes off to the right. It's Leanna Breisman. There with the scoop, but that's a turnover. Just when you're passing the ball left and right there in the middle, what are you trying to do?
You're trying to give time for the defenders to get up. It's a lot easier to score the more players you have up on the 7. Obviously, running back 7 metres is much harder than running back 2. So I think checking around kind of either forces a penalty or gets you a better picture on the moves you want to run.
You're trying to also just kind of pull that, because a lot of that time they're kind of going left and right around one player. You're trying to get the second player to come up, whether that's a mid or a link, just to create a bit of a overwhelming the defence, so to speak.
Yes, I mean the second player that comes up, usually there'll be that saver. So if you can get the saver to be offside, it's a much easier time to try and score than if one person's preset. But yeah, checking the ball around is one of the better skills in touch. But I think again, if you just plough in hard, catch someone offside, that works too. But this team's looking to exploit the space, which I like.
Fifth touch on Wesley. They've only got one touch to play with on the scoop. That is a late pass. In touch, you're not allowed to pass after you have been touched, and that is a penalty restart for Scorps. I thought in the first minute and a half of this game that we were going to have a shootout, and it's kind of settled down into neither team. They've almost kind of worked out what they've done, shaken the rust off again, and batten down the hatches, so to speak.
I think like both teams maybe got caught a bit off guard. Like Old Wesley scored on third, Scorps went back, scored on third, and I think now they kind of knuckled down, trying to complete sets, scoring pickups here. It just seems like it's a bit of a gritty game now.
Scorpions, whose first team includes a wealth of England internationals. We'll talk about that in just a second as that dive comes in, but no touch. 6 touch turnover, and Wesley will get a chance to get some fresh legs on. How much will these Scorpions second team players benefit from having the likes of Zan Hudson, people like that in who they're playing and training alongside?
I think massively. I think obviously having players that could probably coach themselves is so important. And like even myself, I've only been playing touch a small amount of time, but having players in the uni setup like Cole Graham, Ben Lenori, Tom Lawton-Davis, like having players like that play with you, you learn so much. And I think this Scorps 2's team seems to have a very set platform. And I doubt. Oh, there we go.
Very set platform, but all it takes is a little bit of step and a bit of pace, and there was nothing at all that Emma Barrow could do about that. It's just a little bit of broken field play there, and the pace comes in from Eileen Russell to put Wesley back in front again. It's almost like when touch has such a massive amount of structure in it, but then when that structure starts to break down, it becomes a harder game to play, harder game to defend.
Yeah, I think when structure breaks down, people can rely on athleticism, and I think the recent Aussie New Zealand game Men's Open was a great display of that, having players like Eiffel Jones just kind of only using footwork to win the game. It seemed like in those last minutes, it's just, oh, here we go, Rooster. It's a great display of how you can use that to an advantage if you have it.
You alluded to the players part of your university setup down at Exeter, internationals. Cole Graham captained Southwest Saxon's Men's Open to retaining the title last week. Everybody must be buzzing on the way up after that performance at Highfields 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I think for us especially this second year coming into it, the first year we won it, we were kind of underdogs, and that's quite a feeling we kind of like. Coming into it second year, having to try and retain the title, it was hard for us, and losing pool games to Taipans, tough game, but then bringing it back, I think it meant that bit much more to us. Obviously coming back from a loss, yeah, I mean we were buzzing afterwards, like never really felt that playing touch, so yeah, it was good.
And into a cup semi-final here this weekend. We'll have a look to see who you're playing during the half-time, because we can just have a quick look quick preview of that. But Scorps now just getting a roll on. Oh, it's just ground to a halt a little bit. Coming into the touch is Daniela Mendes, who is about to get the ball back. No, she isn't, as that play comes to the left and the touch comes in onto Ruby Gribbin. Wesley hold out. It's a nice little roll. It's a nice touch. Is just getting a nice little roll on their Scorps, but it's all to ground to just ground to a halt all that too easily.
I think they're getting the 7, which sometimes can hurt an attack, just in the fact that they sometimes pull up, try and run a live play and lose that momentum they've gained, because their first 4 touches they're getting from one line to the other and then just kind of holding out. If they just roll into it, I think they'd go straight through.
Again, that's one of those things in terms of the structure, as you say, and identifying earlier on as well how the Scorps wingers really tight coming in. Vanessa Moracini has to work really hard to get back onto that defensive spot over on that far right wing for Scorps. Wesley just start to build through the middle. Key playmaker there, Shannon Gill, gets the ball back, gets it off to first try scorer Maeve Brown, and that's a late pass again from Wesley. But again, just picking up on that in terms of, as you say, that structure in defence that we were talking about that created when there was that breakdown for Wesley to score. But again, sometimes you can have too much structure in attack.
Yeah, I think sometimes playing with flow is so important. If you run the same thing with the same read every time, it's very easy for defence to adjust, and I think that's what happened to Scorps there. Wingers and links kind of switched off, thinking they were going to run something middle-based, and the link just seemed to take off, which worked for them, and it was a great score.
Scorps keeping the play alive. Take the touch, Scoop comes in. And that's a 6-touch turnover. Gill on the defence. Lie there on the attack, and Wesley have held out again, and just again get a little bit of a roll on. Nice little swerve on the outside from Eileen Russell, just gets Wesley onto the front foot and into the Scorpions half, and she comes off and the ball goes out wide to the left.
Using the space though, I like that. I think exploiting a tight defence is probably the best way to do it here. Flying on the sub on, I like that.
It is breezy here. We haven't really got many flags out for those of you at home or on your second screens.
You could maybe see it when the rain was falling down on the camera.
I missed that. I didn't get here until about half an hour ago. It's one of the joys of being on daddy duty today is that my 3-year-old was at music school this morning, so I missed out on the first couple of games, so I missed out on the rain then.
How do you find that, balancing obviously having such a young child with all of this university and nationals and NTSs now? If it's every weekend, it's away. I think
it's, well, my wife's been working for the Inter-Service Championship, and we'll come on to that in just a second as Wesley just gets some good momentum going forward into the Scorps 7. Last touch, diving play from the 15. That's
offside,
Caitlin Gill, and they'll get a fresh set of 6. And very quickly, basically, so I've had Jack with me for a lot of tournaments this year, and the thing that I love so much is that the touch community is very welcoming to small children. Whether that's with Sonia Lamb from Galaxy, for example, when her baby was small, she'd be they would be in a little one of those pull along trolleys, and they'd take it out to the game. Park it under a table just to keep the baby out of the conditions, and go and play, and then come back again. And I'm indebted to Claire Lawson and the physio team because they put up with Jack. Well, put up with him? No, they don't put up with him. He's they like having him around. But it helps, but everybody's so welcoming and helping. And speaking of helping, that's Wesley helping himself to try number 3, just after a bit of deliberation there from the referee. Just talk us through this, Sam.
I think it's just I think it's a mid running just a mid short side quickie. I think just catching them both offside there. I think the ref said play through. Both definitely made the touch, but I just don't think they made the line.
Victoria Barrow there with the diving try. Gives Wesley a little bit of breathing space. 20-minute halves, so we're just into the second quarter of this game. And already you got a sense that Scorps are going to need to get the next try. just to stay in this a little bit, otherwise it could get...
I think that might be a try. No, I think that's down. Great little step back. County split, step back. Saver just wasn't there. It's a great try.
So that touch on the 7. So you were talking earlier on about the need for, you know, when players are up in the 7, gives you a great platform because they've got to work back, and that's exactly what happened there for Scorps. 3-2.
Got a good game on our hands here. I think it could very quickly turn back into a shootout. As I say that, running down the wing. Oh, she's been caught.
Stretching her legs is Leanna Prizeman over on that left-hand side for Wesley.
Looking to go back to this sweeper platform. Play it back to the jumper. Got a touch there.
5th touch. Looking to replicate what we just saw at the other end of the field. Just that little step off her left.
Yeah, I think they're doing a very, very good job at getting... Oh, there we go. Good touch again. I think they're doing a very good job at getting multiple players up. So I think the saver just isn't there on time, and it's no fault of the defence. You have to move up. That's just part of the game.
Yeah, you can't stay static. You have to be making a clear effort to be walking up as the defender when you're in that 7-metre line. Otherwise, everybody just stays well back because it's easier to defend. As Sam's saying,
I've been called on that a couple of times in that last game as well. As an open side link, you don't want to be getting too high. And yeah, Jack Harris let me know that very quickly.
If there is a player who is great in his comms, it is Jack Harris.
You got to love it on the pitch. It's so helpful when a ref's telling you when you're offside or onside or not moving quick enough, because if that penalty comes, you've no idea what you've done. You'll be a little bit more annoyed.
Especially when you're not the players in the middle. Because if this is your first time watching touch, and hopefully it's not, but if it is, the refs operate very much as a team. You'll have seen them rotating on themselves and off, so everybody gets time in the middle. But the comms coming in from the sideline, you get just as hoarse doing that as the players do. Just that ball hits the deck for Wesley with the try line at their mercy.
Old Wesley doing a great job at keeping Scorps in their half right now. As I say that, just a turnover, just a little error there. Yeah, Old Wesley's defence is looking pretty strong in midfield.
You see the 40-minute game, because you very rarely train at 40-minute games, and I think that you know, for Scorpions, it's just starting to fall apart a little bit. You know, you can just start to see the breakdown in comms just then, both in terms of the handling skill, which was just a little bit off, ball hits the deck, and then just no comms in the middle, and Wesley able to extend out to 2 tries again. Yeah,
it was a great try there. It was just another quickie short side. I think Scorp's been on their line for so long, you're going to get tired. I'm also looking at their box, and the sub count is very, very different. You've got 6, pretty much a full sub on, and then you've got quite a few more in this Old Wesley box, so definitely going to take a toll.
Scorpions struck back immediately after conceding before, and they're looking to do the same thing again, but defence scrambles, and that's 5th touch. All very pedestrian for Scorps at the minute. Just take the touch, turn it over. Wesley will get to restart, but all the way over that far side, they're going to have to work really hard to get fresh sets of legs on. That's 2nd touch, and they're up to their 10-metre line. So they're going to have plenty of touches inside the Scorps half. 3rd touch, and they're over halfway already. Nice little swerve from Kelsey McGrath, and they'll have a great strike attempt here on that left-hand side.
Oh, it's a great ball. Oh my God, is she in?
Lovely.
What a try.
Lovely, lovely ball there from Leanna Prizeman on the scoop, and then takes out those 2 defenders. Dare I say it, and hopefully you're not a Bristol Bears fan for what I'm about to say. That was Henry Pollock-esque.
It was indeed. It was indeed. I'm not. I'm an ex-Chiefs fan, which I don't know how much better that is. But yeah, that was a great ball over the top in this wind as well. Like you were saying, that is impressive. And the winger staying in field somehow. It looked like she was off balance for a bit, but just stayed in, put the ball down. That's a great little try off 5th touch.
Ref there, and that. Dare I say it? That was all made by that swerving play by Kelsey McGrath that bought them an extra 10 metres here on halfway.
It was a great latch on. I mean, she managed to get link and middle involved, got her 5th roll ball at like a very, very good momentum, and yeah, I would agree. getting a pick up anywhere near that 10 metre, 7 metre is a good advantage. And we're in again here, I think. Oh, just a touch. Good touch from the winger.
Scorpions hold out that time, but it's a thing where, as a coach, you'd kind of, dare I say, you don't mind conceding those tries when it's a long ball over the top in these kind of conditions, make them go around you. But Scorps are defending so tight, it's just inviting that.
Yeah, I think I've coached sometimes at uni, and I think as a coach, if someone's going to rip 4-on-3 or 5-on-4, dare I say, if you've got that in the locker, I think it's one of them ones you've just got to, shrug it off. It's just probably a great ball playing option, but anything mid-link is a little bit easier to defend, I think.
So Scorps again turn the ball over deep in their own territory, and Wesley start to build, nice and patient. Second touch, third coming up on the 7, and you can start seeing them pull out the Scorps defence, and they've got some space in that middle.
Good saving touch there from number 16, I think it was. See the numbers very well from this side.
London Scorpions 2's the 16. They don't have the 16 on there. 17. Oh, 70. Holly Waters.
Holly Waters made a great recovery touch there. It was a little trail ball, very hard to read as a middle especially, but yeah, it was a great touch.
So our last 10 seconds of the half, and just before we take our little break, I always ask this of my co-coms. One thing in attack and defence on each team, please, to watch out for in the second half.
I think this old Wesley team, I think they're just going to keep going at the short side, and we've even seen that they've got that ball playing option. Defensively, very, very strong midfield. I mean, getting turnovers within the other team's half a lot. This Scorps team, in defence, playing very tight, doing quite a good job at defending step backs and savers and trails. Need to watch that short side slightly. In attack, they've had a few good results on sweepers still. I think they can just back themselves going short side and just go direct to the line.
Well, Sam, thanks for that. It's a 5-minute half time. Old Wesley very much in control here against London Scorpions 2 in the Division 2 Cup semi-final. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
After the game, about lunchtime, so you're going to get a peckish. If you are hungry in the clubhouse, we have got the game on at the moment in this Celtic versus Hearts. You have in the clubhouse at the moment. We're in the middle following it.
Just a few seconds away from the second half here at Broad Street Rugby Club on the east side of Coventry. London Scorpions facing a mountain to climb against Old Wesley in the second half. Scorps are going to take the tap off. I'm Chris, he's Sam, and we were ruminating on your Galaxy Southwest quarter-final that we saw. We now know who your semi-final opponent is. You're going to be playing Old Wesley men at 3:30.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong team. It's a lot of basically Ireland's MO side. I mean, we played them at Nationals, a great game, and they've nicked one of our better players, Rory Fulton, as well, from a familiar face from Saxon. So yeah, going to be a great game, I think. Looking forward to it.
And in the other semi-final, Nottingham Hoods, who beat NQ Rebels 9-5, are playing London Scorpions. The eye-catching result, Hoods beating NQ Rebels, a loaded NQ Rebels, with a very young team.
Yeah, I mean, that Hoods team is average age of what? Probably still teenagers, maybe, against an NQ side that has a great mix, like a lot of experience in that team, a lot of strong players. It's a good result for Hoods there, I think. A lot of confidence going into that semi-final.
Youth and pace outdoes age and treachery. As an old and treacherous person, I'm disappointed in that, really. No, just kidding. It's great to see the strength and depth as well, and you know, we're talking off air as well about the strength in depth that England Touch now has. You know, you've said you've only just been playing Touch a short period of time, but how exciting is it to be part of that, you know, that regional setup and towards the elite end of the game?
I mean, it's great. Like, I came to uni never playing the sport, playing a lot of normal like rugby sevens, and then came into the university and people like Cole Graham brought me in. Don't want to say babied, but TLD might say the otherwise. And then yeah, played Saxons last year, first nationals, won it, and then this year was looking even more forward to it. And then it's my first NTS as well. They've brought me into everything now. I'm too involved. Club captain of Exeter Uni now, Touch Rugby. So yeah, it's really, really good fun.
Scorpions can't make the most of their tap-off move. Trailing 5-2, it goes without saying that they are going to need to be hyper-aggressive in defence and force turnovers deep in the Wesley half.
Oh, unforced error there from a Wesley. That's uncharacteristic based off that first half. Just a little bit quiet on the wing there. I'm not sure she was expecting to get that ball.
Just while it gets set up there, we've got some other semi-finals. Division 1 women, the semi-finals, 2:35. London Eagles against London Scorpions.
Big derby that, I think.
And Nottingham against Galaxy London in the other semi-final. In the plate, it's Invicta against Galaxy Southwest and Chester against Cambridge. Those games are at 1:40.
I think those Div 1 Cup semi-finals will be a great... That Eagles Scorps game will be a great one to watch. I mean, Scorps with an unbelievable depth of talent. Players like Heather Richardson, Naomi, like just a great depth. And then Eagles with BB Pools, got a lot of experience this Nationals with Southwest. I mean, it'll be a great game to watch. I'll definitely be there.
And the Cup semi-finals in Division 2 in the men, it's Invicta against Scorpions 2 and Cambridge against London Vipers. Those should be pretty competitive.
Yeah, Scorps 2s, great team. Eagles 2s as well, playing tomorrow. Got a lot of extra talent in there. Ollie Chapman, Hugo Hannigan, Idris Hill. Yeah, we just got a lot of players playing everywhere now. But yeah, no, I think honestly both Div 1 and Div 2 today will be very, very interesting.
Scorpions look to get their first try of the second half on the board. We spoke in the first half about the need to pull players out away from the goal line. They've done exactly that. Just broken down a little bit around the play the ball there. Just get some pace back onto it.
A great read from the Link there. I think Scorps did a better job on that play. Looked a lot more threatening, had a 3-on-2. Link just made a good read.
It's no surprise that Exeter University players get everywhere. It is just about the largest touch club in the Northern Hemisphere, I think.
Yeah, I honestly think Nottingham's getting close nowadays. But yeah, we had 300 members this year at the uni. Had 6 playing teams, 4 bucks, 2 like non-bucks, and just competitive. But yeah, no, it's really, really good to be part of it and kind of overseeing it all. It's good to see it grow. Switch
play comes in from Wesley, and this is some great handling there from the Dubliners, and right at the heart of it is Leanna Prizeman, who, if I was going to call an MVP for this game, she is pretty much up there.
I would agree. I think in attack especially, so threatening. I think she just has that long ball in the locker that can just make defenders double take a bit, especially when she pumps it. So yeah, I think definitely one of my most valuable players this game.
Unforced error from Scorps, which is a real shame because they were just getting a good roll on to get fresh legs on as well. But the ball they just lose control of the ball at that play the ball. As you say, people call it a roll ball, but it's not really a roll ball. You just kind of put the ball down and step over it and give a nice solid target for the player coming in as the half, which is exactly what Prizeman did, and as the half first, and then putting the ball down there and inciting Scorps really to come out. Just gets the ball off the deck to her mid partner.
Offside penalty there, I think. Again, number 4.
Leanne Prizeman.
Yeah, Leanne Prizeman again, just catching offside penalty there, just doing a great job of working these middles in defence. And I'm not surprised to say that she's the only one that stayed on, coming off now, done a great shift for the team, and I think they've got another penalty on the line here. And
so this not only is it a fresh set of 6 for Old Wesley, but Scorps now have to watch out, because with another penalty they will lose a player to the sin bin. 3 penalties in your own 7 does that, and that's almost happily that Old Wesley just grinding to a halt there. I appreciate why they changed players, but it has just, they just lost a little bit of cohesion. Although they've lost a little bit of cohesion. A little bit of cohesion equals a breakdown in structure, which equals a try.
Just running hard on the ball there, getting an offside pen. I don't know if it was a touch, no touch, or an offside, but try was given. I know she's saying no. Good honesty. I think touch is a game that's built on honesty, so yeah, that's good from Scorps there, but also just a good try from Old Wesley running hard short side.
Shannon Gill there with the try. And 54. We've got 2 51s and a 55, but got 2 51s, but no 54 for Scorpions. But as you say, game of honesty, and it's really good to see, especially when you know that another try to increase that margin to 4 is going to be critical as this game progresses.
I think game management is a big part of this. Old Wesley know they're 4 tries up now. I think if they can complete sets and keep defending how they are, they'll probably come away with a win here.
Scorpions put a bit of pressure on in D. Wesley haven't even got out of their half yet. And they'll only get a touch or 2 in the Scorps half. That is the 5th. Scoop comes in from Prizeman. She's the half, there's no defence, she's looking for support. Comes in, beautiful play from Old Wesley, and they are absolutely dominating this. Maeve Brown there with the try. Leanna Prizeman showing her MVP status really in this game with the crucial scoop on 5th, and much as the energy was there from Scorps in the Wesley half in defence, they just ran out of numbers, and this one is looking all too comfortable for Old Wesley, not even halfway through the second half, and it is already a 7-2 advantage for the Irish outfit.
I mean, Old Wesley's defence here, I mean, they've tapped and have them taking 3rd, not even close to the 7. I think Scorps need to get their heads down, maybe attack short side a bit more, look to ball play, but as you said, the breeze is kind of stopping that. Oh, as I say that, ball goes. Better from Scorps as they got that touch on the 7.
Just all a little bit too predictable. They're able to shut that down. They are defending a little bit wider, Wesley, particularly in that link and wing channel. That just enables them to capitalise or able to shut things down. And that's 21 there on the Shannon Gill. There gets played up to the Scorps 10-metre line. They've got a couple of touches to play with here. Do Old Wesley. Ball off the deck quickly on the short play. And that is Caitlin Gill, and this is now all too easy for Wesley. They've gone wide in the first half, they've scooped through the middle, and now this time that's just a short play, and Scorpions' defence in and around that 7-metre line is just melting away all too easily.
All just from a simple 32 short or a rooster if you're out in Oz, but yeah, I think simple moves run well are better than complicated moves run averagely. I think that's just what the problem is right now.
And Wesley now can go into cruise control, start to have a lot of fun, if they weren't already. They've got fresh legs on. They'll have a couple of touches now to set up a strike play in the Scorps half. And it's just that making the... Is that a fresh set of 6? Was that ball played at? Yes, it is. And it's just that, we saw it in the first half, just again, is that runner is just making the initial swerve around and just making those extra meters. It's just putting Scorps under so much pressure.
I think, like you said before, oh, here we go. Good touch. I think, like you said before, sometimes too much platform. And I think Scorps have a very set idea of who they want to send up on touches, and Old Wesley are doing a good job of getting around that. So their 4th player coming on, or otherwise known as the latch, is doing a really, really good job at getting the meters and momentum.
Play gets set up to Ima Murphy. She takes the touch and comes back to the link position. It's all very tight there from Wesley.
Wouldn't be surprised to come down for 32 again here. Yeah.
Short runner is Eileen Russell. Scorps are defending this one okay at the minute. Russell takes that step out. Now they're looking to stretch the play a little bit. On the sweeper play comes 21, Shannon Gill. But this time Scorps hold out, and maybe by putting a little bit of structure on their attack, Old Wesley kind of hamstrung themselves a little bit. Scorpions work their way over to their sub box to try and get some fresh players in, but you know, it's all too laboured.
Oh, it's good from number 97. That's Victoria Summers. Great latch there, gaining a lot of momentum.
There's a 5th touch. So honesty there. Ref called 5th.
I think there's a little miscount here. Not sure.
Say sometimes as a ref, when the attacking team gets a roll on, it's very useful when the wingers can't do the touch count.
Yeah, or even your sideline. I think, oh, intercept on the wing there. I think, especially when they get to the line in fewer touches than you expect, or not as far in more touches, it is hard to keep count because there's so much to look out for, especially when you're on pitch. Like I've refed a couple games myself at UTCs and stuff like that. It is a lot to think about. So always giving a lot of respect to refs, and it's a hard job to do.
I really enjoy it. Maybe that's just my control freakery coming through. Wesley, now I've got a couple of touches to play. Ball was away before the touch. And there's a whistle going to be coming in here.
Going to be a penalty here, I think. Yeah, offside.
So Wesley, getting that roll on is just earning them meters and then tries, and it's just, as you say, it's not complicated, but it's paying a massive amount of dividend for Wesley, whose handling skills have been fantastic in this game.
Yeah, they've been seriously executing the 3-on-2s, the 2-on-1s, just looking where the space is and using it. And again, I think this is what you said about too much structure. Scorps are just keeping big dog legs in the midfield, so I think that's what Old Wesley are doing really well at executing. Here we go, ball over the top. Oh, winger just slightly too tight.
Great hands on that far side.
Done well to hold on to that one.
Yeah, she's done superbly well to hold on to that. Just overran. It was difficult as the winger when the wind is gusting like this, and the referees make a quick change. And again, Scorps now, that's their 2nd penalty in the 7.
Good dummy. Good defence. Scorps are doing a good job here of getting high off the line. I think it's what maybe they weren't doing in the first half of the start of this half. They're bouncing off the line. Look at them here, out the 7. That's great defence.
So as the attacker, what are you then kind of going to be calling? Are you looking to then spread it a little bit and to try and
yeah, if you've got
open things up?
super proactive middles, I think spread the ball to the links, try and get all players up because the middles can't then retreat. Just a forward pass there. I think that's from the pressure of the middles here. I think Old Wesley's struggling with that slightly, but it's good effort from Scorps in the midfield. In the middle, sorry. Oh, yes. Again, another unforced error in their own half. I think this is what is killing them this game.
Yeah, and Wesley now through Caitlin Gill can get things set up, and they're back up to the 7. Be interesting to see if they can now break the Scorps down, because it's been in the broken play where they've been causing damage. It's a fresh set of 6 balls played at by the Scorps defender.
I think they need to look drag out to the links here. Links are barely moving off their line. They've got super aggressive middles here.
And there's lots of pointing going on in the middle between 15 Caitlin Gill and 19 Victoria Barrow.
That's half court there. Yeah, Scorps are doing a great job at the moment on the line. They need to just get out their own half. I think if they get a good subset here, they might be on for a score.
So then, in terms of the, just to go back to that point there, when should Wesley be looking for like a short play coming off on the outside shoulder rather than on the inside shoulder?
I mean, they're getting a lot of success off sweepers and quickies. If you've got two high middles, send the sweep around or check over to the link and let them run a short side quickie on that link that's sat on the line. The worst you'll get is a penalty.
Scorps now have got one touch to play with in the Wesley half, but that pass came in after the touch was made. Wesley will have a restart.
Better set there from Scorps, I think, as a whole. Held out 2 sets on the line, got past the halfway on 4, and I think now we've also got a turnover. I think could be switched around. It might be too little too late.
Good aggressive defence from Scorpions in the Wesley half, forces that turnover. Rare turnover really from Wesley in their own half. So we've got 5.5 minutes to play. I think we can safely call this one as going to be a Wesley win, because Scorps will just have to score and score and score. And I know that we saw that in Prem Rugby last night. 61-14 at half-time. I couldn't...
Yeah, I saw one of my mates messaging me. I wasn't watching the game personally. I was actually prepping for this. But, yeah, he told me, he said, go get on this game now. And it ended up, 94-33 or something along those lines?
94-33.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I think Scorps just got a penalty on the line here. I would like to see them score another try this half, or a try this half. I think it would reward that D set on the line.
They're going left to right, but they've gone 10 metres out.
They've run the doggies here. Oh, it's lovely.
Nice little sweeper play on that right-hand side. Sorry, that left-hand side. And that is just see, it's a bit of a looping pass there, but that sweeper's then caused the overlap, and the play goes out onto that far side for the try, and a lovely finish over on that far side.
The sweeping player did well to hold the ball, waited for the wing and the link to make a decision, made them both bite, and then dished it off. It was a great try.
And Scorps do have a try to celebrate in the second half. It's all a little bit too late though for the Londoners. Made the score 3-8.
Good pick up off the sweeper. Good touch from the wingers. Good read. Great read.
The Scorpions now just get their subbing move going, just getting some fresh legs onto the field.
Again, they're completing the sets, but just not getting as many meters as Old Wesley are on this fourth touch. Fifth coming here.
In some respects, you just want to almost, dare I say, bin off the set play there and just get some meters, just get over, and then rather than running a set subbing move, just say run an arrows with 4 players or a 3-player drive or some buddies, and just kind of mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, I think switching it up. I think Old Wesley are doing very well at just pistoning 2 or 3 players on that far line and kind of holding them out. I mean, look at this, number 11, absolutely flying. I think that's I'm a Murphy, absolutely flying, and I think this is what the difference is Old Wesley are building so much momentum off the latch.
Still got plenty to work on in terms of their attacking platform on the 7 to try and break down the teams that they're going to be coming up against, because they're going to be playing. Let me just get my phone out, see who they're going to be playing in their final. Let's go Division 2 women. Old Wesley are going to be playing either Thames Valley or Cheltenham.
I'm unfamiliar with Thames Valley. I've played Cheltenham a couple times in mixed at some Southwest Series stuff, and they've got some strong women, so I think that would be a good game. Unsure about Thames Valley. I don't think I've ever, obviously first NTS, so I'm unsure with some of the clubs around the country, but yeah.
I'll have to have a quick look at some of the Thames Valley Vikings, but yeah, so they've got some plenty of experienced players. Sammy Phillips.
I do know Sammy Phillips. Yes.
Everybody knows Sammy Phillips. as Wesley set up another strike play here on this near side. Lovely hands from this near side winger. Haven't seen much of the ball as Georgia Codger. cut eye, sorry. But she held on to it well then. And yes, in terms of Vikings, Wesley are going to be coming up against Sammy Phillips, who is a very experienced international player, as well as being Director of Pathways and Performance at England Touch. Yeli Powley-Williams, who again has been to multiple World Cups. Lucy Neal-Hook's been is in the high performance setup. You know, they've got a lot of players. Hester Williams likewise. So, you know, it's going to be probably a bit of youth and vigour against age and treachery.
Yeah, there's a lot of experience in that team. Looking at the team sheet now, I obviously hadn't seen it before this, but yeah, that'll be a great game, I think. And I think whoever wins that will put on a good show against Old Wesley here. I think if they can bring the same intensity and the same driving, it could either turn into a shootout or a game that ends pretty low scoring.
Scorpions looking to end the game on a high in this last minute. Definitely going to be no extra time here, obviously, and we'll have a 10-minute break until the next game, which will be at 1:40 here on Field 1. Will be that Division 2 Men Cup semi-final between Invicta and London Scorpions 2. Invicta predominantly based in the far southeast. There's lots of extremities in this country. Far southwest, Exeter's a long way away. Canterbury's a lot further away than people think as well.
I mean, for the university touch stuff, obviously the national rounds, we go up to Nottingham, and you've got teams like RVC or even Truro came to one of them, and that's 2 hours to us, and then another 4 up to Nottingham. It's a long journey, it can affect.
And we very much appreciate it. Sam, thank you very much for your time as Scorps. Just bring this one to a close. Old Wesley, comfortable winners, 8-3. Good luck in your semi-final later on today.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. And don't go away. Joel will be right back in 10 minutes' time, as I say, with that Cup semi-final, or that Division 2 Men's Cup semi-final between Invicta and Scorpions 2. We'll just see if we can bring you... Yeah, then at 2:35, we've got the Division 1 Cup semi-final between Nottingham and Galaxy. Galaxy London, that is, not Galaxy Southwest, Galaxy London. And then at 3:30, we've got Nottingham again against London Scorpions in the Division 1 Men Cup semi-final. We've got some tasty matchups here at Broad Street RFC. Speaking of tasty, I'm heading off to the burger van. I'll see you later. Thanks again for your time, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the day.
For the North East Mixed Open. We got scored on off the first tap, which I think probably did us the world of good because we woke up a little bit after that. So good win. Did what we needed to do, did what we were aiming to do at the start of the game. But I think this game is going to be a little bit different, possibly a little bit different pace. This team, I think, are going to threaten us on the line up the middle, maybe. So yeah, looking forward to it and seeing how we'll get on. Our youngest's 15, female player, and our oldest is about 26, 27, I think. Yeah, I think what we've got is we've got a team of players who've got some really good skill, and they can read defences, they can play heads up, they've got good skill, they've got good pace. So attacking wise, I'm just going to let that flow from them, because from the first game, that's what they showed me. But what we really need to do is we need to nail our midfield defence.
Any thoughts, Nathaniel?
I'm just happy to be here, you know? It's going to be a good game, isn't it? I like any scoop.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. Cool.
Just go down, get the ball down, chop a hole.
Platform's a scoop.
Yep. Nice. Heads and tails. Yep.
Keep on going forward, team. Go.
Yeah, oh! Yes! Beautiful ball! What a ball! When we're doing our midfield D, our transition D, they're beating us a few times on our far side. So they're getting round our far side male link. So it's just, we need to compress a little bit closer over that side. Good work. Okay. What a ball. Who gave that? You? I go back to the same messaging as the game before. You clearly can see what you need to do in attack. That last being aware, the awareness of the time on the clock, the awareness of taking it away from our box, the awareness of finding the space and using your pace to go down that edge. Yes! Yes, Matt! Let's finish this set! Finish it! Finish it! Ah! Really well played. Really well played.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, Lizzie.
Great game, Milo.
Thank you.
Yeah, you absolutely, you just read it so well.
We just need to play with some intent. It's the big deal.
James, massive defensive shift from you and
Thank you.
Kat in that last one. Cheers, well played, well played. Well played, guys. Hey, all right? Well played. Take a big, deep breath, Raiders. Everybody in? I usually stretch now, Chris, rather than talk. I stretch then talk, or do you want me to talk and then stretch?
Either whatever feels good to you.
Oh.
I'll do it if I get paid for it.
Well, what I need to say to you is I just need a few minutes to gather my thoughts. If you were watching that game as a neutral, that was such an exciting game of touch. And it was just neck and neck all the way through. Yeah, I just need a few moments to gather my thoughts, see what we're going to do, taking it into the next game, into the Northwest game. So let's have a little stretch.
You just got to go into it. Like, you don't know whether it's going to be a success, you don't know whether it's not, but you just got to hope that it will. And if you have that desire, it really will work. And that's what happened with us. You know, we started off just as a group of friends wanting to kick a ball about, not even proper touch rugby. And then we had one pioneer who came in and just taught everyone how to do it. And you know, that drive was there already from that like friendship group, and we just brought it up here.
People love the fact that it's inclusive sport and it's a mixed sport. I think that's quite rare. So people say that like the vibes of touch is always just really good. Everyone's really friendly. That's probably the main selling point, and then they learn to actually enjoy the sport after that, I think.
The key is to advertise. I think get your name out there. Touch, at least in Southampton, isn't very well known compared to rugby. So I think really getting your name out there, getting your uni to promote you as well, and really get in the socials and just spread the word. I think probably the biggest thing.
Have you had that kind of support from your AE?
We have in some ways, but I think I've always wanted a bit more like screen time, I guess, more like story posts, more Instagrams, more flyers, things like that. but I think we've got that at the moment, so I think that might help us in the future.
Keep going, most importantly, but also reach out to those rugby players. You know, contact sports are more and more becoming a thing of the past, and touch offering a fast, flowing and non-contact version of the sport really is a really good opportunity to get involved and keep playing rugby even after injury or, you know, just not wanting to hurt on a Sunday.
I would say start small, because I don't think our club would have grown to the extent that it has if we hadn't got a really good core group who were dedicated, willing to train, willing to turn up when there weren't that many people. And then from that, it's a slow growing process, but you get more people coming along, the quality improves over time. I'd say don't be disheartened if at the start the touch maybe isn't that high quality or you're lacking numbers a little bit. Stick with it, because people will come and people love the game, and it's one of the only mixed sports at Bucks, and so you will get numbers. You just need to stick with it.
There's not a lot I'm going to say right now. I just want everybody in the next few minutes or whatever to just stay quite close to each other, get some connection, feel the vibes. No longer wet, the floor is no longer wet. So in the warm-up, we're going to start moving that ball nice and freely, build our confidence, because we are winners and we're going to go into this feeling like we're winners.
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, the girls have worked hard for this for a good few years, just building around the region and in club at Nottingham. There's lots of juniors.
So here we are, Division 2 semi-final. Thank you very much, Chris Wearmouth and Sam Baldock, for doing some of the heavy lifting while we go and rest and refuel. We've got London Eagles 2 versus Invicta Touch. Invicta with the ball in hand. As we see, Aston Brett's had a good platform. Leicester ripping long, and is that the opening score? It would have been if not for a good defensive shutout. And this game started too fast for me to even introduce my co-commentator. I've got Old Wesley player Tig along with me. Tig, we've just seen your women put a really good performance out against London Scorpions. I imagine that we're thinking that this Scorpions team might come out on top in this game.
Well, let's see. Invicta looked quite strong from the first game, so it'll be good to see how Scorps do here.
Yeah, this is an interesting affair, as we see. Androuge cannon up the box side, make really good yards, followed in suit, good latching play. And now Scorpions need to set a good fifth touch platform, trying to play away one more. Wasn't touched or played at, so that'll be ball down and turnover. A little bit of overplaying there in their transition.
Sometimes you just want to take the ball, head down, and take the touches down to fifth touch.
Yeah, I've been discussing with my co-commentators all day about the type of player that like, aesthetically, I love to watch. And it's that nosy latcher who just gets his ball down and just goes hard at the roll ball. Maybe a little bit of that needed here for the Scorpions.
Yeah, it's so tough going on your heels backwards down the midfield when they're running hard. Just like here, scooping through.
Nice left foot step, gets into the in-goal area and then shakes away from his mirror defender. And I think that'll be play on and ball down. It will indeed. It's an unfortunate tumble for the Scorpions link, but fortune favours the team in purple. The opening score executed by Invicta, and I'll give an early shout to Invicta for not providing any numbers on their team sheet. I know some of the Invicta boys, and I'll be picking the brains later on, so I'll do my best with the names that I know. The names that I don't, it'll be a bit of guesswork, and unfortunately I've not got a 14 down. But nevertheless, Invicta with the opening score. The Scorpions look to return the favour, and there's a nice link phase out there. And it's well executed. On that occasion, it's Jackson Chan, I believe, getting over for Scorpions. That's the way to respond.
It is. Jackson's always been a super quick player. Does well to get out after dumping the ball. Finds the line nicely.
Yeah, it's a 32 short run by Tom Hardiman initially, and then just dropping an extra pass out into the link channel for Chan to go and execute. And if we keep outscoring the minute clock, I'll be very happy. Defence has certainly been on top so far in this tournament. We'd like to see the attack flex their muscles a little bit more, as we see Lister getting an acting half and checking the ball away to try score a 14.
Some lovely quick feet there.
Yeah, Lister in motion. There is Lister diving at the line. Is that ball down? But Franco Perticaro makes a very good touch on the line. And our first real look aside from the opening set, at this London Scorpions subset. It's a nice phase play out there as Androuge flows up towards the halfway line. Now coming in suit is James Hardiman. And working with Stefan Fletcher. Fletcher setting platform, but incorrect play of the ball, turnover. Maybe letting Invicta off the hook there. They had a good roll on.
They did. It's unfortunate for Steph. He's actually going to be representing Ireland men's 30s in the Euros this summer, so he'll probably be a little bit disappointed with that one, but they're straight back into a good bit of midfield D.
Yeah, setting good platform now.
Yeah, in with a good touch. Oh, referee disagrees.
Yeah, there's your first instance of curse of the commentator, actually. Welcome to the club. It's a very prestigious gang. As we see Aston Brett look to set pace here for this Invicta line attack. Brett in 63 in this near side link, moving away from him now for just a moment. Now coming back over towards Brett. Brett in an acting half, 32 short, looking to launch a speculative long ball that almost certainly drifted forward, but the referees are happy that it's flat out their hands and the try is given. And Tag, this is an interesting one because it definitely drifts forward, but the referees seem pretty happy.
It's a tough one as a defender when you see that happen, but to be honest, it is correct. The ball comes out the hands backwards. It's just a bit funky out the hands.
It is. Yeah, funky is the word. Funky is the word. It's a wobbly ball.
A good bit of lift on it.
I like that. As Chant sets a good platform, working with Hardiman. Pairing combined for Scorps. Opener, Hardiman checking away now. Dave. Hardiman picking back against the grain, just lofting a bit of a speculative pass. And the referee's given an offside penalty. I wonder if the touch had come in on that far side. It looked pretty good initially. But
I think the defender managed to just pull out the touch, which is why the referee gave the penalty there. Let's see if Scorps can get a couple of strikes at the line here.
Yeah, it's Hardiman. Chan. Back to Hardiman. Hardiman, left foot step, drops a nice pass off to Dorr. But touch comes in. It's a great diving touch. It's a nice design play to expose that link spacing.
Yeah, trying to find that same hole they got in earlier with Jackson Chan.
Yeah, Frank to Hardiman. Hardiman might look to go long on this occasion. Drops a delayed pass off to the wing. But that's 6 touch and turnover. And Invicta do a really good job at scrambling in that defence. It was threatening for a moment from Scorpions, but the foot speed of Invicta undo them.
Yeah, Winger's done a great job there.
Yeah, Meredith skating away. And then coming over to this short side. Hard touch given. Stephen Franks questioning. And Invicta just want to go quickly and eat up the yards. Meredith checking away. It's a nice setup, but the half is isolated. There's a good bit of go forward, just getting in behind that initial shoot. And now the supporting cast just a little bit slow to get onto the field. These Invicta have got to burn a couple touches. There's Brett. Coming back over to the short side, trying to drop a switch off to Aston Brett. Brett takes one on the chin and leaves the ball behind him. But Invicta, with a bit of a, dare I say, stop-start transition, actually managed to manufacture a good scoring opportunity.
Yeah, they did well in the end to get near to the 7 to get the strike. So important just getting it by that 7-metre line.
There's Perticaro working with Androuge. There is Androuge setting platform for Perticaro. Left-handed scoop. Perticaro stepping away from Brett. 2-on-1 if they want to execute. Extra pass goes. Finish in the corner. And it's a textbook transition. Will Morgan finishes. But what about this work from Perticaro in the midfield?
Oh, super step take on the outside and the short side. Link does really well just to hold up for that last second to get the pass away. Wingers, unfortunately, in a bit of no man's land there, can't really do much about it.
Yeah, he's sort of left out to dry by his teammates there, left in a 2v1. Tricky position to be in. But full credit to Scorps for manufacturing and then executing. Re-establishing some parity on the scoreboard. You see Meredith platforming for Lister. Meredith again. Here is Meredith in motion. Meredith coming over to the short side, ripping a ball into a lovely area. Not quite taken on this occasion. But Vaughan Meredith, I mean, a name that we've called so often in England Touch. You can see why. He's got all of the skills you need, just not quite connecting with the winger on that occasion.
Yeah, one of Europe's elite wingers, to be honest. So it's Always good to see him in the middle, actually. Getting to see, because he's got great ball skills. Getting to come off that wing for these NTSs.
Yeah, he loves it. As the referees just have a little bit of a chat. I think they're just going to take the touch, set the roll ball, and go again. It's good level of physicality in this game, and that is a dirty roll ball. And that'll be turnover and premier position here for Invicta.
Yeah, and super strength from Vaughan there. He knows what he's doing in some of those touches from his experience playing as wing, getting really good physical contact in.
Yeah, Meredith tracking over. Lister on the short. Lister ripping long. It's a good catch, but stepping out of the field of play. So turnover here for London Scorpions. And again, Scorpions, they're living a dangerous life at the moment. They're allowing Invicta to get around the outside of them and just backing the fact that they'll be able to crowd it out when it goes. Oh, Chan with a monstrous step, just losing his footing in the roll ball. Brings all the momentum to a grinding halt as Dorr now needs to work a little bit harder to manufacture some. And that's an off-the-mark penalty given. We could see that coming a mile off.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. He made great yards at the start, just unfortunately lost track of which defender got him.
And I think it's one of those unsung skills, really, just predicting that touch, getting that ball down really cleanly. You can see why, just there, how important it is.
Yeah, super important. We call it ball down time. In terms of just getting that half there, knowing when they're coming to make that touch. And unfortunately, just loss of roll ball there. And Scorpion go on the attack.
Yeah, and this is a fresh pod, so no sub-pattern here. It's Hardman, Andrews, Perticaro. And Perticaro wants the short, now comes back over for a middle quickie. Perticaro stepping, Perticaro diving. It's pretty good, and Franco Perticaro, 1 assist, 1 score. This is a wonderful set-piece quickie between Andrews and Perticaro.
Lovely little dive. Italian international Perticaro. Hopefully we'll see more of him this summer at the Euros.
Indeed. And again, another one of these players that has been around the block more than a few times, has all of the knowledge and know-how. Perticaro in his familiar green and grey strip for the London Scorpions. It's where he does his best work, and proving that here on pitch 1 as we see Meredith working with Brett. They're coming back towards Aston Brett. Setting platform here, Meredith driving, ripping long, this time does connect. Is that ball down and try time? The referees are happy, and Vaughan Meredith rips a dagger through the London Scorpions defence.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of 32 shorts and testing the short side as well, so really sneaks just under the winger defender. It's good to see.
Yeah, it's a great finish, and Vaughan Meredith. I mean, it seems like we are in for a shootout. We're not quite outscoring the minutes, but it's not too far away. Averaging a try every 2 minutes. So we'll take this as Scorpions look to continue that vein of form. Chan organising. Chan in motion. Chan getting on the long. Jackson Chan, left foot step, drops a late pass off. And we are going to keep scoring. And once again, it's Jackson Chan pulling strings for London Scorpions.
Yeah, they really love that side of the field, getting in that link hole again. This time we saw it's a long. Invicta doing a lot of shorts, and then Scorps decided to hit long, and they just sneak in at that link channel.
Yeah, that Invicta link, he just had a dabble, didn't he? He didn't know whether to go or stay, and ended up not really doing either, and allowed Jackson Chan a relatively straightforward read, it turned out. Now we are 4 tries apiece. 8 scores in 12 minutes. It's a pretty good run rate. And now we need Invicta to continue to play their part, just taking a settler of a touch, not happy with the strike platform, coming back to this familiar 32, maybe look for the early release, tries to drop a pass off into the link, but picked off relatively easily there from Scorps.
Yeah, and we start again, touch 0, now 1. Let's see how Scorps respond, if they can get up field again. Good yards from Stephen Frank.
Yeah, just overrunning the mark ever so slightly. Perticaro comes up towards the box side, sets a lovely roll ball. And really good awareness there to play through the offside player with Stefan Fletcher. As you see, Fletcher in motion, maybe coming for the splitter, but then scooping and picking away. Dorr wants the switch, nothing doing. Now coming back over, and was really 6 of one, half dozen of the other, not hitting either link or wing. What was a very promising attacking position, didn't really come to much.
Yeah, they're coming up quick in defence here. They're sending quite a few shooters. You see Steph Fletcher's there, ready to go.
Here's Brett. with a good bit of go forward. Invicta just spluttering a little bit, and then Meredith puts on the brake and feeds away, trying to take the extra yards that are on offer. Wobbly roll ball not taken. Lister accelerates. Lister tries to skate through a gap, but the door was slammed in his face from Martin Cheng. And I'm gonna pick your brains from a coach's perspective. It feels like maybe the only opportunity to do so whilst teams are going laterally. How important is it in these 40-minute games? How important is this level of like problem solving? And off the back of that, both of these teams boast incredible playing experience. Do you think this game is going to come down to tactics or raw ability?
It will definitely come down to some of the tactics on this, because you'll start to see we've seen a lot of the same sort of moves. And again, another score down the wing here, coming from that short side play, scooping down the middle.
Yeah.
Coming on.
Yeah, this is so good. Again, Chan, right foot step, rips into the link channel, and then again the wing is at 6s and 7s. And as you say, it's these set plays. It's these processes that are drilled into teams. London Scorpions, I mean, they're just getting such good field position.
Yeah, you start to see where you're finding the luck and where you're getting those scores, and then start to condition the opponent to expect you to keep doing that. And at that point, then you can start to change things up. So I think we might see a bit of that. And we're starting to see with Invicta as well, they're starting to go a lot to the 32s, and we'll see how they might start changing that as the Scorps look to defend it.
Yeah, picking open side. Well, there was a 3-on-2 for just a moment, but Aston Brett caught that ball on his heels. The pass was a little bit unsympathetic, and speaking of, there's another one that falls into the ropey category.
Yeah, that's super pressure from Scorps in the line there.
I think looking at these two teams 15 minutes into this game, there's one real difference that I'm seeing between Scorps and Invicta, which is the depth at which they set these subsets. That touch one is being cannoned onto with fierce momentum, and it sets a really good expectation for the rest of the subset.
Yeah, it really allows you to run on hard and fast onto the ball, and you just got that extra bit of depth. Gives you a bit of time instead, because when Invicta is sending those defenders, it's really tough if you're only kind of just getting the ball and then you're hit. So having that extra bit of time lets you just get up to speed and get the ball down.
You see Invicta setting a decent platform here on fourth, fifth touch coming. What can they orchestrate? Meredith in an acting half, feeding away, wanting the early release, not taken, but the dummy is good. And Invicta get over, just shows the pump. Scorpions too occupied by the number one Vaughan Meredith. Forget about the ball carrier. And this is a lovely bit of disguise on the play. Fixes, accelerates, scores. It's, yeah, brilliant 32.
Yeah, beautiful bit of individual skill there from 26.
And I want to say that's Jared Hunter wearing 26. My brain tries really. I've called a lot of these people, whether it's at university, nationals, NTS. You'd think that I know them a little bit better. I'm going to say that 26 is Jared Hunter, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say that as we see Hardiman rip long, and now there's a bit of a foot race. Does he have the gas to go all the way? He doesn't. But that is touch zero in brilliant position for Invicta to get the fresh legs on the field. And just as we're saying that, that is 7 on turnover, and that's a coach killer, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little too keen. They're really excited to get on the field there. I mean, great opportunity, but let's see if they can defend it out. They really want to start to build back into this game. 5-4.
Yeah, a bit of a rabbit in the headlights moment there for Invicta as Frank drops a late pass off to Hardiman. Hardiman in suit with Chan, and that is punishing the 7-on penalty. Were London Scorpions. They only needed 2 touches to do it. This is just good catch and pass.
Yes, hit the sweeper, back to the dumper. Brilliant. In that link hole again.
It's a problem area for Invicta at the moment. What's the, from a coach's perspective, is there a good tactical read to make to shore up that area? Or is it just Scorpions are doing a good job at executing?
It kind of comes down to the comms as the middle who's making that touch. Whether you can let your other mates know that, hey, they can go out to their players. And then as a winger, it's so difficult in that position to read what's the right option. Probably the hardest position on the field, to be honest.
Agreed. Brett checking away, trying to get at the line. That's 5th touch, so no touches to play with here. Need to dive into their box of tricks as Meredith just rips open side to Lister. But it was well crowded out in the end. They tried to run a little bit of disguise there, sneaking Lister up on that far side.
Yeah, Scorp's got to go the whole length of the field now.
Yeah, they do so easily as Dorr checking away, Hardman carrying, Perticaro in acting half. Andrews wanted the ball, not taken. And Franco Perticaro has to work hard to go get to that ball as Frank checks away. And that is, unfortunately, a penalty for in and amongst the roll ball. And that gives a wonderful field position here for the Scorpions.
Yeah, he was blocking Perticaro from getting to be half there, just delaying the Scorps a bit on their roll on.
So tap penalty restart here. It's Will Morgan who set pace, followed in suit by Martin Cheng. There is Cheng getting on the open side quickly, trying to dive at the line, get underneath Aston Brett, but Aston Brett makes a really good touch, and not only that, they get the turnover for loss of control. So with a minute to go, Invicta will have an opportunity to bring this back to a one-try game, and you feel like they've really got to take it.
Yeah, it's good speed coming onto the ball there. Oh, unfortunately, just got probably a nick of the t-shirt.
Yeah, maybe a little bit greedy in terms of trying to take that space in front of them as Brett feeds away. Lister again sneaking up this box side. And Meredith in an acting half. Here is Hunter. And Jared Hunter with a little bit of a hitch kick tries to get onto the open side. Gets the ball back now. Fifth touch coming. What can they set? Little bit lateral now. Fifth touch. It's a bit stop-start. Ripping long though. Invicta might go and finish in the far corner, and they will. And it doesn't matter if the platform's a bit sticky, because if you can dish pills like that, you'll unlock any defence.
Super long ball.
And I wish I had a team sheet with numbers on it, because number 4 has ripped a stunning pill into the far corner, and they do bring it back to a one-try game. And barring a very quick score here for Scorpions, that's how it will go. However, well, Hardman, he wanted to go quickly there. He wanted to re-establish a 2-try lead, but nothing doing on this occasion. We go into half-time. Scorpions 6, Invicta 5. And, Tag, this is shaping up to be the game that we thought it was going to be.
Very entertaining first half. Let's hope we have a bit more of it in the second. I wonder which team is going to adapt first to the other.
Speaking of, what do you think the conversations are like in the sub-box right now? If we start with Invicta, well, look, what do you think the vibe is? And then maybe from a coach's perspective, what's something that they could maybe tweak going into the second half?
Yeah, I think they'll be a little bit disappointed with some of the scores because they've mostly come from the short side, and normally you want to protect that first. It's the easy area to defend on the field, to be honest. So I think they'll be fairly happy once, cut out those kind of simple tries, and they're getting good scores on the other side. Maybe a little bit focused around also how they can improve just their roll on.
And then same question, but for Scorpions. What's the vibe, and what's one of those coaching tweaks that might be made?
Yeah, I think they'll be saying pretty much same as for them. They've got really good roll on coming on the field, and that's what you want. Once you're in the lead, if you can keep that going for the rest of the game, then it's game one.
Is indeed, and that is what the Scorpions will be hoping for in the next 20 minutes. But as it stands at half-time, they take a narrow lead ahead of Invicta, and Invicta have spluttered at times. And if they can implement some of these changes, it'll be a very close run second half, and that'll be with you in about 5 minutes' time.
Players and officials to the court. Ladies and officials, 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 30-second warning, please take to the field, ready to play.
So the hooter gets us back underway. Scorpions with a 1-try lead, largely down to this part of Hardiman, Frank and Jackson Chan have been creating all sorts of chaos for this Invicta defence, and we'll see if they can follow in suit now. Here's Hardman, Bot in an acting half. Chan, back to Bot. Coming down here for Hardman, Bot just taking a settler of a touch here. Feeding over towards Chan, sweeper set up, Hardiman's in motion, Hardiman's coming back over towards Bot, Bot diving at the line, but Vaughan Meredith with a bit of a textbook snipe there from Link.
Yeah, they got a score from that in the first half, so they're just seeing again, is it going to work?
Here's the long, then dummies, comes back over to the short side, Hardman gets into the in-goal area, but that'll be given touch and pass. That's good defence there from Invicta, and it seems like they've problem-solved one of those areas. Vaughan Meredith made sure that Link channel was not fragile.
Yeah, much better defence there. And good scoop from Tom Hardman, really disguised. They looked like they were going back to that 32 platform, but he took off the other way.
Yeah, it's a nice bit of invention coming in from the Scorps, and now Invicta need to get some go forward. Here's Hunter checking away, 5th touch coming. What can they set up? It's a bit of a sticky platform, but again, we've seen them be able to manufacture a moment of magic from something just as this. Ripping now over to the Link channel, but those hands not quite up to scratch on that occasion, and it gives Rory Bott a really good platform to get these fresh legs on the field. I've got to say, this is as free-flowing as I've seen a Jackson Chan in a hot minute. He looks to be really up for it today.
Having a great game today.
With Perticaro trying to get away from the oncoming touch. Androuge setting a really good platform. Perticaro's in motion. Perticaro wants to come to the Link, and Androuge on this occasion can't quite take it with him. But again, warning signs for Invicta. And similarly, it's that near side Link channel. It's a real problem area right now.
Yeah, and Franco knows it. He's looking for that every time now.
Yeah, and you wouldn't put it past this Scorpion side to go and execute that more often than not. Lister checking away to Meredith. Meredith wanted to drop back into Lister, but that's just going to be given ball down. Not played at from Androuge. Meredith a little bit unhappy, and then puts a bit of a good nudge on in defence. Androuge gets up in suit, and then that pass just a little bit wayward, not quite connecting on this occasion for Stefan Fletcher. And this the opening of this second half been a little bit stop-start from both sides of the ball. Is Invicta get up over to the 10-metre line. Meredith just cruising through the yards. Hunter. And then an offside penalty as well. This is premier position here for Invicta to bring parity back to the scoreboard.
They want to get a strike on first. Here they go.
Yeah, a little bit stop-start. Spacing here between links and mids. A little bit too wide initially, leaving the ball on the floor for too long. Hunter in motion, coming over towards the link, stepping, coming back against the grain, trying to avoid a touch, but it's a nice swipe that comes in. But another penalty now in line defence. That's 2 in the chamber. We'll see if Invicta can use this gift of fresh set. They're coming back over to the sweeper platform, but that is a bobbly roll ball. You talk about coach killers, surrendering that on first touch. It's, dare I say, criminal.
It is, and we'll have to say Steph Fletcher in defence, he knew just to cause the attacker to have to try and reach a little bit extra in that touch. So really good, clever defence there from Steph.
Yeah, good roll ball as well from James Hardiman. Probably winning the competition for biggest quads in the tournament right now, as we see Jackson Chan, left foot step, gets around Hunter, sends the dummy, gets into the in-goal area, needs to find some support. Hunter does a really good job at reining him in. He'd lost Chan for just a moment. Now Hunter stalking Jackson Chan in that in-goal area.
Yeah, great effort coming back. They keep the running now.
That's nice footwork to get away from the oncoming touch of Rory Bott. And then better foot speed. This is a much slicker transition right now as Lister working with Aston Brett. Lister stepping away. This is 4th touch, 5th coming now. Lister just nursing that ankle a little bit. Brett to Meredith. Meredith back to Lister. Back to Meredith. Trying to get both of these middles up. Neither player really wants to take this ball down. Now Lister in motion. Trying to get on the sweeper. Trying to beat Jackson Chan to the line. But that's easier said than done. And Chan makes a brilliant touch.
Right on the end of the fingertips, I think that one was.
Yeah, and Lister hobbling his way back into the defensive line. That's something to just keep an eye out for the rest of this game. Really potent player for Invicta, and if he's not firing on all cylinders, that's a bit of a... Well, it's a weakener for this Invicta side, as there's a hips not square penalty given against Franco Pertucaro, and as expected, Lister cannons off the field. We'll keep an eye on that, see if he's okay, but that'd be a bit of a loss for Invicta, wouldn't it?
It would be, it'd be a huge loss. He also did really well to pressure Franco there to have to drift across the field, so all that kind of last second effort to really get the touch in, and he's done well. Hopefully he can now recharge, and the long balls are coming.
Yes, I mean, no doubt. No doubt. And so far in the second half, 5 minutes in, as we just take a little break where we re-establish where the mark is, it feels like Invicta are growing into this second half in a way that might feel a little bit dangerous for London Scorpions. And Hunter gets in at acting half. Little bit lateral, not a lot of foot speed into these roll balls right now. That's a little bit better. Trying to dummy and just go through a gap, but bit of white line fever on 4th touch. That's 5th now, no platform to work with.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but see what Hunter can do.
Yeah, he shows a nice dummy and then kills the ball in a difficult area for the Scorpions. Maybe a case of being slightly overzealous to go for that try line. Has left them with no platform. A little bit of loss of communication there between Frank and Wing. They're able to rescue it and then bring back a somewhat threatening subset, as we see Hardiman ghost his way into the acting half position. Now checking back over to Cheng. Cheng escaping a couple touches, trying to get the ball down into a dangerous area. That's a lovely setup here. Bot back to Cheng. I tell you what, it's on if that ball connects. Little bit of inaccuracy creeping in. That was dangerous once more in that link channel for Invicta.
Yeah, great work from Cheng to get the extra yards, try and a few little dodges, get extra yards, and unfortunately the pass from the half just didn't quite go to hands.
And on another day, there are 3 tries that go against Invicta in this second half already. Scorpions not taking the chances that come their way, as Meredith looks to sneak up a little bit of a Redlands play down that box side. Setting good platform now, Meredith in motion, Meredith accelerating, dishing a ball to the wing, but the winger's not quite in position. And Meredith with a bit of a wry smile to his teammate. He knows that was a golden opportunity.
Yeah, they're going to get another chance. There's been an offside just on the line, so Meredith will be happy they can give that another go.
And also maybe one of the nicest guys on the touch pitch, by the way, just as we have a moment to rest. Vaughan Meredith is just sharing a very funny conversation between him and Rory Bott as they're both giggling and pointing at each other. And Meredith also showing his skills. First of all, left to right long ball, trying to get a Redlands, and then right to left as well. Fresh set of 6 here is dangerous as Brett just takes the settler. Meredith in motion. Brett sets the platform, but those middles were retreating a little bit, and Aston Brett was unsure whether to cannon through or if it was actually going to work. Now Meredith gets in motion. Meredith receiving, accelerating, ripping long, catching ground. It's good, and it's a wonderful score over there for Invicta, spearheaded by who else but Vaughan Meredith.
Yeah, brilliant catch and finish from the winger. You've really got to get that ball down quickly when you've got a guy chasing out, so it's always really difficult. Sometimes you just drop that ball just before with just the pressure that's coming on, but super finish.
Yeah, and Invicta bring us all square. 6 tries apiece. Hardiman, Chan, Dorr. Coming back over towards Spear, not taken. Back into Jackson Chan. Dorr in motion. Hardiman in acting half. Hardiman looking to come over towards Spear. Throws the dummy. Needs to find his spare player. He does. It is gorgeous from Tom Hardiman, who is playing with a bit of a swagger about him at the moment.
Yeah, beautiful 32 scoop here. One dummy, and then finds the winger. Brilliant scoop.
Yeah, just throws the eyes over towards the comms box. I think he knows that we're singing his praises at the moment, as he should do. It's a gorgeous score. Again, this 32 platform for Scorpions is their DNA, right? This is what they've always come to, and they've got 3 or 4 really dangerous options off the back of that platform.
Yeah, showing they can do short side, open sides, all the options right now.
Yeah, but they've got to shut out this man. Hunter. Now Meredith in motion. Vaughan Meredith trying to drop a late pass off, but Perticaro picks it off. And will he go full length, or will he look to give the extra hands away? There's Andrews, and he's no slouch, and Chris Andrews might just go all the way. Fed the extra pass to Hardiman, and they butcher a golden opportunity to go over and give themselves a 2-try cushion. I mean, that was mental. Didn't need to give it, ended up giving it, the extra pass not connecting, and now Invicta maybe just bringing the heart rates back down, surrender possession over once more.
It's contagious right now. We'll see what Scorps can do.
That is an insane moment, and then getting pinged for 7 on the pitch. I mean, as mental of a 30 seconds as you could hope to see on a touch pitch. Intercept, extra pass goes, dropped, turnover, and then off the back of the tap penalty restart, 7 on the pitch, brings Invicta all the way back to halfway line. And it almost feels like the last 30 seconds didn't happen, because Invicta find themselves in the same position they were in.
Well, neither team will want to watch back those 30 seconds, so I think for them it hasn't.
Yeah, it definitely won't be getting clipped up later on. Brett finding himself in the link channel, checking the ball back away. There's touches still in the chamber if they want to use it. And now they get a dropping early penalty off Scorps. Referees being harsh on the integrity of this defensive line right now. Aston Brett. Lister on his right. There is Lister in motion. His legs look pretty good now. Lister trying to take him onto the line, and there's offside play through. And Lister does go and execute. And these referees, well, they want honesty on the line, and there's definitely still a bounce in Lister's step, and I think they're right to call it. Chan never really hit that line, did he?
Yeah, he was close, but just a boot off the line. Brilliant comeback from Invicta.
And just to touch on because this last minute has been mental. Mentally, for Scorpions, is there a bit of does that bring you down a peg a little bit? Butchering that opportunity, then conceding on the other end?
Yeah, it definitely does, especially at this time of the game where the lungs, you're really starting to feel them now. So you just got to try and take a moment just to reset, get back to what you do really well, which is getting back to some of those 32 platforms.
Yeah, and I expect that's what we'll see here with Cheng. Cheng trying to get on the open side quickly, now coming over towards the short side, tries to drop off a late switch, does find the extra player, is that pulled down? That is magical stuff from Stefan Fletcher. You think picking up at half on touch 1 can be a little bit criminal at times, but not when you've got the skills as Fletcher has. And take a look at this delayed pass, just pops it into an area, almost says to his teammate, you go ground that. Brings them back back into the lead, 8 tries to 7.
Yeah, and brilliant running line from Cheng. You really want to make sure you just stay just in front of the goal line so you can just dive on it just like he did.
Lister. Yeah, he looks fit and firing once more. That's worrying for Scorpions if he's hitting his groove. Lister now in an acting half, scooping away, trying to take on Perticaro. Lister, on this occasion, a bit of a collector's item. He's inaccurate with the long ball.
Yeah, it looks as his hands for the excuse.
Yeah, my nail's a bit too long. Perticaro and Androuge will be looking to rectify that missed opportunity down the other end, and Lister just flicks the ball out of his hand, and I imagine there's a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment there for Chris Androuge.
Yeah, the referee's given him the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, and I've got to say, impressed with the level of physicality that's crept up from Invicta. They're really trying to put the nudge on in defence as Brett sets that tone on Perticaro. Hardiman out in that link. There's Thomas Hardiman. Frank checking the extra pass away. Jackson Chan with a little hitch kick step, tries to get around the outside, and Aston Brett had his hands in the cookie jar for a moment. Fresh set of 6 here for Scorpions, and with 6 minutes left to go, if they establish a 2-try lead, this is worrying for Invicta. Hardiman, Chan. This is the dangerous duo for Scorpions. What can they conjure? Chan, back to Hardiman. Hardiman diving at the line. It's a textbook dive matched by the defensive work of Lister. Hardiman, back to Chan. Frank at link in one. If they want to use him, it looks to come back over to this middle platform. It's a really good flick touch that comes in from Invicta's number 10. Lister up making the touch. Hardiman gets the ball back from Chan. Chan looks to come over towards the open side. Frank gives the extra pass. Is that ball down? That is a wonderful bit of conditioning, condensing the defence, whipping it open side, and Jason Surf finishes in the corner.
Yeah, brilliant quickie QB play here to give it back to Jackson. Great, quick, fast hands from Stephen Frank, and lovely finish by the winger.
Yeah, Jason Surf making things happen in the wing. And now 2-try buffer is established from Scorpions. Invicta need to go hard and fast. Meredith will be looking to set pace, working with Hunter in the midfield. Jared Hunter platforming. There's a nice roll on for just a moment, but then they come and recycle the play. Meredith in an acting half, 32 short, coming over towards the short side. Referees are happy with the onside line. And now this is 5th touch with nothing doing. Meredith needs to dive into his box of tricks. Meredith, late switch. Now coming back over towards Vaughan Meredith, trying to kill it on the far side. Hunter, well, I mean, he was hunted by the Scorpions defence on that occasion. 4 minutes left to go. Invicta need to go quickly.
Yeah, good work from Steph Fletcher there, and let's see how they box out, because it doesn't matter if you can't get off the field.
You just got to use this full set of 6 now as Invicta put on the most ferocious line speed we've seen of them all day, but late pass away to Frank undoes all the work. Perticaro now, Androuge on his right. There is Chris Androuge setting platform. Perticaro trying to step away from Hunter. Frank getting on the outside. Frank shows the dummy. Stephen Frank gets over, and that feels like it'll be all she wrote for London Scorpions. That's a 3-try buffer. We're into double digits, 10-7.
Yeah, brilliant outline here by Stephen Frank, really turning on the gas, 5th gear. Shows the ball a little bit, keep the winger away, and great finish.
Yeah, you got to keep the winger honest there, and Stephen Frank just with a little pump of the ball, threatening to give that pass. Winger holds his line. Frank has the wheels to get over. Now what can Invicta create in their line attack? They need to do something off this set to really give themselves a platform to get back into this game. Aston Brett setting platform, 32. Coming back over towards Brett. Nice footwork to get through the defence initially. But again, Jackson Chan recovers so well on that line defence. And might come back over towards his 32 platform. And they look for this link punish. Now picking up back against the grain, ripping a lovely long ball into the wing. And the referees are happy. And that is an absolute seed of a pill getting over to this near side winger.
And a huge pass from number 4. Sliding finish.
It's a wonderful finish to get over, but again, it's a ripping ball out to the wing. 2 minutes on the clock, 2 tries the difference. It's not out of the realms of possibility that Invicta can make something happen here, but they've got to force a turnover of this set. And for Scorpions, it's just keep ball in hand.
Yeah, Invicta will be putting on the pressure here. Fortunately, they're giving away a penalty. Just a bit too keen.
Yeah, and this clock is not in favour of the team in purple, and the Scorpions using all of their experience. The referees not happy with the delay of play. Again, a little bit of gamesmanship happening here from Scorpions. They know that they've just got to beat this clock, keep the ball in hand, use all their set of 6, and it'll be theirs. Cheng tries to get the ball down efficiently. And now working with Stefan Fletcher and Cheng. Fletcher bot in motion. This will be picking back up against the grain. It is. Fletcher gets into the in-goal area, looks to combine, but is crowded out. I think there's a bit of a chat happening here for the referees, but nothing doing. And Invicta, 90 seconds on the board. They need to go quickly, and they've rolled it early.
That was important mirrors defence from Invicta there to give them a chance to come up the field. So getting a bit of space on the wing, hopefully they can pick up a bit more speed.
Yeah, and they need to pick up a bit more speed because the clock is not in their favour, and they are definitely in this. As Lister stepping away from a couple, gets on the outside of Fletcher, now comes back over towards this short side. Good platform set here for Lister. He'll need to create a moment of magic for his team. Lister scooping, there was a foot in the roll ball area, and Fletcher gets up, makes another touch, and that's 6 in turnover, and Lister hobbles his way back into the defensive line. He has been battered and bruised in this game.
Yeah, he's put in a huge effort this match.
Yeah, him, Meredith, for Invicta have really sort of stood up to be accounted for, and now Lister wants to go quickly. Opportunities on that open side if they want to go and use it. Brett eats up the yards that are afforded in front of him. And now long ball option is on. It's ripped, but it's slapped down unceremoniously. 10 seconds left to go. And this will be London Scorpions into the Div 2 final. But Invicta will want to finish with a moment to be happy with themselves. And that ball goes into the corner. It's ball down, but the touch comes in. And that is full time. The London Scorpions go into the Division 2 final, and they come through an absolute storm of purple. Invicta, well, they ran it really close, but there was a moment of about 5 minutes where Scorpions just pulled away from Invicta. They were such good value for their win.
Yeah, Invicta should be proud of the effort. A few moments from Scorps, particularly I think Tom Hardiman's scoop down in, you might see it in some of these highlights, really opened up the whole team.
Yeah, really impressive play from Hardiman, Chan, Cheng, the other Hardiman. Yes, there is two. And then Chris Andrews, who's one of those players that really just glues this team together, does a lot of the unsung work, and we love to give them their flowers when it's deserved. And we will leave that one there. Full-time, London Scorpions 10, Invicta 8. And coming up for you next in about 10 minutes' time, we have the Women's Division 1 semi-final, where it's the Nottingham Hoods versus London Galaxy. That's not one to be missed. And we'll bring that for you at 2:35.
Start for the North East Mixed Open. We got scored on off the first tap, which I think probably did us the world of good because we woke up a little bit after that. So good win. Did what we needed to do, did what we were aiming to do at the start of the game. But I think this game's going to be a little bit different, possibly a little bit different pace. This team, I think, are going to threaten us on the line up the middle, maybe. So yeah, looking forward to it and seeing how we'll get on. Our youngest's 15, female player, and our oldest is about 26, 27, I think. Yeah, I think what we've got is we've got a team of players who've got some really good skill, and they can read defences, they can play heads up, they've got good skill, they've got good pace. So attacking wise, I'm just going to let that flow from them because from the first game, that's what they showed me. But what we really need to do is we need to nail our midfield defence.
Any thoughts, Nathaniel?
I'm just happy to be here, you know? It's going to be a good game, isn't it? I like any scoop.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. Cool.
Just go down, get the ball down, chop a hole.
Platform's a scoop.
Yep. Nice. Heads and tails. Yep.
Keep on going forward, team. Go.
Yeah, oh! Yes! Beautiful ball! What a ball! When we're doing our midfield D, our transition D, they're beating us a few times on our far side. So they're getting round our far side male link. So it's just, we need to compress a little bit closer over that side. Good work. Okay. What a ball. Who gave that? You? I go back to the same messaging as the game before. You clearly can see what you need to do in attack. That last being aware, the awareness of the time on the clock, the awareness of taking it away from our box, the awareness of finding the space and using your pace to go down that edge. Yes! Yes, Matt! Let's finish this set! Finish it! Finish it! Ah! Really well played. Really well played.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, Lindsay.
Great game, Milo.
Thank you.
Yeah, you absolutely, you just read it so well.
We just need to play with some intent.
Mm. James, massive defensive shift from you and Cash in that last one. Cheers, well played, well played. Well played, guys. Hey, all right? Well played. Take a big, deep breath, Raiders. Everybody in? I usually stretch now, Chris, rather than talk. I stretch then talk, or do you want me to talk and then stretch?
Either whatever feels good to you.
Oh.
I'll do it if I get paid for it.
Well, what I need to say to you is I just need a few minutes to gather my thoughts. If you were watching that game as a neutral, that was such an exciting game of touch. And it was just neck and neck all the way through. Yeah, I just need a few moments to gather my thoughts, see what we're going to do, taking it into the next game, into the Northwest game. So let's have a little stretch.
You just got to go into it. Like, you don't know whether it's going to be a success, you don't know whether it's not, but you just got to hope that it will. And if you have that desire, it really will work. And that's what happened with us. You know, we started off just as a group of friends wanting to kick a ball about, not even proper touch rugby. And then we had one pioneer who came in and just taught everyone how to do it. And you know, that drive was there already from that like friendship group, and we just brought it up here.
People love the fact that it's inclusive sport and it's a mixed sport. I think that's quite rare. So people say that like the vibes of touch is always just really good. Everyone's really friendly. That's probably the main selling point, and then they learn to actually enjoy the sport after that, I think.
The key is to advertise. I think get your name out there. Touch, at least in Southampton, isn't very well known compared to rugby. So I think really getting your name out there, getting your uni to promote you as well, and really get in the socials and just spread the word. I think probably the biggest thing.
Have you had that kind of support from your AE?
We have in some ways, but I think I've always wanted a bit more like screen time, I guess, more like story posts, more Instagrams, more flyers, things like that. But I think we've got that at the moment, so I think that might help us in the future.
Keep going, most importantly, but also reach out to those rugby players. You know, contact sports are more and more becoming a thing of the past, and touch offering a fast, flowing and non-contact version of the sport really is a really good opportunity to get involved and keep playing rugby even after injury or, you know, just not wanting to hurt on a Sunday.
So welcome back to our Women's Division 1 semi-final. It's the Nottingham Hoods versus London Galaxy. And the Hoods with first possession. Trying to strike at the line. Lovely ball out to the wing. Not quite connecting on that occasion. And the Hoods looking to go hard at the line early doors. Now our first look at London Galaxy in transition. There's McNaught to Buckingham. Buckingham feeding away again. There's Kenzie McNaught driving up the box side, setting pace for the rest of this subset. There's Georgia Hack. A good pick up there from half. And touch goes away. There's Tion Devine trying to make something happen wearing 91. Good hands from the Hoods, and then the footwork to match to get through the covering touch that almost came in, and then just a little bit stop-start here at the moment. I think sideline ref was calling something, on-field ref a different perspective. And the Hoods getting into their line attack, but then just trapped, and the ball taken away by Tion Devine. And Hack, a good foot speed through the roll ball. There's Sophia Jelfs. Jelfs trying to check away, but that'll be given 6 more. And Jelfs and Hopcroft working in the midfield. A dangerous combination. They're just taking the settler for just a moment. Now Jelfs in an acting half, feeding away. Good footwork and diving at the line. There's Jelfs. Jelfs in an acting half, feeding away, diving at the line again as London Galaxy. And that is 6 touch and turnover. So both teams doing a good job at defending the oncoming attack, and then there's great foot speed to get around Sophia Jelfs in defence. Simon. Great foot speed through the roll ball. Tamani Kambabi. Summers bouncing away from a few. Kambabi in acting half, scooping, had to work hard to get that ball. That pass goes away, but Sophia Jelfs left her hand in the passing lane. Fresh set of 6 here. Phoebe Simon in motion. There is Phoebe Simon, gets it back from Alice Summers, but a really good release off the line from, I believe that's Patricia Hopcroft. Summers. Calls to re-engage from the referee. Summers engaging the line, getting defenders up and offside. Simon picking back against the grain, trying to get around the outside of Jelfs. Drops a lovely pass off to Alice Summers, who gets the opening score of this semi-final. And it is brilliant stuff from the Nottingham Hoods as Simon dummies coming back against the grain. And then late pass into the link hole where Alice Summers was occupying, gets the ball down. 1-0 Nottingham Hoods. Hack. And just as Kenzie McNaught had that ball in hand, it's coming back for an off-the-mark penalty. It was Eliana Ennis who was caught off the mark and was at the mercy of the referee's whistle for just a moment. There's Palmer Denning, extra pass away. Physical touch coming in there from Georgia Hack. The big touch coming in. Not a lot of go forward here at the moment for the Hoods. Sort of locked into their transition. Physical touch coming in. There's a good pick and go, and I'm moving his way over towards Palmer Denning. Not quite taken on that occasion. And that 6th turnover. McNaught setting pace in the subset. Hack feeding away to Buckingham. There is Georgia Hack again. Hopcroft. Good foot speed into the roll ball, getting in behind that initial defensive line, and then scooping was Devine. Here is Devine. Hopcroft now in an acting half. Hopcroft scooping, trying to step, but stumbles as she looked to unhook the trailer and find that extra set of speed to get through. The Hoods stay wise to it. Palmer Denning with good platform here on the subset. Simon. Extra pass away. Summers is trying to fly around the outside, checking back against the grain. It's physical touch here, holding up players in the roll ball. Summers shows a dummy. Summers accelerates. Summers needs to find a spare player. Can Alice Summers connect with a teammate? Looks to go towards the wing. Is that ball down and try time? The sideline ref's happy. So is the on-field ref. And they double their lead to the Nottingham Hoods. And Summers from scorer to provider. And we'll see on the replay if that touch does come in. Oh, it might. It's a close call. The referees were happy. It's finished well. And Hoods with a 2-try lead now. And again, that's ball down. So London Galaxy really struggled to get into their flow so far in this game. Late pass goes, the referees are happy. A little bit stop-start at the moment is this subset. That's Freya Betts making good yards up the box and then moving the ball into the infield. Palmer Denning setting good platform here, now dummying back over towards to Palmer Denning. There was a 4-on-3, not a lot of depth on display, so trying to deliver with a missed pass to the wing. And now Galaxy with an opportunity to go through their subset. Buckingham. Jelfs. Good ball movement over to that far side. Bit of a stumble at the roll ball. Referees are happy. Hack latching and then feeding away. Ennis in acting half. There's Kenzie McNaught. McNaught throwing the dummy, and then that's 5th touch. And there was maybe just a little bit of a losing track of the touch count as Eliana Ennis uses the left foot step to try and get through the midfield defence. Palmer Denning, trapped by Hopcroft. Extra pass to the wing. The Hoods are doing a really good job at just manipulating this Galaxy defence. Betts, latching, feeding away now. Summers, on this occasion, can't unlock the Galaxy defence. And now McNaught checking away. Hack. Good foot speed coming onto the pitch now. Devine, Tion Devine in acting half, had to work really hard to get that ball up and cleanly. Tion Devine puts the hammer down, gets into the in-goal area, needs to find some defenders. And she does escape the defenders, finds her supporting player. It was a little bit stop-start for just a moment, but Tion Devine, left foot step, accelerates into the in-goal area. There's players falling everywhere. And it was number 67, who I believe is Anna Goddard, who got over for the score. And now the Hoods looking to re-establish their 2-try buffer. Simon checking away. Good touch comes in to knock the roll ball off balance just a moment. Referees are happy. There's Emily Simon trying to come over into the middle platform, but just a little bit of overplaying on that occasion. And a good midfield press here from the Nottingham Hoods. Giles checking away. There's McNaught. Kenzie McNaught scooping, trying to accelerate away, but it's really good shadow defence there by the toucher, Palmer Denning. Extra pass goes away to get around the oncoming press of Georgia Hack. Hack, flick touch, Betts. There's good momentum coming into this 5th touch. Just playing between the two, but then there's a good touch that comes in on Ella Dean, but Dean almost escapes her way into the in-goal area. A good yard eaten up on first. Hack, dummies, straightens. There's Buckingham checking away to the extra pass. Good foot speed up onto that far side. Is a much better subset than what we've seen so far here for Galaxy London. There's Tion Devine. Tion Devine scooping on 5th, accelerating, right foot step, gets into the in-goal area once more. Tion Devine, it's rinse and repeat for Galaxy London. Let's give Tion Devine the ball and let her make magic happen. It's a good right foot step to get over, and then the presence of mind to find the supporting player. And Galaxy London, well, they've certainly found the person with the keys at the moment. It's Tion Devine, and it's just let her scoop and step off that right foot to make something happen as the Hoods look to just go around the outside. Good platform set there, and yards eaten up on first. There's Summers with another good platform. Accelerating onto it is Simon. What can Simon create? It's well crowded out in the end there. Odell picking, scooping, coming back over towards Simon, a little bit behind Simon. Simon's got a good bit of work to do there. Simon maybe with an extra pass could have gone. And Patricia Hopcroft made the touch, and it is 6 in turnover. There was just a conversation happening between the two referees there. A little bit confused as to the call. Hoods caught questioning, and the Galaxy Touch Club go early. And Buckingham playing through the offside defender. And Buckingham just told to take this ball back to the mark. Roll platform, here's Hack. Georgia Hack checking away. Getting caught behind the gain line at the moment. And then a bit of a unceremonious surrender of possession in the midfield. It gives Alice Summers and co an opportunity to get some fresh legs onto the field. Odell. Palmer Denning. Trapped in behind the gain line. It's much better line speed here from London Galaxy. Simon accelerating, trying to get around Hack, but Hack makes a really good touch. And that's 6 in turnover, and this game has really found itself in the grind at the moment. McNaught caught in the touch, and then it's now the Nottingham Hoods' turn to put on the line speed and build pressure. Hack Good foot speed into the roll ball. And that is 6 and turnover, and that just became a little bit stop-start there in transition for London Galaxy. Palmer Denning, extra pass away. Working the ball over to the wing. 2 touches to get the fresh legs onto the field. There's Betts. Dean checking away. There's Simon. Want to get on the link punish. Simon squares the hip. Simon diving at the line. The referees have got a decision to be made. And the referees are happy. Simon gets over. Offside called. Play on and play through. Simon diving at the line. And the Nottingham Hoods re-establish their lead. 3 tries to 2 in this semi-final. And Nottingham Hoods started the brightest. They weathered a bit of a storm from Galaxy. And now they retain the lead. And what can they create now? Hopcroft in an acting half. Jelfs picking, accelerating, lofting a pass out to the wing, and there's a good bit of footwork on display for just a moment. Good hands on display there from Alice Summers. That pass was less than sympathetic. Summers now in an acting half. Kimbarby making really good yards up the box side. And then Betts looking to follow in suit. Offside penalty given. Hoods, their foot speed in this transition is causing issues. Betts cannons her way up. Referees were happy with the onside line. Now coming back over to the short side, recycling the play back into the midfield, realigning their attack. Simon checking away. That's Simon stepping, trying to get through. Hopcroft makes a good touch and just slams the door in her face. Loveridge. Simon picking, scooping. Simon trying to accelerate into the goal area. Does. Can she connect? That seems to be pretty good. Referees give ball down. And that was a marginal call over on the far side. There's cries of what coming from the Nottingham Hoods defence. And Galaxy getting their fresh legs onto the field. McNaught working with Hack. There's Kenzie McNaught. And the referees have a bit of a decision to be made. It's a little bit spluttery, this game, just slowing down for a moment. Ennis. McNaught. Feeds back to Ennis, back to McNaught. Good interplay between the two. Buckingham in motion. McNaught receives the ball back, stepping off her right foot. But it's stubborn defence right now from the Hoods. Ennis to McNaught. McNaught wants both middles up and engaged. Referees are happy that the Hoods are advancing as they should be. Buckingham in motion. McNaught in an acting half, coming back against the grain. Kenzie McNaught trying to get into the in-goal area. She does, but the Mirrors defence does enough to crowd out the threat. So we see the missed opportunity potentially as Simon picked, stepped, and it's this. Was this ball controlled? Oh, that looked pretty good to me. The Nottingham Hoods maybe feel a little bit aggrieved by that. That's a marginal call. It's a hard job being a ref, but it seemed pretty good as Ennis winds one up into the in-goal area. But it's well crowded out on that far side. More touches in the chamber for London Galaxy. Hack just wants to go quickly. Ennis carving a nice line off the ball. But Simon stays wise to it. 90 seconds left to go in this half. This is as tight as it could possibly be. Hack with an amazing touch, getting the off-the-mark penalty. And Georgia Hack comes up with a defensive turnover for London Galaxy, potentially giving them an opportunity to bring parity to the scoreboard going into half-time. 90 seconds remaining. McNaught fitting over towards The double assister, Tian Devine, who's just playing Matador with the defence at the moment. Waiting for Hopcroft to come join the fray. Tian Devine feeding to Hopcroft. Hopcroft diving. That looks good. And once again, it's a hat-trick of try assist for Tian Devine, this time delivering to Patricia Hopcroft. And with a minute left to go, we're back at all square, 3 tries apiece. And for the Nottingham Hoods, the question is, how do you stop Tian Devine? She has the keys to your defence and she's using it at ease. 45 seconds left to go. The Hoods will want to go back into half-time, back into the lead. Simon. We now have Palmer Denning feeding away. Wanted to get onto this link, but Sophia Jelves up into dominant defensive position. Simon feeding back over. Simon at acting half, picking up against the grain, dropping a late pass off towards Palmer Denning. Shut down well. Offside penalty given. 20 seconds left to go. Scoring opportunity here as Palmer Denning just hobbles ever so slightly. Simon. They're going to come down towards Palmer Denning and trap behind the gain line. Hooter will go any moment. The Hoods need to go quickly if they want to get a score on the board. They won't, and that'll be all she wrote in this first half of the Women's Open semi-final. And it's a story of the Nottingham Hoods versus Tian Devine, who has given London Galaxy 3 tries. It's been her assists that have made the difference for the team from London, and in terms of Nottingham Hoods, well, they've stemmed together a wonderful team performance and they'll need to do 20 more minutes of that. This Women's Division semi-final, we're going to half-time. Hoods 3, London Galaxy 3.
The last game proper game I played was the mixed final.
Where's the officials? This is your 2-minute round of 15 points. Rising official, your 1 minute warning. Rising official, 1 minute warning. Rising official, this is your 32nd round. Please take the field, right to pass. Rising official, stand by.
So the second half back underway. Nottingham Hoods 3, Galaxy London 3. Women's Division 1 semi-final. Hopcroft in motion. There's Tian Devine. Tian Devine trying to step away, losing control of the ball for just a moment, and then volleyball pass into the arms of the supporting middle. Now the Hoods setting pace on their transition, running into a supporting player for just a moment, and then Simon Palmer Denning on the fly. Palmer Denning making good yards up the middle. Simon scooping, accelerating, trying to get around Patricia Hopcroft, but Tian Devine makes a very good shoot from Link to nullify the threat on transition on this occasion. And I imagine that the conversations in this Hood sub-box revolve solely around how do you stop Tian Devine. Well, the first thing you do is you turn the ball over in transition. You retain possession in a dangerous area of the pitch. And in the half-time break, I was just chewing the fat a little bit with Chris Simon, who reliably informs me that the average age of this Nottingham Hood side is around 17, 18. Which is insane and a terrifying fact for years to come, because these players are only going to get better. It's not only a testament to the Nottingham Touch Club, but also England Touch. And would almost certainly be the youngest team to win here. You see Jelfs in motion, diving. Is that try time? It might be, if not for a brilliant shot by Phoebe Simon. Jelfs moving over into the middle channel. She wants this quickie. Checking away now. Jelfs in acting half. Trying to go hard at the line as Galaxy. Another good touch comes in. The defensive spacing of the Hoods limiting Galaxy to scraps at the moment. Jelfs now coming back against the grain towards Kendall Buckingham, but even Buckingham can't get that one into her hands, and Simon wants to go quickly, checking away. First touch, second touch up on the 10-metre line. Third, getting all the way up onto halfway. It's a wonderful subset right now, and I fear I'm coming down with something. A good bit of commentator's curse. Subset undone by a lack of hands there. And now Jelfs and Hack looking to set pace in their own transition. Hack takes a tumble, bounces off the floor. There's McNaught joining the fray. Ennis feeding away. Ennis to McNaught. Kenzie McNaught, what can she create? Right foot step. Not undoing the Nottingham defence at the moment, and it feels like the area of the game in which Nottingham are just finding so much more success at the moment. This defence is superior right now. Extra pass goes away, playing around the single shooter. Simon cannons through the roll ball. That's Ruby O'Dell. Kambabi. Summers. Moving away from O'Dell. Now into Simon. Summers in an acting half. Summers has two takes at the roll ball. Turnover. And Buckingham Bit of a sticky subset right now. There's Hopcroft. There's Tian Devine. What can she create? Well, magic as we've seen so far. Hopcroft coming back over towards Tian Devine. Hopcroft showing the dummy. And Summers with a flick touch to nullify the threat. Odell. Buckingham up, making a good touch, eating up the odds in front. And then this extra play away. Galaxy have got to problem solve these single shooters. It's causing them all sorts of issues in this transition defence. Hopcroft gets up, makes a really good touch onto Abigail Wolf. Wolf in an acting half, and then a hard touch comes in from Tian Devine. Betts. And Betts once more, coming over towards Palmer Denning. Now coming back over to Wolf. Dean in acting half. Dean back to Wolf. Wolf, they're going to go hard at the line. Patricia Hopcroft plays at the ball, knocks it down. Fresh set of 6. In fact, one more. Penalty. Wolf to Dean. And that's a messy roll ball that undoes the pressure that had been created from the Nottingham Hoods. It's a good defensive shutout there from London Galaxy. Tian Devine with great foot speed through the roll ball. Followed in suit. And then coming back to the mark. Second touch. Hack has to manufacture some momentum from nowhere. There's Jelfs in an acting half. Jelfs scooping. Jelfs escaping for just a moment, but Palmer Denning makes a good touch to deny the extra pass going to Georgia Hack, who'd found herself in a dangerous position with a 2-on-1 on that outside edge. There's Wolf trying to escape Georgia Hack, and that is again easier said than done. Good line speed to pen the Hoods in, then flick pass out to the wing. Does a good job of undoing the midfield press. Tilly Palmer Denning plays the extra pass away. Simon, Phoebe and M combining. Both Simons on the pitch at once. Good bit of interplay to get around Georgia Hack and then playing back onto the inside. This is dangerous now. Simon accelerating, escapes through the defenders. Can she find some support? Simon needs help, finds it, but unfortunately finds 3 Nottingham Hood players all trying to take the ball for themselves. A classic case of too many cooks spoiling the broth for just a moment, and Simon comes off with a bit of cramp immediately. Offside penalty given against the Hoods. Galaxy London with a decent platform to transition now. Second touch up onto the 10-metre line as players take a tumble in the backfield. And now there's a penalty for off the mark, and penalties really marring the last minute of touch here. And this really does have the feel of a semi-final now. Neither team willing to break. Bending under pressure, not succumbing to it. Simon setting platform. Working the ball over to Ruby Odell. Odell escaping the touch for a moment and then surrendering it. Simon in motion. There is Simon. Simon diving at the line. Eliana Ennis with a try-saver of a touch here. 5th touch, no platform to use. What can Simon create? He kills the ball in a good area. Kendall Buckingham with the turnover. And this pod has been trapped behind the gain line for a hot minute now. McNaught struggling in finding support. Nice dummy and acceleration to take the yards up in front of her. And then a hard touch given against Abigail Wolf. Hopcroft straightens. Swipe touch. Tian Devine with foot speed into the roll ball. And Tian Devine can maybe create another moment to remember for Galaxy London. Setting sweeper platform. Tian Devine giving. Hopcroft diving. And again, it's now 4 try assists for Tian Devine. That's the 2nd time she's combined with Patricia Hopcroft. And for the first time in this game, Galaxy London take the lead. And who else but this pairing of Tian Devine and Patricia Hopcroft to do the damage 4 tries to 3 now. 9 minutes it's taken to get the opening score in this second half. But the deadlock is finally broken. Summers looking to re-establish parity. Summers playing Matador, wants that link punish, gets the punish. Alice Summers can't quite reel that ball in. A bit of a disconnect there in the setup. Was nudged off that platform just a bit by Georgia Hack. Good defensive work there from Hack. And now Galaxy London rolling through their transition. McNaught dummying, straightening. Ennis checking back onto the inside. Ennis, that's a wobble. There's Betts. Summers. Simon. Straightening, escaping through that midfield press for just a minute and then having to come back to the mark. Good flick touch that comes in. Wolf coming towards Dean. Wolf platforming. Simon in motion. Simon diving. Is that try time? It's a brilliant touch that comes in. Kenzie McNaught thought just for a moment that the try was going to be given, already walking off the field. Referees disagree. Step from Simon. One extra pass goes to the wing. Catch and finish. If that's try time, it might be spectacular. The referees have a decision to be made. 6 touches in turnover. The Hoods coming so close to re-establishing themselves on the score sheet. Not quite happening. Just trying to listen in to the referees in this sub-box for a moment. This game is bubbling into a wonderful semi-final affair. Buckingham checking away. Hopcroft. Tian Devine now, straight turns, extra pass away is good. Hopcroft in an acting half, that's 5th touch. Hopcroft feeding over to Tian Devine. Tian Devine dummying, throws the extra pass. Never played at though by the Hood, so 6 in turnover. Wolf. Tian Devine with good line speed to get up and shut down the threat. This is much better transition defence here from London Galaxy. Buckingham, this time it was making the touch, and then a spectacular hands from Abigail Wolf, who has to dive on the floor to regain that, and Simon in suit as well. Then a hard touch given. It's met to a roar from this Hood sub-box. And I think that was a 4 sub as well. So 5v6 for just a moment. Palmer Denning and co look to create some go forward. Simon getting onto that middle platform. Palmer Denning comes back over towards Simon. No, she doesn't. She goes to Loveridge. Loveridge platforming. Palmer Denning feeding to Simon. Simon feeding the wing. Step trying to get to the line. 2 good sets of touches coming in. That's 5th touch. Nothing to play with. 1 last scoring opportunity potentially. Switching back over towards the short side. But London Galaxy crowd it out on this occasion. 7 minutes left to go. 1 try in it. This is anyone's game. Hack. Jelfs marshalling the troops. Sophia Jelfs picking, accelerating. Trying to bounce away from the defender, but the defender's onside. Referees are happy. Although, penalty for Chat, and that is a bit of a coach killer. Imogen Loveridge it was on the wrong end of the referee's whistle. And now, Jelfs coming over towards Hack. Jelfs trapped behind the gain line for just a moment. Needs a good bit of go forward. Sophia Jelfs looking to get on the quickie. Wants the dropping early penalty. Not taken. Hack getting on the link punish. Now coming back over towards the open side. Extra hands might go. Diving touch comes in. And that is 6 and change. And that one hurt. I think that's Loveridge making up for the talk penalty with a brilliant diving touch. And it was met to rapturous applause in the sub-box. Simon checking away. Betts, extra pass goes. Wonderful work here. Tips goes Emily Simon, getting up towards the halfway line. Much better platform here for the Hoods to strike off of. Freya Betts straightens. Fifth touch coming. Summers and Simon in exactly the position that you want them. Alice Summers platforming, but that's a bobbly roll ball. Just when the pressure started to mount, it's turnover. It's got to step back on the inside. And McNaught. Ennis getting up over to halfway. That's fifth though. No platform left to come. Buckingham straightens. Surrenders the touch there. Midfield turnover and the Hoods go quickly. The Hoods have got a bit of a buzz about them right now. Looking to maybe thieve one. Betts. Summers. Extra pass goes and just maybe a bit of fatigue setting into the mind of Alice Summers. Throws the extra pass. Not connecting on this occasion. And Buckingham, Ennis, McNaught setting pace in this transition.
I guess that was my thing for if there is a start with yourself going, you know what you're doing, full stop. If you can just concentrate back there.
Well, there's a penalty for offside going against the Hoods, and it's this familiar, well, it's the haunting pair for the Hoods right now of Tian Devine and Hopcroft both in the middle. There's Tian Devine. The referee with a blast of the whistle just brings calm into that defensive set. Tian Devine with a roll ball. No repeat set of 6, no penalty. Referee just settling some expectations. Tian Devine stepping, accelerates against the goal area. Tian Devine checking away. And that is a fiver for Tian Devine, who has single-handedly made the difference in this London Galaxy side. And at the moment, the Hoods will be waking up to nightmares of Tian Devine. That's 5 try assists. And the Hoods just don't quite have the answer to Galaxy's 91, Tian Devine. If they manage to come through this semi-final with a victory, well, it's Tian Devine's victory really, complemented by a phenomenal supporting cast. But the lead orchestrator, that 91. Hoods have a bit of a job to do now. Simon trying to accelerate around the outside. The Hoods maybe trying to get over in the corner. 5th touch, nothing doing. 2.5 minutes left to go. 2 tries the difference. If Hoods score now, it's anyone's game. But the ball just finds the floor. Galaxy go through their subset with a bit more confidence now. They've established themselves a more comfortable buffer. And there's a 7-on penalty that's coming here. Simon goes quickly. Just comes back to the mark for just a moment. Both Simon's sisters in and amongst this play right now. Simon coming over towards Kumarabi. Betts platforming. Simon in motion. Simon ripping long to the wing. Is that catch and ground? It's not. That's touch given. And ball down, turnover. 90 seconds left to go, and that might have been the opportunity for the Hoods. And London Galaxy have just problem solved so well in this game, used all of their experience. They've shored up their defensive spacing. They've not allowed the Simon sisters the time in which they can operate, and also this woman who has just been unplayable for Nottingham. And I'm sure if you're watching, you're sick of the name, but you've got to give them flowers. Tian Devine. And an individual performance to be marvelled at. as the Hoods become a little bit stuck in their transition. That's a better escape, and then the extra check goes away. Simon, solid roll ball. Tilly Palmer-Denning platforming through the middle. Fourth touch, fifth coming. What can they create? Palmer-Denning potentially getting involved. Wolf has to come back to the mark. And now there's fifth touch, nothing on. Wolf with a late pass potentially to Alice Summers. And 30 seconds left to go. It feels like a mountain that's a little bit out of reach for this young and exciting Hood side that have all the potential in the world. And will take great learning from this semi-final and will almost certainly go into that third place playoff with their heads held high. But this London Galaxy side have just pieced a performance together when they needed to. Hopcroft surrenders that fifth touch. Gels might look to cap this performance off with a bow. Late pass, and that is 6 and change, and that is all she wrote. The Nottingham Hoods, a valiant performance against London Galaxy. They came so close, but it's London Galaxy who make their way into the final, spearheaded by Tian Devine. 5 try assists in a Division 1 semi-final. There's not many players who can say that, but you can add that Galaxy 91 to the list. As it stands, London Galaxy 5, Nottingham Hoods 3. But that isn't the last of Nottingham Hoods on pitch 1. Definitely not. Coming up for you in about 10 minutes time, we have the Cup semi-final in Division 1. Men's action. Nottingham Hoods once more. They'll be looking to repeat their success, and they're coming up against the old dominators, London Scorpions, and that'll be with you in 10 minutes time.
For the North East Mixed Open. We got scored on off the first tap, which I think probably did us the world of good because we woke up a little bit after that. So good win. Did what we needed to do, did what we were aiming to do at the start of the game. But I think this game's going to be a little bit different, possibly a little bit different pace. This team, I think, are going to threaten us on the line up the middle, maybe. So yeah, looking forward to it and seeing how we'll get on. Our youngest's 15, female player, and our oldest is about 26, 27, I think. Yeah, I think what we've got is we've got a team of players who've got some really good skill, and they can read defences, they can play heads up, they've got good skill, they've got good pace. So attacking wise, I'm just going to let that flow from them because from the first game, that's what they showed me. But what we really need to do is we need to nail our midfield defence.
Any thoughts, Nathaniel?
I'm just happy to be here, you know? It's going to be a good game, isn't it? I like any scoop.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. Cool.
Just go down, get the ball down, chop a hole.
Platform's a scoop.
Yep. Nice. Heads and tails. Yep.
Keep on going forward, team. Win.
Go, 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 go.
What a ball! When we're doing our midfield D, our transition D, they're beating us a few times on our far side. So they're getting round our far side male link. So it's just, we need to compress a little bit closer over that side. Good work. What a ball. Who gave that? You? I go back to the same messaging as the game before. You clearly can see what you need to do in attack. That last being aware, the awareness of the time on the clock, the awareness of taking it away from our box, the awareness of finding the space and using your pace to go down that edge. Yes! Yes, Matt! Let's finish this set! Finish it! Finish it! Ah! Really well played. Really well played.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, Lizzie.
Great game, Milo.
Thank you.
Yeah, you absolutely, you just read it so well.
We just need to play with some intent.
Mm.
It's the big deal.
James, massive defensive shift from you
Thank
and
you.
Cash in that last one. Cheers, well played, well played. Well played, guys. Hey, all right? Well played. Take a big deep breath, Raiders. Everybody in? I usually stretch now, Chris, rather than talk. I stretch then talk, or do you want me to talk and then stretch?
Either whatever feels good to you.
Oh.
I'll do it if I get paid for it.
Well, what I need to say to you is I just need a few minutes to gather my thoughts. If you were watching that game as a neutral, that was such an exciting game of touch. And it was just neck and neck all the way through. Yeah, I just need a few moments to gather my thoughts, see what we're going to do, taking it into the next game, into the Northwest game. So let's have a little stretch.
You just got to go into it. Like, you don't know whether it's going to be a success, you don't know whether it's not, but you just got to hope that it will. And if you have that desire, it really will work. And that's what happened with us. You know, we started off just as a group of friends wanting to kick a ball about, not even proper touch rugby. And then we had one pioneer who came in and just taught everyone how to do it. And you know, that drive was there already from that like friendship group, and we just brought it up here.
People love the fact that it's inclusive sport and it's a mixed sport. I think that's quite rare. So people say that like the vibes of touch is always just really good. Everyone's really friendly. That's probably the main selling point, and then they learn to actually enjoy the sport after that, I think.
The key is to advertise. I think get your name out there. Touch, at least in Southampton, isn't very well known compared to rugby. So I think really getting your name out there, getting your uni to promote you as well, and really get in the socials and just spread the word. I think probably the biggest thing.
Have you had that kind of support from your AE?
We have in some ways, but I think I've always wanted a bit more like screen time, I guess, more like story posts, more Instagrams, more flyers, things like that. But I think we've got that at the moment, so I think that might help us in the future.
Keep going, most importantly, but also reach out to those rugby players. You know, contact sports are more and more becoming a thing of the past, and touch offering a fast, flowing and non-contact version of the sport really is a really good opportunity to get involved and keep playing rugby even after injury, or you know, just not wanting to hurt on a Sunday.
I would say start small, because I don't think our club would have grown to the extent that it has if we hadn't got a really good core group who were dedicated, willing to train, willing to turn up when there weren't that many people. And then from that, it's a slow growing process, but you get more people coming along, the quality improves over time. I'd say don't be disheartened if at the start the touch maybe isn't that high quality or you're lacking numbers a little bit. Stick with it, because people will come and people love the game. And it's one of the only mixed sports at Bucks. And so you will get numbers, you just need to stick with it.
There's not a lot I'm going to say right now. I just want everybody in the next 3 minutes or whatever to just stay quite quite close to each other, get some connection, feel the vibes. No longer wet, the floor is no longer wet. So in the warm-up, we're going to start moving that ball nice and freely, build our
30 seconds remain until the men's Division 1 semi-final begins. It's London Scorpions with the tap, attacking from right to left. Nottingham Hoods in defence. This is a game that has everything you could ask for. Pace, power, precision. And I am very happy to say I am joined by Ben Nurse, who, Ben, we've called a fair few of these games now. This feels just as exciting as any other.
Yeah, I think this is the game everyone wanted to see when they got here today. Obviously, the cup final in the first round. I think everyone on this pitch was dreaming about their opposite number last night when they went to bed.
Oh, absolutely. As we see Scorps get into their line attack early. Halpenny dishing, and that is try time already.
That's what he does.
And that is absolute filth from James O'Donnell. Gets underneath the covering touch oh so easily, and he's a name that we've been calling more and more recently. James O'Donnell gets the opening score. Benny, it's golden for Scorps.
Oh, what an example of you know what's coming, but can you stop it? Jimmy O'Donnell, one of the best dives in the game.
He's the Iron Robin, right? He cuts in, cuts in from the right, hits it with the left. You know what's coming. Can you stop it? Speaking of, there's Archie Devlin working with Ollie Simon. What can these two conjure? Probably a moment of magic. Devlin to Simon. Simon trying to skate away from the oncoming pressure, but that's fifth touch. No touches remaining in the chamber. Needs to create a moment of magic. Devlin feeds the ball out to the wing, but unfortunately for Guy Stewart, his opposite number had him marked up. There's Sean O'Sullivan getting involved with the transition. There is O'Sullivan checking away over onto that far side. Harry Richards has to do a bit of work to get there in an acting half. And now the threat comes flying onto the pitch. James O'Donnell just unhooks the trailer, gets into the in-goal area, finds his support. It is perfect. And James O'Donnell has started this semi-final furiously, this time connecting with Joe Brewer to get Scorpion second.
Yeah, they peppered them on that near side link on the box side, and he scooped through. Shows great pace.
I love that in the in-goal area as well. Those two boys from the Scorps too, celebrating, screaming at them. And now
I think it's Franco back there, isn't it?
It is, of course it is. Stockdale, what can he create? Trying to get around the outside. Not quite happening for him on that occasion. Keep an eye out for number 27, Will Stockdale, one of these bright young sparks in the Nottingham Hood side. Skip pass out to the link, that is stunning, and that is try time, and it is picture perfect. Scorpions link flew out of the line, trying to make a defensive read, and then what about this for a good bit of touch IQ? Skip pass out to the link, it's gorgeous. Sam Dean connects. I mean, Ben, we're in for a shootout.
Can he hear you, Joe? Can he hear you? He said, we'll look out for Stockdale on the sweep, and it looked like he completely forgot about his other link. Lovely skip pass.
Oh, it's worrying. It is absolutely worrying. As we see O'Donnell in motion, not taken. Halpenny gets into the in-goal area, looking for support. Halpenny trying to connect with Bendel, he does! And that is gorgeous. Liam Halpenny, provider twice, this time connecting with Josh Bendel. I mean, what more could you ask for right now? These are two sides that are throwing, well, they're throwing the kitchen sink at each other early. We're not even 5 minutes into this game.
The old shake and bake. Lovely.
I love it. Mellor setting platform. Stockdale in an acting half. Mellor. I mean, this really is a who's who of the next best thing here for Nottingham Hoods. This is a young side. Stockdale in motion. Mellor platforming. Stockdale. Dummies gets into the in-goal area. Finds Will Stockdale. That's ball down once more. I mean, this is absolutely furious, and a good bit of afters as well.
Is this an all-star game? This energy around this game at the moment is brilliant. You just know it's tit for tat, and it's going to go right down to the wire.
I also love the good bit of afters as well with Jared Lewis as they're coming back onto the pitch. They know how good it is. I mean, we talk about outscoring the minutes. Well, we're doing that plenty. We got a minute in the locker, 5 tries in 4 minutes. This is nuts. Halpenny, O'Donnell, Bendel. Halpenny to O'Donnell. O'Donnell ripping long. I mean, how good is this game right now? Jimmy O'Donnell has a hand in 3 scores. We're not even 5 minutes in.
Yeah, he's got the game by the scruff of its neck. He's beat them 3 different ways. He's dived, he's scooped through, and now the long ball. Beautiful.
I mean, you got the most specialist winger as well in this near side, Harry Richards, who I was trawling back some old Nationals footage. I mean, he was doing it on the wing for Sharks in 2022. He is phenomenal. And then our first roll ball error 5 minutes into this game.
The first mistake, yeah.
I mean, we can just take a breath for a moment, right? We've not had an opportunity to just chew the fat as McMahon cannons up the box side, followed in suit. This is a nice transition, flying onto the field now. Scooping platform, ripping. Oh, that is an absolute dart into the corner that just falls short of the supporting cast, and who else but the familiar number 5, Dom Tripp.
I mean, you talk about the experience in this Scorps team, Joe. I'm looking at the Hoods box on our near side. The 2 coaches are Sam Dixon and Theo Edwards.
Yeah.
They're both university students. It really is a massive clash of styles here, youth versus experience.
Well, I was talking to Chris Simon in the Nottingham Hoods women's sub-box. That women's side, average age of 17. Nottingham Hoods are young, they're exciting, and you are so right. They are playing against the who's who at the old heads in England touch. As Devlin ripping a long ball, almost connecting with that far side wing. I mean, there's a reason why we've been calling him the Ballon Boy for the past 2 years. He's got the keys to this attack, and they're letting him loose early.
It's right where you want it as the winger or the link for that matter, hard and low, so you can dive onto it and get it down in one motion.
Halpenny straightens. Bendel. Late pass away, good hands, Bendel picking, feeding O'Donnell. O'Donnell, left foot step, late pass to Bendel. 1 more goes, that'll be 6 more. Fresh set of 6 now, and this is not the pod that Nottingham Hoods want to be defending.
They love to beat you that way, Scorps. They love to send a sweeper, for example, make you look at one end of the pitch and then switch the point of the attack.
O'Donnell to Bamber. Bamber gets the ball down. That is a phenomenal covering touch by Archie Devlin. Bamber maybe thought he had more time than he had. O'Donnell. Bendel. Platforming for O'Donnell. James O'Donnell, but there's an incorrect play of the ball there, and our first real defensive set superiority for the Nottingham Hoods as Sorgo just bounces around one. And then here is Devlin getting away from Bamber. Wow. I mean, Archie Devlin, you talk about explosive power, well, there you go. Gallagher firing. Ollie Simon, what can he create? Platforming now, 5th touch. And that is 6 more. Halpenny had his hand in the cookie jar for a moment.
I mean, you look at this 6 for Hoods, and it's pick your poison. Who's gonna beat them? I mean, we've not talked about Ollie Simon much.
Nope.
Stockdale looming in the background again.
Classic behaviour. How good. Josh Bendel loves it. This is one to keep an eye out for here. Stockdale potentially coming in motion. Now moving back over to the 32 platform. Simon, early release to Stockdale, but James O'Donnell flies out of the line to make something happen defensively. Simon now checking away towards Stockdale. Stockdale platforming. Simon feeding to Gallagher. Gallagher trying to bounce around James O'Donnell. But if I was Hoods, I'd be trying to attack anywhere other than where that Scorpions number 20 is. Gallagher bouncing around Bendel, gets into the goal area. And then that is 6 and change. And Bendel with a few bites at the cherry is able to take that ball into grasp, and then a lovely late wrap to Bamber, who sets good pace in this transition. Ben, I mean, this is menacing right now.
And it's going to start turning into a chess match now as the minutes start to tick on. We can see in the box in front of us, Hoods just talking away, talking about how they're going to beat them when they get back on the pitch.
Here's Lewis, setting platform. Here's O'Sullivan. Oh, just for a moment you thought O'Sullivan was going to take that in stride and execute that 3-on-2. Not quite connecting on that occasion, but it will certainly come to fruition at some point for this Scorp side as Stockdale checking open side, hand in the face. This is ferocious pace and intensity right now, and we've not even mentioned the physicality.
The pace in this game is outrageous. It's just back and forth.
Devlin, left foot step, accelerates through. Archie Devlin almost gets on the outside of Sean O'Sullivan. But we've seen this combination of O'Sullivan and Tripp, not only in attack and defence. This is South East Sharks middle pairing, and they know what they do, and they do it beautifully.
Yeah, and they've been together for a few years now, and you can tell they have, because the connection there, you can see it.
Here we go. Dangerous subset. There's the big man, cannoning through the roll ball. Threatening. O'Donnell, passive out to the link. This is threatening now. What can the Hoods scramble? They do, but they keep the ball alive, and that flick pass is about as forward as you'd like. But there's your first real look at this James O'Donnell fizzing pass out to this delayed link line, fading on the outside of shoulder of his opposite man.
Yeah, we saw it in that men's open final from Nationals. I mean, it's almost arguably more impressive than hitting the winger.
Yeah.
Being able to fade it in front of the link's face and as he hits it at pace.
There's Ollie Simon feeding to Stockdale. Stockdale back to Simon. Simon with quick hands. Mellor almost connected with a flick pass. That'll be 6 more. However, it's been given as a forward pass off the base of the ruck. This is as good a club rugby as you will see here.
I think if I'm Scorps, I think they're going to put their hand up as the first team to take the sting out of the game here. Hoods just want to go 100 miles an hour at every opportunity, and you can see that they're trying to get at them as quick as possible now.
I would maybe argue that Hoods probably have the fitness advantage just with the age, right? Like no other factor, just the age. As Mellor sets platform, split a play for Stockdale. Stockdale beats Bendel, all ends up, and that should be try time. It is. That is disgusting footwork from Will Stockdale. I mean, Benny.
That is filth.
How good is this? Oh. That is diabolical from Will Stockdale, and Josh Bendel will be waking up to cold sweats of Will Stockdale's footwork in the night.
It's where you don't want to concede it in between the middles, and he's given neither middle any chance of getting close to him.
Well, that's the beauty of this splitter play, right? That England have adopted so much. They want to be getting in between those middles, and then conditioning, and then maybe ripping open side. But when you've got dancing feet like Stockdale, you don't need to. As Bamba picks up, feeds O'Donnell. O'Donnell driving at the line, asking the question of the referees. I think sideline ref has something to say. Was Ellis Pearce onside? He wasn't. That's played through.
Score.
And I mean, you talk about having the keys to an attack. Well, O'Donnell's got the keys to the Nottingham defence right now. Re-establishes a 2-try lead.
Yeah, I mean, feed the hot hand. When you're hot, you know you're hot, and Scorps can tell that O'Donnell, everything he touches turns to gold.
I love that as well. There's just a good bit of arrogance there. Here we go.
You love to see it. We need so much more of it in touch.
Agreed. Could not agree with something more, actually. Let's get a bit bitey, fellas. Simon, Stockdale in motion. Stockdale, getting it, diving at the line. Oh, my word. Will Stockdale almost points directly at O'Donnell and says, anything you can do, I can do better. This is disgusting from Stockdale. Ollie Simon on that replay with a hand over his mouth. He can't quite believe what he's just seen.
I mean, we mentioned it at the other end. Not to notice that this guy, he's unstoppable at the moment. Get the ball in his hands.
Bendel feeding over. Just trying to keep that wing honest. And that is a messy roll
touch.
Ball. Collector's item.
Yeah, uncharacteristic.
I mean, it actually feels a little bit disrespectful, right? Because we've not mentioned Connor Fitzpatrick, we've not mentioned Kieran James, we've not mentioned Stephen Troy, we've not mentioned so many players on another day that get all of the airtime.
There's a man wearing the number 5 shirt for Scorps who's not put his fingerprints in this game yet, and you get the feeling that when the second half kicks off, he'll start to imprint them.
I mean, why? Well, why do you need to? When you've got O'Donnell who's trying to get at the line, no touch claimed. I mean, just put that for 20 minutes and we'll see who comes out, and we'll just give the winner off of that.
It's like an NBA game. It's like Curry's on one team, LeBron's on the other, and both teammates are just saying, you two go at it.
Yeah, you go wild. This is insane quality right now. 4-6 in favour of London Scorpions. I mean, I've not even brought up the scoreline at any point over the past few minutes because the action's just been amazing. There's Stockdale. Stockdale stepping. Sean O'Sullivan stays wise to it. There's fifth touch. Keep an eye out on that far side. Mellor. Let's come back on the inside. Referee's just given ball down. Mellor wanted 6 more, so finally we get a defensive shutout. It feels like it's a rare thing right now.
They went for the splitter play again, didn't they?
It was a little bit stop-start though, right? It wasn't as fluid in their setup as the first one.
Bit clunky.
Indeed. Dom Tripp, huge, just soft shoulders, getting away from the oncoming player, and then Tripp ripping late pass out to the link. That one just goes to ground. And Stockdale takes pride in his defensive work.
I wonder if they've done that play a couple times.
He's gone! No one will catch him! Offside call! And you've got to be Johnny on the spot, and Rory Hawkins did exactly that. Listen to the play, goes through and executes and unhooks the trailer. Oh, good.
So frustrating if you're Scorps. So frustrating. You should have a chance to attack in midfield, and then you concede that on the other end.
This is... I mean, the run rate at the moment is unlike anything I've seen in recent memory, actually. I couldn't give you a game that's been as high scoring as this. Halpenny feeding O'Donnell. O'Donnell back to Halpenny. QB, Halpenny trying to dive at the line.
I wish we could analyse the scores, Joe. I mean, as soon as I start talking, they've tapped off and they're at the 7 again. It's outrageous.
This pace is phenomenal. Halpenny,
wow.
late disguise pass to O'Donnell. O'Donnell dropping a late ball off, potentially connecting with Dom Tripp. There's a lovely bit of invention coming from the Scorps.
Yeah, you get the feeling Hoods can beat them with speed, and Scorps might be able to win with how they think their way through the problems that pop up. So we'll see which of those two adaptations comes out on top.
Yeah, it's really going to be a case of who can problem solve the fastest now. One try in it. Scorpions with the advantage. Pearce with good acceleration. There's 4th, 5th coming. Mellor needs to set a good platform. Pearce gets in. That's a muscular touch coming in from Halpenny. Pearce accelerating away, looking for the late switch, but that is 6 in turnover.
Scooped into 3 defenders with only 1 support player. Now, this Scorps sub on, I was going to mention when Hawkins broke through, that they've come this open side a couple times and not had much joy. I wonder if they'll cut back into their box side instead of playing the man out the back this time. If they sub off.
We've just taken a moment there. Almost a little bit of a breather.
I'm out of breath. I'm not even on the pitch.
I'm giving myself a headache. O'Sullivan in an acting half. O'Sullivan picking against the grain, getting into the in-goal area. Can he find a spare player? His body's flying at the ball. It's given ball down and turnover. And Sean O'Sullivan potentially re-establishing a 2-try lead.
Yeah, he's really good at that. As someone who's really good at putting on a plate for the traditional strike players, he's really good at knowing when to pick his moment and scoop through.
It's poacher-like, right? He sort of takes the opportunities. Simon bouncing away from a few, avoiding touches with ease.
Pretty good.
I mean, this is horrible footwork from Ollie Simon, manufacturing extra yards on offer. There's Gallagher trying to scoop through, but I think he'll get a penalty. There's a blast of the referee's whistle that goes in favour of the Nottingham Hoods, and I've just sort of locked eyes with Will Mellor for just a moment, and that is a tired boy there. He has done monstrous work so far.
You see Simon, he's got a bit of a commanding role in this team now, hasn't he? You know, for a young guy, he seems to take the reins and just say, right, I'm putting my head down now. You boys play off this.
Split a platform for Gallagher. Gallagher, wanted to give that extra pass to Ollie Simon, opted against it on first touch. The coaches will love it. Maybe that opportunity falls away now. Coming back over towards the splitter play. Picking up against the grain is Devlin. Devlin gets into the goal area. Steps up in a phone booth. That is Archie Devlin at his best. That's why we call him the Ballon Boy. That is absolute filth from Archie Devlin. I mean, look at this. What do you do?
I always think the same thing when I'm watching this guy play, and I'm thinking in my head, I'm so happy I'm not the guy defending him. Because it's just, I thought he was going to scoop open and do him for pace, which he probably could have as well. But that left foot step is just filth.
It is diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. I've got no other words to describe it. It's stuff that should only be coming out after 8 o'clock at night, right? It's
after the
horrible
watershed.
stuff. Yeah, it's not legal. Tripp looking to re-establish a Scorps lead as Nottingham Hoods bring them level. O'Donnell dropping a late pass off towards Dom Tripp, but it's a wonderful touch that comes in.
Great defence.
At the last moment from Rory Hawkins, who's affected the play on both sides of the ball. That 6 touch and turnover. But again, what about the invention from Scorpions? They're able to just create scoring opportunities from nothing.
Yeah, it's interesting how they can play off the fact that O'Donnell is doing so well at the line, and by throwing the ball, if they take the attention now away from him onto someone like Tripp.
Oh, Mellor. Wow. Just trying to beat him for pace. Will Mellor trying to go around the outside. And that'll be given touch and pass. I don't mind that from Will Mellor, actually. You've got to condition him to keep honest over on that far side. And Ben, I don't know if you've taken a look at the clock anytime soon, but we're already 50 seconds away from half time.
Oh,
there's Harry Richards with a bit of a rare wing scoop dabble down that far side.
Don't mind it.
And touch and pass given. Look at the depth that Hoods are realigning to. They want to go quickly, and they know that they've got to have the depth and pace to do so. Devlin. Now Mellor, Sorgo.
Ooh.
A really good roll ball, actually, because that could have been off the mark very easily. But Sorgo stays wise to it. Stockdale just dancing his way through. Simon feeding away. What can the boys create in the midfield? Nothing on that occasion, unfortunately. The opportunity just disappeared in front of Sam Dean's eyes, and I think there'll be a penalty for not giving the ball back. So Scorpions will have one opportunity to create a moment of magic. Late switches might be on offer, but they'll just kill the play. And this is, well, I mean, we speak about classics. This needs to be in a category of its own. I have never seen a game of touch be 6-6 at half-time in a 40-minute game where both teams, like, there's been no bad defensive reads, right?
Not at all.
But just been
not a single one.
Raw attacking prowess.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. 20 minutes in, it's already won for the Archives, no matter what happens in this closing 20. I hope through the screen we can convey the level of intensity that is on this pitch right now. It is relentless, isn't it, Joe?
I mean, we're gonna talk through some of these scores as they roll through, because we've not been able to do this. Here, Halpenny gets into the in-goal area. Bendel just shakes away from his covering defender, gets that ball down. I mean, we've spoken a lot about James O'Donnell, right? But Liam Halpenny's had such a game of it.
There's so much quality on the pitch. I mean, I'm looking at the 6 that's out on the field for Scorps. O'Donnell's there, Halpenny's there, as you mentioned. So many ways to beat you.
And then on the other side of the ball, Nottingham Hoods. I mean, it takes a lot for you to get more airtime than Archie Devlin and Ollie Simon. But Will Stockdale's done exactly that.
He's stolen the show.
Unplayable so far. And I mean, you just saw it there. Will Stockdale highlight. I mean, you could take a pick of any of these, and probably Will Stockdale's had a hand in it, as we see O'Donnell again just going over. I mean, from an attacking perspective, we cannot overstate just how impressive that 20 minutes of touch has been, especially from a Nottingham Hoods perspective, playing against players that boast far greater international playing experience, that boast far greater playing experience, full stop. Like some of the London Scorpions players were probably playing when some of these guys were in primary school, right? Which is a crazy sentence to say.
No, it's true.
And yet the Hoods are just holding their own.
I mean, it's something that you notice in this Hoods team. Like, they're very confident. They're bordering on arrogant in a good way. They've got some cojones, these boys.
It's swagger, right?
It's swagger.
It's just unbridled confidence.
You mentioned Stockdale, like saying to someone like Ollie Simon or Archie Devlin, right, you're going down for me, mate. I'm going at the line.
That is a brave call, right?
You know, they've all got that swagger, as you say, Joe, and you've got to love it.
I mean, so far, this game has been breathless. And I need to take a swig of water. So we are going to leave you with this as it stands. Nottingham Hood 6, London Scorpions 6. 3 minutes till the second half, where we'll figure out who else is making a final. And as it stands, I mean, it's anyone's game. Half time, Hood 6, Scorpions 6.
Raise the officials. 2-minute warning. Raise the officials. 2 minutes. Amazing official. 1 minute rule.
So our on-pitch reporter, Bailey, from Next Gen, has just come over and reliably informed us that the other semi-final, Galaxy are up by 1. So it's nail-biters across the board.
Yeah.
Certainly the right 4 have made semi-finals.
I mean, the thought just crossed my mind, should this be the final? But then you do look at the other semi, and Galaxy Southwest, they probably do deserve to be in the final as well if they win that game. And whoever they play out of these two, if they win that game, that'll be unreal, won't it?
Oh, mate, it's going to be an absolute battle. We were just discussing when we put the mics down. We've not even spoken about, like, Matty Hawes, which feels...
Oh, sorry, Joe. Guy Stewart's just thrown up behind us. He's just run off the pitch and chunned it.
How good.
That doesn't show the pace of the game. I don't know what does. A winger's just chunned it at half time.
That is absolutely spot on. As we see, Devlin in his line attack, now finding himself in the link position. Archie Devlin, step back, counties play. Devlin, diving at the line. It's a really good covering touch that comes in, this time by Jared Lewis. Keep an eye out on this near side. I mean, we've just realised that they've snuck Will Stockdale on in this near side wing as Ollie Simon tries to escape the diving touch of Sean O'Sullivan. But if there's one player that's almost certainly every time going to put his body on the line in defence, it's Sean O'Sullivan.
Yeah, and those are the guys that you need in your team. You know, the flashy attack gets all the plaudits usually, but as someone who plays the game, which we both have, you know, you love those guys that are defensive stalwarts. You were one yourself, Joe.
I used to pride myself on being a stubborn little boy in defence. As we see Dom Tripp rip a ball over to the open side, it's picked off there by Matty Hawes, who does finally get his call that he deserves. Simon bouncing around, Devlin stepping, accelerating into the roll ball. Mellor feeds the extra pass away to Kit Sorgo, and now here is Stewart, who's probably feeling a few kilos lighter. Stockdale accelerates through the roll ball. Hawkins coming back in and just steadying the ship for a moment. The pace has just bubbled down ever so slightly. We're simmering again, ready to explode into live. Hawkins, dummies, Hawkins goes long, tap back potentially on. Maybe Stewart had one mind on his next job before taking the ball in, but it'll be an offside penalty.
Yeah, interesting to see what they do here, Joe. 6 more. We've not really seen this situation in this game because they've been so clinical when they've got to the line on 3, 4 and 5.
I mean, they've not really needed many opportunities to get over the line, and a fresh set of 6 feels dangerous. However, turnover. There's me and Will Mellor share a bit of a shake of the head, and that feels like retribution, getting the turnover for what was almost certainly a Nottingham foot in the ruck.
Karma, he says.
Karma. And now, Hoods, fresh set of 6. I mean, the blood pressure's creeping up ever so slightly. Stockdale diving at the line, accelerating over. It's stubborn work again, this time from Stephen Troy.
That's the play. He scored off it a couple times. They seem to have remedied that now.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going
to go to.
For me, I'd be going back to this sweeper setup, or you want to go splitter. However, they look to just dive at the line. Is that ball down? A referee calls the touch, but another penalty. Scorpions on the wrong side of the referee's whistle at the moment. And just to remind you on how crazy the first half was, at this stage of the first half, we'd had 3 scores already, which is wild. Stockdale in motion, Stockdale diving at the line. Dom Tripp gets up, makes a brilliant snipe from Link. I mean, that's as textbook Dom Tripp defence as you could possibly see.
Yeah, that's what you want from your Link, getting in the channel, making the touch.
Being busy. Stockdale feeding to Pearce. Gallagher taking it down. Here's Ethan Gallagher stepping, beating one, and then again, and then looking to run phase. Gallagher maybe could have just ripped that from the floor, but as it stands, our first real defensive shutout of the game comes 3 minutes into the second half.
Yeah, and they had 6 there. You've got to be a little bit disappointed if you're Hoods there. Didn't really condition, didn't really make Scorps think. It was all very easy.
I want to see them go back to that splitter play.
Yeah, they went away from it after it didn't work once.
Agreed. They should have kept going with it. That's what is unlocking this defence more often than not, as we see Bendel platforming. Now receiving the ball back, coming over towards James O'Donnell, but you call it forward pass.
It did look forward.
It's good spotting from the referees. And also, with a game that's played as fast as this, the quality of referees that we've got on the pitch is amazing, right? Like, it's what this game needs.
And you forget how fit you've got to be a referee in this type of game.
Yeah, you couldn't pay me enough to ref this game. I'm quite happy just chewing the fat with you up here. It's Dean, looks to get the ball down. Devlin in motion, skipping Devlin, going right out to the wing, and that's just a little bit too high there for Guy Stewart. And you can hear the barking orders from Theo Edwards in this sub-box. And what I love about this, right, just as he goes to get the ball back, Edwards is barking orders to the guys on field.
Yep.
And then Sam Dixon is stood with his little pod of four,
Yeah,
just imparting little moments of scheming is right.
He's scheming.
Scheming is so right. And he'll get an opportunity to go and implement that. And now there's a decision to be made for the Hoods. Do you sub, knowing that this set for Scorps have been on for 4 sets now, or do you back your ability to go and execute?
They're staying on. Yeah, this is what we talk about with Hoods, you know. There's a bit of mano-y-mano about them, you know. Me and you, let's go.
Devlin looking to set platform. Ollie Simon stepping, trying to get away from Bendel, but another offside penalty.
Now, at this point in round 1, which was the final between these two teams, it was tied up somewhat, and I thought Hoods might fall off.
Oh, it's Devlin got over. It's a really good touch. Halpenny influencing the game this time from a defensive perspective, going back to that splitter play of the Hoods. They need to keep going with it. This time they send Simon in motion. Devlin picking up, escaping into the in-goal area, needs to find some support. Is left a little bit isolated at the moment, and then rips a lovely ball over towards Guy Stewart that just falls short. And Guy Stewart maybe just needs to be a little bit more aware that he's the only option unmarked.
That was the option. Fair play for seeing it, and then even more fair play for throwing it. It looked like a good pass.
Just held up in the air for a moment, and you see the change of pace here, right? This London Scorps transition was furious. It's leggy now. This pod's been on for a little bit too long. O'Donnell setting good foot speed. Richards isolated for a moment, and then the oncoming support floods onto the field, and that might be given playing at the ball. It is indeed.
So that's 2 sets of 6 that Hoods have had on Scorps' line and not got anything from it, and now Scorps gets 6 in Hoods' half.
Yeah. And this is not the pod you want to be given a fresh set of 6 to. Here's Tripp. Tripp just takes the settler for a moment. Lewis feeding to O'Sullivan. Lewis back to Tripp. Doggy's platform almost certainly. Now County set up. Dom Tripp and Archie Devlin flies out of the line with reckless abandon to shut down that set. And you know what? I've half a mind to know that Devlin's not even bothered about the offside penalty there. He wants to let Dom Tripp know he's not going to have time and space to throw those long balls.
Yeah, it seemed a bit telegraphed.
Tripp. O'Sullivan in motion. Sean O'Sullivan diving at the line. Kit Sorgo makes a brilliant touch. O'Sullivan. There's Tripp finding himself in the middle position now, feeding over to Bamba. Bamba platforming, coming back over, and Mella having a dabble.
You feel that they're making it hard for themselves here, Scorps. That no one's really having a go at the line.
And also, just a comment, we've gone through all 4 seasons in this game. As Sean O'Sullivan escapes, looks to dive over the line. Kit Sorgo with a phenomenal touch, and Sean O'Sullivan with a bit of a moan to the sky. Can't believe that Sorgo's made that touch. Tripp now feeding over to Lewis. Open side quickie for James O'Donnell. O'Donnell trying to beat him to the line, and that'll just be given ball down and turnover.
He's done so well that I can't see who it is, 51 in the far link, but he's done so well just to get in front.
It's the Ballon Boy.
It's the Ballon Boy.
Well,
obviously, it's
Archie
the Ballon
Devlin.
Boy. He's done so well to get in front. He looked a little bit cooked on that quickie, but he did really well to recover.
Oh, Sorgo with the dummy. Sorgo tries to kick through the gears and accelerate through, but this is a wonderful subbing platform now. Pearce straightens. Stockdale coming over. Stockdale, fit touch. Gallagher trying to strike at the line. And considering we had 12 tries in the first half, this second half, it feels like it's been pretty leggy. As Hoods go quickly and look to just have a go at the line. I love the speed in which they're trying to play.
So relentless.
Pearce feeding over towards Gallagher. Now to Stockdale. Stockdale accelerating away. Stockdale dummying. You can't help but feel like at one point this long ball to Guy Stewart is going to connect.
Yeah.
and he's going to make something happen. The Stockdale, platforms, 32 short for Gallagher. Gallagher diving at the line. Touch first. And again, this pod for Scorp's been on for longer than they would like. Hoods really need to start taking these opportunities when they present themselves. Pearce. Splitter play for Stockdale. Stockdale, but Sullivan. I mean, he got his spacing perfect there.
But now we're seeing them condition, and someone on the pitch now is going to make the read. And
Stewart, and have I got beside me? Bender's called it from a mile off. However, as the replay runs, the referees are having a very brief discussion.
I think Sean's saying no touch. Or is he saying forward?
Play on. Common sense has come to the forefront. It had to be try time.
I'm telling you, Joe, if I could pass like he can, I'd be so good at touch. I knew it was on.
It's a gift, right? And they come back to this splitter platform that we've been begging them for. Ethan Gallagher picks up against the grain, rips a lovely ball out to the link. Look how flat. It's efficient, right? He gets that ball into Guy Stewart's hands so efficiently.
The conditioning paid off. Like we said, Joe, they stuck with the splitter and they realised what was on.
You've been reading some tea leaves, haven't you? You knew what was coming. Bendel. To O'Donnell. O'Donnell feeding to Halpenny. Halpenny stepping away. Managed to evade the touch from Kit Sorgo. Not from Simon. O'Donnell. That is 6 and change. James O'Donnell making the point there. If you want me to deliver the ball back to the mark, I will do it, but I will also slow this game right down by doing so. Devlin in an acting half, feeding over to Ollie Simon. Coming up next is Archie Devlin. Look at the foot speed into the roll ball. Hawkins following suit. This is much better from the Hoods. Mellor cannons through. And that just became a little bit stop-start and sticky when it really mattered.
The energy in this Hoods box is remarkable. They can't wait to get on the pitch. They're itching to go on.
But what I find insane is that the senior figure in this Hood sub box is Theo Edwards. Because Theo's not old, right?
No.
Like Theo is, what, like early 20s?
Yeah, I think
this
so.
is absolutely wild. And this team is playing way beyond their age aggregate. They're coming up against some of the best players that England have ever produced.
Yep.
And currently coming out on top. But they've got the next job. Stop this man. Dom Tripp ripping a lovely dart into the far corner, trying to find Harry Richards. Tap back players on. And Will Stockdale with a swipe touch to slam the door in Scorpion's face.
What a recovery, Joe. What a recovery. I mean, that pass was almost pinpoint, and the link and the wing did so well to recover.
I mean, I just can't believe that a team that's probably got an average age of around 20 is currently doing this to the London Scorpions. Hawkins
throwing it past over Dom Tripp's head.
Ethan Gallagher and Stockdale trying to get through, but there'll be a penalty for hips not square. And I mean, this is just phenomenal. Calm heads prevailing in this sub box. There are passionate
I can't say what Stockdale just said to Mellor, but I wish I could.
Well, we can. You can certainly tell the sentiment. It was stay calm, stay calm and be quiet.
Calm down along that line, yeah.
Dom Tripp. What can he conjure? Can he create a moment of magic like we've seen him do year in, year out at every tournament he's in? Dom Tripp in motion. Tripp diving at the line. Dom Tripp tries to get underneath Ollie Simon, but Ollie Simon, just with perfect defensive spacing, knew what was coming, read it, and now a little bit stop-start in this transition so far. Kit Sorgo having to do a little bit extra hard work. Simon receives a nudge from Bendel, and that is super clear for the referees.
Seemed pretty unnecessary. I mean, there was nothing to gain there.
Pride. There's pride to be gained.
Yeah, sure.
Dean. Gallagher. I mean, what a game he's had so far, right? Ethan Gallagher, so young, so promising. I mean, really fulfilling his potential in this game alone, and he's got years of playing experience to come. Ethan Gallagher picking, stepping against the grain, trying to drop a late pass off. That'd be given 6 more. I don't mind the option there from Ethan Gallagher. Dean. Back to Gallagher. Stockdale. Trapped behind the 7, little bit stop-start. They'll just take the touch and reset. There are touches in the chamber ready to go. Splitter platform coming for Stockdale. Stockdale diving away.
Wow.
Connor Fitzpatrick with an amazing touch to nullify Will Stockdale on that splitter, like we've seen him be so potent. Again, another splitter play. Skip pass to the link. Oh, that extra pass. I mean, you talk about conditioning. They did it expertly there. Again, playing way beyond their years. That last pass just couldn't quite find the hands of Matty Hawes.
Yeah, that's what's so impressive about this Hoods team, is they are fast, they are fit, they are agile. But it isn't just that, is it, Joe?
It's the decision making.
And they keep their heads so well.
I was nowhere near as level-headed as these boys were at this age, right?
I know.
This is an absolute testament. But again, something to be said. Nottingham Touch Club sending 2 very young teams in, both making a Division 1 semi-final. I mean, Nottingham are going to be the powerhouse surely over the next few years if these teams are able to stay together. O'Sullivan coming over towards O'Donnell. We've not said his name in a hot minute. James O'Donnell.
There he is.
Well, he sort of felt like he might have got himself over if he didn't ground that ball on Rory Hawkins' foot. 5th touch, nothing doing. Hawkins with a bit of a giggle as O'Donnell goes back to the mark. Now coming back over towards the open side. Pace mismatch potentially. No. But again, Hoods stay composed, not biting on the pass, holding space, causing issues.
There's zero risk of anyone on this Hoods team losing their head at any point, really. I think conversely, if you look over at the Scorps...
Oh, Hawkins has found himself so much space. I'm so sorry, Benny, but that is absolutely gorgeous transition. And I'm sure Scorpions felt like they sent the perfect midfield press up, and Hoods just go, nope, flick pass over to the wing. We're going to check back on the inside. We're going to undo all of your press and give you a 5th touch platform potentially. Simon, dummying, comes out to the link to Sorgo. Sorgo, extra pass to Guy Stewart. That is away and good. And Archie Devlin stood with his hands on his head because this is magic from Nottingham Hoods.
They're all just on the same page, Joe. They all want the same thing.
Oh, I mean, Kit Sorgo. Oh, the little hook pass, delay pass.
It's on O'Donnell as well. They'll love that. They'll love that.
That has an extra feel of it as Stockdale goes flying through the roll ball. Referee's had his hand to the whistle for just a moment. 2 tries the difference now. 3.5 minutes left to go. Scorps have got to go quickly. Dom Tripp on the splitter. Tripp looking to rip long, but Pearce stays staunch and stubborn in defence. Tripp looking for the late switch, finds Bendel. Bendel keeps the play alive. Drop pass off to the wing, and then that is ball down and turnover. And the longer this game runs on, the more you feel like it's going to be Hoods in the final once more. Stockdale with a blind pass, maybe a little bit of complacency, or probably fatigue, because this game has been played at a crazy pace.
I mean, the term a robot touch player gets thrown around a little bit, Joe, and I think these Hoods boys, whatever the opposite of that is, they're so unpredictable.
Oh, Tripp, does he get over? He doesn't. And the referee's just taking a settle. I'm trying to think of what the opposite of a robot touch player would be.
You have no idea what any of them are doing at any point.
Tripp,
but they
Bendel picking up, ripping long, finding the in goal. But Guy Stewart with an amazing touch to nullify the threat. And I'll make no bones about it. There's sometimes today, Guy Stewart's been sort of hung out to dry there and been made to defend one-on-one against a flying winger, and he stood up to it to no end. Gallagher. Again, I can't believe how young these guys are as Archie Devlin puts this ball down and gives Scorpions another opportunity. 2.5 minutes left to go. Scorpions have got to go quickly. Tripp striking, but Archie Devlin flies up off the line. Bendel. Halpenny. Back to Bendel. Trying to take on Archie Devlin. I mean, that is not a one-on-one. I'd be backing anyone to win at the moment, the way that Archie Devlin's been playing in defence. Halpenny looking at platform. Back to Halpenny. Good bit of interplay. O'Donnell trying to make a moment of magic and then drops a lovely pass off to Dom Tripp, and maybe a bit of fatigue setting in here for the Hoods, and we're set up for a grandstand finish. 90 seconds left to go, 1 try in it.
I mean, this game deserved it. It'd be a shame after what we've seen here today for one team to pull away by 3. This game deserved the grandstand finish.
I know what this game deserves, and I'm not going to say the words just yet. Simon looking to ensure that it doesn't get there, and they wrap this up in regular time. Simon feeding to Mellor. Mellor platforming, open side quickie. Simon dummying. Oh, it's gorgeous. Ollie Simon dummies Will Mellor, feeds Rory Hawkins, and Will Mellor applauds Ollie Simon. I mean,
that's the dagger.
It is. That is absolutely stunning work. What brilliant heads-up play and recognition from the Hoods.
I mean, who else but Ollie Simons? Just sum it up. At a critical moment when it's easy to lose your head and do something stupid.
I'll tell you what, if the Scorps have got anything that they were hiding up their sleeve, they've got to use it now. As Bendel with a good bit of physical touch. Tripp trying to send the link punish. Doesn't go. Halpenny recycling. I know what they're trying to do, but they've got to go quickly. They've got 40 seconds left on the clock. James O'Donnell gets on the link punish. James O'Donnell, that is try time. And Scorps have got to go quickly. And I imagine that there'll not be a single player from Nottingham Hoods that'll be trying to restart this game fast. There's 30 seconds left to go. One try in it. I mean, James O'Donnell, I mean, he is just unplayable right now. Slams that ball down with a frenzy.
There's still a bit of pace in this from the Hoods. They need to chill out.
And they fought for turnover. We're in for a grandstand finish.
Oh
15 seconds left to go. The Scorps women's team in the grandstands, they are calling for a good bit of go forward. Sean O'Sullivan does exactly that, sets good platform. Followed in suit, cannoning up the box side. What can the Scorpions create? Can they make a moment of magic? They can't. That is 6, a turnover. The full-time hooter goes, and that is an absolutely chaotic game of touch. The Nottingham Hoods come through the Scorpion storm, I want to say unscathed, but they didn't. They came through by the skin of their teeth. That is a team with probably half the average age coming up against London Scorpions and finding a way to win. Benny, what more can you say about this team?
I mean, I'm speechless, Joe. I'm speechless. I mean, what a game of touch we've watched. I mean, what a set of players. What a set of teams. Two teams who just went hammer and tongue at each other from the first tap. And, you know, I feel honoured to have watched that game of touch with you, Joe.
It was absolutely mental. I like the phrase, throw the kitchen sink at them.
Yeah, they did.
It sort of comes to mind. But it wasn't just the kitchen, it was the whole kitchen, right? It was oven and all thrown at each other. That was absolute madness from start to finish.
No parking the bus here, mate. That was just all attack, attack, attack.
I mean, we've done a fair few football analogies. That felt like Gegenpress, right? There was no stop. It was 100 miles an hour from start to finish. And, I mean, what a game. What a semi-final. Nottingham Hoods come out the victors. And breathe. What a game we've just seen. That'll be one that we'll be watching back for years to come. An absolute club classic. And we're going to take a very quick break, a much needed break actually. We're coming up for you in a moment. In about 9 minutes time, we have the Division 2 Cup Final, and that'll be Scorpions 2s versus London Vipers, and that'll be with you in about 9 minutes time.
start for the North East Mixed Open. We got scored on off the first tap, which I think probably did us the world of good because we woke up a little bit after that. So good win. Did what we needed to do, did what we were aiming to do at the start of the game. But I think this game's going to be a little bit different, possibly a little bit different pace. This team, I think, are going to threaten us on the line up the middle, maybe. So yeah, looking forward to it and seeing how we'll get on. Our youngest's 15, female player, and our oldest is about 26, 27, I think. Yeah, I think what we've got is we've got a team of players who've got some really good skill, and they can read defences, they can play heads up, they've got good skill, they've got good pace. So attacking wise, I'm just going to let that flow from them because from the first game, that's what they showed me. But what we really need to do is we need to nail our midfield defence.
Any thoughts, Nathaniel?
I'm just happy to be here, you know? It's going to be a good game, isn't it? I like any scoop.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. Cool.
Just go down, get the ball down, chop a hole.
Platform's a scoop.
Yep. Nice. Heads and tails. Yep.
Keep on going forward, team. Win.
Go.
Yeah, oh! Yes! Beautiful ball! What a ball! When we're doing our midfield D, our transition D, they're beating us a few times on our far side. So they're getting round our far side male link. So it's just, we need to compress a little bit closer over that side. Good work. Okay. What a ball. Who gave that? You? I go back to the same messaging as the game before. You clearly can see what you need to do in attack. That last being aware, the awareness of the time on the clock, the awareness of taking it away from our box, the awareness of finding the space and using your pace to go down that edge. Yes! Yes, Matt! Let's finish this set! Finish it! Finish it! Ah! Really well played. Really well played.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, Lizzie.
Great game, Milo.
Thank you.
Yeah, you absolutely, you just read it so well.
We just need to play with some intent. It's the big deal.
James, massive defensive shift from you and
Thank you.
Cash in that last one. Cheers, well played, well played. Well played, guys. Hey, all right? Well played. Take a big, deep breath, Raiders. Everybody in? I usually stretch now, Chris, rather than talk. I stretch then talk, or do you want me to talk and then stretch?
Either whatever feels good to you.
Oh.
I'll do it if I get paid for it.
Well, for what I need to say to you is I just need a few minutes to gather my thoughts. If you were watching that game as a neutral, that was such an exciting game of touch. And it was just neck and neck all the way through. Yeah, I just need a few moments to gather my thoughts, see what we're going to do, taking it into the next game, into the Northwest game. So let's have a little stretch.
You just got to go into it. Like, you don't know whether it's going to be a success, you don't know whether it's not, but you just got to hope that it will. And if you have that desire, it really will work. And that's what happened with us. You know, we started off just as a group of friends wanting to kick a ball about, not even proper touch rugby. And then we had one pioneer who came in and just taught everyone how to do it. And you know, that drive was there already from that like friendship group, and we just brought it up here.
People love the fact that it's inclusive sport and it's a mixed sport. I think that's quite rare. So people say that like the vibes of touch is always just really good. Everyone's really friendly. That's probably the main selling point, and then they learn to actually enjoy the sport after that, I think.
The key is to advertise. I think get your name out there. Touch, at least in Southampton, isn't very well known compared to rugby. So I think really getting your name out there, getting your uni to promote you as well, and really get in the socials and just spread the word. I think probably the biggest thing.
Have you had that kind of support from your AE?
We have in some ways, but I think I've always wanted a bit more like screen time, I guess, more like story posts, more Instagrams, more flyers, things like that. But I think we've got that at the moment, so I think that might help us in the future.
Keep going, most importantly, but also reach out to those rugby players.
And so welcome back to the Division 2 Cup Final, Men's Division. It is London Vipers versus London Scorpions, an all-London affair. The Scorpions get us underway. Jackson Chan, Hardiman, Stephen Frank, back over towards Jackson Chan, and this game has a fair bit to live up to off the last one. Hardiman taking the settler. Chan coming over into this familiar 32 platform for this Scorpion side. Hardiman, late pass to Frank. Frank trying to connect with Bott, but not on that occasion for London Scorpions. The fifth touch coming. Trying to go passive out towards the link. Lingering in a dangerous area for just a moment. Was George Edkins. Edkins get up to make a good touch on Chan. Hardiman. Skip pass out towards the wing. Perticaro. Back into Andrews. Chris Andrews setting good platform. Perticaro ripping out towards that link channel and then trying to beat his opposite number was Richard Spear, but Vipers stay wise to it. And a bobbly roll ball gives us our first turnover of the game. Fresh set of 6 here for the Vipers to surrender to the Scorpions. Andrews. Hardiman. That's Andrews looking to come back into this 32 platform. Andrews, open side quickly. Andrews trying to beat a man to the line. And that is play on and ball down. And Chris Andrews, that's the first score of this cup final in Division 2. Andrews just explodes off the left and gets over. And that is a familiar sight from what we saw earlier of Chris Andrews imposing his will on the game with ease. And now it's up to the Vipers to make something happen. There's Dighton Jones. There's Dighton Jones. Player in motion. Can he connect? It's good sweeper set up, but well crowded out in the end. That was Ryan Fakara trying to make something happen. And then bouncing away, 3-on-2. Glassy, can he execute? Extra pass goes, and Barkley gets in the corner. Levels up the game easily. Lovely disguise switch here. And you'll see this just fixes a defender, feeds the extra pass away. Then Glassy executes, feeds to Barkley. And we are locked at a try apiece in this game. And now Chan. Hardiman picking up, coming back against the grain. Feeding to Jackson Chan is a really good snipe in there. Coming in from his wing was Barney Holmes with a try-saver of a touch. And then Holmes trying to escape away and set pace on this transition. Stephen Frank with a flick touch, trying to catch an off-the-mark penalty. Nothing doing. Ben Davies driving. There's Barkley getting involved with the subset. Just having to bring the ball back to the mark are the Vipers. Glassy setting platform. Now coming back over to this open side, but Jackson Chan does enough to crowd them out. Androuge, Perticaro, Franco Perticaro, picking, stepping, and then, unfortunately, there was a moment where Ryan Fakara thought he'd be away to the races. Potentially going full length of the field, nothing doing on that occasion. Perticaro. Hardiman in motion, Androuge to feeds to Hardiman. Hardiman drops a late pass off into the link channel. Can't quite connect with Chris Dorr on this occasion, but Vipers living a dangerous life at the moment. If you give Scorpions enough time, they will make it pay. There's good foot speed, getting up over halfway. And that's fifth touch, scooping platform, right foot step, then off the left foot, and then accelerating into the in-goal area, trying to drop a sinker into that far channel for Barney Holmes to go and reel in. Vipers threatening, not quite able to just stem it together consistently right now. However, they'll be given a brilliant platform to do so. Penalty ball, so there's a fresh set of 6 for the Vipers. And now the Vipers just setting platform. There's Ghent. And now feeding away. Stepping back over. Back into the midfield. Playing a bit matador with the Scorpion defenders. But flick touch comes in to bring that to a halt. Ghent. Ghent in an acting half. Feeding back. And then a lovely long ball out to the wing, not quite having the legs on it to make something happen of purpose. It's good endeavour here from London Vipers. They've certainly got the ball skills to cause the Scorpions all sorts of issues. Just not quite connecting. Plenty of opportunities to do so, only 7 minutes into this game. It's not worrying signs yet, but it will be if Scorpions start to execute down the other end. Fifth coming, Hardiman trying to feed away, gets caught, and then that's a hips not square penalty. Barkley marauding his way up this box side and then getting trapped in the roll ball for just a moment was the Vipers. Glassy. This is fifth coming. Glassy in an acting half. Glassy scooping, coming back over towards the open side, trying to get away from Jackson Chan. Ball is away, but not quite taken in stride from Josh Grimes. Again, it's good endeavour here from Vipers. We need to run with maybe a little bit more conviction in the foot speed. Someone who we know has always got conviction in the foot speed is Hardiman, as we see both of them combine with a late wraparound and then flashing a ball out to the wing. And now there's a foot race over on that far side, and he unhooks the trailer and shifts through the gears with ease. And that is a stunning bit of speed on display from Will Morgan, who receives a flash ball across the face of the defence, and you see the strides go. Running like he's angry at the ground was Morgan. Gets over and executes, giving Scorpions a lead in this cup final. And now Vipers need to re-establish some parity in this game. Fakara in an acting half. Fakara picking, stepping against the grain, left to right long ball again, just dying short, and that's been the story so far for Vipers in attack. Right options, well selected, well identified, but these long balls just falling short of the covering defence. Frank. Gomez just takes the settler. Working with Stefan Fletcher. There's Fletcher in motion. Stefan Fletcher trying to escape. On-field ref's happy. Is Spear feeding away. Cheng trying to accelerate through a gap, but a good midfield snipe comes in from Josh Rihana Tawake. And good foot speed into the roll ball, no touch. Was claimed, play on calls from the referee with authority. A really good subset again. There'll be a good fifth touch platform here if they can find a half now. There is fifth, what can they do? Glassy picks up, drives into the in-goal area. But it's a hard task to skate through Martin Cheng's middle channel. Blind pass there to Door. Jackson Chan, Hardiman, back to Jackson Chan. That's fifth, Hardiman, left foot step. Chan almost connected with that pass. But Vipers doing a good job at taking the time away from Scorpions at the moment. And Vipers looking to drive through the line. He gets into the in-goal area. Can he connect? There's calls coming from the far sub-box of his half. We're not too sure. The referees are pretty happy. And Ryan Fakara gets over for the score in what's quite a confusing moment there. But it does bring parity back to the score sheet. Perticaro to Frank. Perticaro to Chris Andrews. Andrews trying to skate away. Nothing doing. Has to come back to the mark. Bot to Frank. Is Perticaro coming down now for Frank. Andrews getting off the back of the 32 set up, and that is a wondrous left-hand long ball from Chris Andrews, who has certainly been saving his best business for the cup final. And Andrews just winds this up from the hip, both feet in the air as he delivers the long ball to Jason Sitt. And just as soon as Vipers bring parity, Scorpions throw a dagger in the heart. And Chris Andrews, well, he's having a final of it so far. A play away is the call. And Fakara in an acting half. Fakara picking against the grain, feeding over. And James Barkley has the relatively straightforward job of just catching and grounding, because Fakara, well, he's having a bit of a one-on-one battle at the moment with Andrews, having a hand in everything that's positive right now for London Vipers, bringing us back to 3 tries apiece. And this certainly does feel like a final, as Hardiman working here with Jackson Chan. Chan back to Tom Hardiman. The Hardimans combine as they send Jackson Chan on the sweeper, trying to wrap around the outside, feeding back to Hardiman. That's fifth touch. Hardiman wants the phase play and then trying to drop a late pass off to Rory Bott, and Rory Bott skates through untouched. And that is a moment of magic met to rapturous applause from the grandstand. I mean, Hardiman looked like he was going to give the late switch, and Bott just with the snake hips to wriggle away from the oncoming touch of Dighton Jones. And we are 4 tries to 3 in favour of London Scorpions. And now Vipers Getting up to the 7 relatively straightforward. Player in motion, not taken on that occasion, was Josh Wirahana Tuake. There is Wirahana Tuake in motion, no touches made. Franco just making the point, he's made the touch. And now Fakara trying to bounce around Chris Androuge, and that set just sort of comes to a bit of an unceremonious end in it. And then no touch called from Fakara. And a bit of parity being re-established. There's Wirahana Tuake in an acting half. Chris Androuge with a good flick touch on Fakara. Fakara. Wirahana Tuake working hard to get that ball off the floor, feeding back over towards Fakara. Wirahana Tuake takes the ball down. Fakara coming back against the grain, finds a lovely ball out into the link channel. And Taylor Glassy gets on the score sheet. And I mean, this final has had a bit of everything so far as Fakara. That's his 3rd try assist. This time to Glassy. And that is 4 tries apiece, 4 minutes left to go. And I am very happy to bring in Chris Simon, who I imagine has just come from a very jubilant Nottingham camp.
Yeah, I was actually coaching the Robins and we're half watching the live stream with your voice on it, Joe, on that out of field. So yeah, a great win there for Nottingham against Scorps.
Yeah, not proud to say me and Ben lost all composure in the first 3 minutes and struggled to bring that back. That was a ferocious game as we see Hardiman feeding away to Cheng. Cheng, that should be ball down and try time. It is. That is wondrous work once more from the London Scorpions, this time finished by Chan. And Chris, this has really been the recipe for this game so far. It's been you score, I score, we defend 4 or 5 sets, you score, I score. Neither team really pulling away from each other.
Absolutely, as a neutral, that's exactly what you want. You want a game like this. Organisers probably don't want the drop-off, but the crowd want the drop-off. And we'll see how it goes. Yeah, minutes or so to play, I think, this first half. And nip or tuck, either team could come away with this. And I think, as I've said before in commentary with you, Joe, if the team goes 2 up, maybe you gain the momentum.
Absolutely, and we saw that in the game just gone, actually, where Hoods ended up going 2 up, and that just did them enough. That 2-try buffer, a crucial one. As we see Glassy working with Fakara, who certainly has the keys to this defence right now. Fakara, open side quickie, gets it back from Glasser. Fakara trying to rip open side. Not quite doing. And to be fair to London Vipers, I've made this comment already, and I'll pick your brains on it. They're able to really identify where the space is. The passes are just falling about a foot short at the moment. This could quite easily be 7 or 8-4 in favour of London Vipers if those passes just start connecting.
Yeah, I think, I know James Barkley, the wing out here for Vipers, and he runs the setup there, a really good setup. But they can't always get the players to train all the time. It's a work crowd down at EY, and I think with that becomes some challenges sometimes. So yeah, I think the sort of understanding where players are, learning how to play with one another, that becomes not just a skill, but it becomes almost a way of habit when you do it a lot.
Absolutely, and I think what we're seeing is a team that's really pieced together a performance over the tournaments, as we see Wirahana Tuake in an acting half. Here is Wirahana Tuake, left foot step, accelerates into the in-goal area, gets away from Hardiman, needs to find a spare player, he does. There's a lovely shake and bake over there on the far side, and once again, Vipers bring the score level.
You took the words right out of my mouth there. It was a shake and bake, almost dummy. Play out right on the sideline to score, I think it was at the end. Yeah, only just kept himself in play.
Yeah, it's a good finish as well there from Elliot Gent over on that far side. A couple now for Gent. 2 minutes left to go. I mean, this is locked all level, 5 tries apiece. Androuge has already imposed his will on this game. Jackson Chan, huge dummy. Not really but huge dummy nonetheless. Chan now coming over towards Hardiman. Hardiman in an acting half, feeding back towards Jackson Chan, explodes off the left foot, tries to dive over the line, but Glassy, an amazing touch. And now we'll see if Scorpions can create something from nothing. Rory Botts trying to step around the outside, killing the ball in a good area. Scorps have done a really good job at using all their sets of 6 at the moment.
Yeah, they have, and will hopefully not concede. They'll be looking to close out this set, maybe have one more go themselves. Turn over the ball, probably not far into their own half, is what they'll hope to do.
Yeah, Glassy getting up, setting good expectations here on the subset.
That's 4th, is it? 5th coming, I think, Joe?
Yep, Wirahana Tawake in an acting half, stepping, right foot step this time. Dummian gets into the in-goal area, maybe. And that ball goes away. Late switch is on, just not quite connecting. And maybe coming back to your point earlier, not quite singing from the same hymn sheet there.
Yeah, as you say, yeah, the more you play together, the more you understand how people play and what they look for. And yeah, James there cut in early, and I think just didn't read it. And actually, probably the early cut was on because the middle was sat quite a far away from the link, so quite a big bit of separation there.
Yeah, and something for Vipers to really look at is the fact that a lot of their scores have come through that link channel. Scorps might then have a tendency to overcommit, and then those late switches start to provide themselves.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe.
And then Cheng trying to accelerate through what he thought was an offside defender, but the referees are happy. And it seems like with just seconds left to go, we'll be going into half-time, locked at a dead heat. This feels like a good final as Wirahana Tawake tries to make something happen, accelerating away, feeds over to the wing, not quite connecting, ball down, and that is half-time. I mean, Chris, this is as level as it could be, but it could have quite easily not have been if Vipers have taken the chances that afforded themselves to them.
Yeah, they've had more of the play, haven't they? And I think, yeah, the game is a game of possession. You keep the ball, you have your opportunities, you tend to be up at half-time and up at the end of the game, and it's then just about your basics, completing your basics, low error count. You know, you want a 99% completion of your passes, your roll balls, your plays on the line, and then you will come up out on top, and I think that's probably what Vipers are just lacking a little bit.
Completely agreed, and we'll see if Vipers can problem solve that at half-time when we go into the second half, locked at a dead heat, and hopefully one of these teams fancies a bit of a drop-off, because we do, certainly in a cup final. London Vipers 5, Scorpions 5.
So welcome back to this second half here. Vipers 5, London Scorpions 5, and Joe's going to have a little bit less talking to do, I think he says, this second half. So me, Chris Simon, going to take a bit more commentary, I think. Joe, is that right? That's what you told me at half time?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
It is a long day. I think people sort of underestimate talking all day. Some of us are really good at it, but it does take its toll on you.
It does. It absolutely does, especially when you're treated to, the game that's just gone, which was, to my mind, probably one of the best games of touch I've called, if not only rivaled by a couple National Men's Open final. And this voice needs a break.
And yeah, it's fine. And this one's 9-8. Sorry, that one was 9-8. This one's 5-5. Well, I'm hoping for a drop off. Yeah. And Vipers straight up into a third touch, I think. Third touch we are. Working Scorps, a little splitter. No, it's a fake splitter. Fire up out the other side. Oh, has he got it? Or has he given the score? It's ball down, I think, already.
Yeah, that's Wirahana to Arke getting over. And this is what Vipers didn't do in the first half. They weren't able to execute when the opportunities afforded themselves to them. But this number 84, Josh Wirahana to Arke, has been absolutely wonderful all game. And probably the right opening try score in the second half.
Yeah, looked great. I don't know Josh. I know a few of these Vipers boys, not many of them, to be honest. Has he been around for a while with Vipers?
I think so.
I'll ask James about that. James messaged me when you watch this back afterwards. Thank you.
You almost certainly will be.
Absolutely. Scorps trying to get back to level pegging. Oh, and it's going to be 6 again there. Unlucky Hardiman. Looking at how he was actually going to pump that, or whether he was trying to dummy but let go of it.
I agree. It was 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Never really picked an option.
He'll tell you he actually bought the 6 again, obviously.
Of course. Like any good player would.
Absolutely. So Rory Bott got himself into middle here. Going to be setting, I would imagine, Rory. Oh, no, he's going back into link play. Going to be punished. But it's going short side. It's Tom in. I think he is.
Easy money when you're Tom Hardiman at the moment. He's got a bit of the magic touch right now. And yeah, as you were saying, good link punish. Yeah, link never really made it onside.
He didn't make it on, and he pulled fairly square, didn't he? Yeah. I think he'll be looking back at that thinking, I need to get my corner a little bit more there.
Yeah. Yeah, don't be too concerned about your underneath. You've got to protect your short side first.
But as we said, it's so easy from up here, and particularly when we get this fantastic replay coverage, which thanks to Next Gen TV, we got most of the time. What's he going to give here? Is it in the ruck? In the ruck or ball down? In the ruck.
In the ruck. Yeah. Actually, a funny little thing from the game beforehand. There was a moment where a few calls went against either team, and then it all came to a head over 1 foot in the ruck, where I think he's an amazing player, but Ethan Gallagher definitely just booted the ball away and got the turnover, and it was a magical moment where everyone just decided, actually this brings us back to what should have been the case initially, and everyone just agreed that it was fine, and there was nothing else said about it.
I'll be, as I said, Joe, I was out. Oh, that's a good touch. I was out coaching, and I watched bits of it on my phone whilst trying to coach one of our other teams, and I will watch that back later. But let's get this game finished off, because at 6-all, what we get reckon? A 10-all drop off afterwards? We think something like that.
I think it's going to edge out probably. I imagine if it's like any other game that we've seen so far, it'll be a little bit of a more cagey second half, and then we'll probably get a drop off. I'm going 9-9 drop off.
9-9. Good work. I think this man on the ball now, Franco's got something that left in his tank. He'll be looking to try and do something special, either during the main second half or certainly in drop-off. I expect him on the ball quite a lot, I think.
Yeah, and also his relationship with his middle partner, Chris Androuge, has been wonderful so far in this game. And Androuge is not only ripped an amazing left-to-right long ball, also scored off a link punish. Chris Androuge is standing up to be accounted for right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're working hard at the moment, these two. I think they'll be wanting them on the field quite a lot of this second half.
Yeah, keep an eye out though. Josh Wirahana to Arke, stepping, right foot step, ripping, lovely long ball. And I said earlier, he's got the keys right now.
But it's what's Dan going to give here? I think there's a bit of a chat about a play from the defence. I think we're calling something there. Can't see what it was.
Yeah, Stephen Frank's just having a bit of a chat. Nope, ball down, try time.
It looked good from here, but let's look at. We're chatting with Mr. Replay, but it did look from here. It was a good score.
Yeah, Wirahana Tuake. I think he was one of those players in the first half where those long balls weren't quite connecting. This is the replay here that we wanted to see. They weren't quite connecting as frequently as he would like to, and so far in this second half, he's just found a way to problem solve on the fly, as every good player does.
Yeah, and that looked the perfect score from up here on that second replay we just saw. But Scorp's coming back, one down, looking to level it up straight away if they can. We've still got plenty of time in this second half, but they will want to keep it certainly within one score or a 0-0 game, so to speak.
Yeah, they've got to sort out this pod. Chan and Hardiman. Tom Hardiman back in towards Jackson Chan, open side quickie.
Yeah, I can see that pickup coming from Tom there. It's a good score. Nice score.
How good is that?
Good half work, Tom. Fake back in the. You're watching here. He's fake it back on the fake and gone.
Yeah, and almost trust that the link's going to be a bit too busy and trying to get up in the line, and then it's Hardiman to Hardiman, Tom to James.
Yeah, and good. What was good there? Actually, it was who actually put up. Who was it score? Was it Botti?
James Hardiman.
Oh, James. Okay, so James ran a good line in that link channel and got beyond the defence.
Yeah.
And they let him get there, but it was a good line just to get through.
Yeah, Glassy. Again, another one to watch out for London Vipers. He has been brilliant so far, working with Ghent. Wirahana Tuake, accelerating, dishing. I think it might have just drifted forward. The referee's going to have a chat. Vipers are happy.
I think that's forward, is it?
Yeah. It looked a bit wobbly in the air, didn't it? Yeah. It's sort of a telltale sign of a forward pass.
Yeah, I think it would look forward from here still on the replay, and I think looking at the Scorps winger left that, and I think he was worried about playing it in the air, and actually probably needed to have a go at it.
Yeah, it was one of those balls where it's always begging for someone to go and have a go at it. Not quite happening on that occasion though, as then blast the referee's whistle brings us to a close, and
offside. He's given offside Matt Emerson there. Good set of officials here, Matt Emerson, Cathy van der Rijt and Dan Harrison.
I look Big Dan, as
Big
I've known him for years.
We love Dan, favourite of ours. And I think you'll be hearing Dan across all 6 of these fields today, even just his voice from this field. He's very well known for that.
Oh,
Hardiman again, that's nice. Has he got through that gap, or was it a touch?
Yeah.
I thought he was through for a minute.
Yeah, Ghent gets up and makes a good touch. It's 5th touch now. We've already seen the magic that Scorps can create on 5th, as well as the magic that Vipers create on 5th. They're a team that if you switch off against them for a moment, they make you pay. And they've got a bit of magic about them. There's something that they can just create when you might feel pretty set in your defence.
I think obviously you watch the games over in Mudgee in the Asia Pacific, and it's so much moving the ball around, change of direction, switches. I think he's run outside there.
Yeah.
And you're starting. I think you've seen a bit more of that in this game, and not in this game particularly, but the game in this country, a little bit more of switching it up and moving defences around rather than probably just let the old structured touch that we probably saw.
Yeah. Me and Ben were trying to decide what's the opposite of robot touch player, because this was the analogy that we were trying to make. Is we've in England, it's certainly gone away from that like robotic structure, and we couldn't quite get that terminology down. But I know what you're saying. It's this ability to just react and see what's in front of you and change the picture and pick good options.
Yeah, I'm going to have a think about that during this second half, and we'll see whether we can come up with a decent term for anti-robot, or the opposite of the robot structure for touch. But I completely agree, and obviously the Southern Hemisphere leads the game, but particularly New Zealand, I think the way they played, and we just stopped for a moment just looking at this, whether that's a chance, that's a good touch. Oh, he's giving offside, no touch.
Yeah.
Offside this side.
Yeah, for Caro, that was not quite hitting the line. I mean, I'm intrigued to see this one on the replay because he looked pretty confident in the touch that was made, but Dan disagreed.
On the 7 on that one. Where's this one? It's on the touch inside the 7. In fact, no, he is short.
Yeah,
he is one left foot short, and it's difficult when you're a player out there, and I can't comment, it's been so long, but when you are playing out there and you think you've made the line with 1 foot, and the ref sees the fact that you've not made the line with 1 foot, and that's such a difference. And yeah, quite often that is a score or not a score.
Yeah,
it's going to be a good score. On the outside.
How good, Glassy, making things happen for the Vipers. And at the moment, it's a bit tit for tat. And the delay of the sweeping player, he'd mistimed his run, was too late. Almost made the decision for the acting half, feeding back over towards Glassy.
If you look at, I've picked up bits of the first half, Joe, and obviously joined you part way through it. But they look exciting, this Vipers team. And yeah, we know. I know a lot of the Scorch players, real good club setup. Not dissimilar to Nottingham, that have got strength in depth, lots of players. Vipers seems like a more performance-based environment. Probably slightly less strength in depth, but this lot look really exciting.
Oh, it's so good. Martin Chang gets over, makes the touch. Or did they? That's what they're claiming. I think he's saying no touch. I think referees are just going to wave through and play on.
And I think that's one of those instances, isn't it, where actually, as a ref or a coach, you go with the attacking side. You don't want the defence to be pulling out of touches, because it just creates the doubt. And as a coach, I don't want them to be doing it, because you make a mistake and you've inches, isn't it? You make a mistake and you've lost, and you've scored.
No, absolutely, and I think it's definitely something that we've seen. Maybe a bit of a shift of focus. Maybe you could provide some insight into it. We're certainly seeing, from my perspective, referees leaning more towards the attacking side on these 50-50s. Is that like direct dialogue that's happening?
I certainly see that. I mean, and again, the Aussie event, and that was what we were trying to encourage. I say the sport globally is trying to encourage open play, attacking play, taking risks a little bit more. That's a great ball. That's going to be forward, or is it just drifted? Whereas actually, we want scores that are 15-14, 13-12. We're trying to open this sport up for more people to watch, to play, to coach, to referee, and what we don't want is a 2-2 draw. Not really. It doesn't appeal to those off the field, and it might be fine for the defensive coach, but actually most players don't want. Most people in the sport don't want that.
No, completely agree.
This is an official announcement. This is an official announcement from Charlie Trusley and
Androuge.
And you get it there again. Franco's gone, made the touch. The defender has claimed he hasn't got it, and Franco said, and the rest gone with the player. Because actually, quite often the attacker was, they're very, very lie or fib. They generally tell the truth. And actually, that's sport, isn't it? People generally tell the truth, and you go with that.
Absolutely, and it makes for a more open and free-flowing game.
It does.
I mean, that's what we've got now, 9-8 in favour of Scorps. As you say, neither team really been able to establish a 2-try buffer. This might be the opportunity here for Scorps, however. Bit of a collector's item from Franco.
It was, we'll remind him about that afterwards. I think fifth touch coming. I think they could have moved the ball around a bit, because Vipers were sat quite deep, not really coming much off the line.
Oh, it's good foot speed, isn't it? It eats up the yards in front of them. That's really good, and a good level of physicality as well brewing in this game. And Fakara now positioning himself in acting half. Fakara picking, stepping, trying to beat a player, but it's a good touch. It was a very set defence that Fakara was trying to unlock there.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing now, but a little bit of frustration just dropping in. Defences are sat slightly deeper. They're not coming off the line as much. We're looking at defensive touches, defenders pulling out the touch, and just trying to get some ploys to get the edge over the opposition. And I think refs are going to stay quite on it. They're not going to get by these little bits of trickery, let's call it.
Yeah.
And we just look here at, that's a great line.
Who else in this second half then? Josh Wirahana to Arke. And again, it's Fakara who's just had a hand in so much of the positive work for Vipers, and then Wirahana to Arke just ghosting. And you can see on the replay, Rory Bott with hands on head. He knows that he left that space too open.
He did. He went a little bit tight, didn't he? I think he was worried about his middle not making that touch, and as a result just collapsed in a little bit too much, and the wing stayed wide, so it left a big gap for him.
Absolutely.
What, 9-9? What did I say? I said 10-10. What did you say?
A 9-9.
Oh, so this is not going to be 7 minutes and no scores.
Scoreless now, please. Scoreless. and I'll be saying I've been reading tea leaves.
I think we're both going to be wrong. Hardiman's going to miss. Is he no touch, or has he got it?
No, Fakara's got it.
So we're just losing Joe for a minute, or a couple of minutes. And Vipers on the attack here down this near side. And is that fourth or fifth? He's creeped through, and he's just been caught. Oh, is the ref giving it, or is that going to be a touch on fifth? I think that's going to be a touch there. It is, and Scorps are going to come back with the ball. And with Joe leaving, we've lost a few of the names here, so we'll try and do the best we can. Scorps driving towards the box. Getting subs on as move the cam Bot down the middle. Oh, and that's a good evasive step there from Rory Bott. But that is fifth for Scorps and lost all the momentum, and I suspect they'll close this one out far side, and they do. You've got 5 minutes left to go, all square at 9-all. Joe's prediction, I don't think that's going to ring true, but I may well be proved wrong. And Vipers on the attack, going a little bit lateral here, and it is very lateral. First touch, lost momentum. Scorps will be looking to close this out on second. And third touch is coming, fourth touch is coming, that's third I think, that's fourth now. Body's looking a little bit tired on the field with just 5 to play. And again, good set of D. The game's just lost a little bit of momentum, both teams just D'ing out the last 3 sets of drives. See what Scorps can do on this set. And lost the control on second. Again, another mistake that they won't be wanting to make here. I think the ref's just going to have a quick word, Dan is. I think there's a little bit too much back chat. So Dan's just squaring it up with both teams. Class A, short side, is it on? That's a good defence. Lost ball, touches on first. Oh, that's the wing shut in, and it's a score out wide for Vipers. And that puts them back up one ahead, not 10-9, with just 3 to go. Nice little middle play. Dummy back, open side. What happened with the Scorps shutting in from wing there? Bit of play from Scorps. Hardeman attacking short side. Ball's going to come back, is it? Hardeman on the short, miss ball into the link sinker, and it's good defence. And that's 6 touches. Vipers will be wanting to complete this set, get some yards down the field. First one at the middle, and I think that's going to be a hard touch. It is against James Hardeman there. Just delays a bit more time. And Vipers going direct, so they're coming off. Mahoney on second, Barkley to half, and that's third. Vipers gaining good yards here. Attacking Scorps in the 32 channel, now it's with mid channel. Good defence. Good position in both middles, got out early. And 2 to play, Scorps need to make this work to get down the other field. Again, a bit lateral from Scorps this time, and that's first, and not really getting many yards at all. Second touch, third coming. And now at fourth, I want to set a good platform for fifth scoop, probably. Oh, 4 or 5 come in. Good D. Good position there by James Barkley. And with 1 minute to go, it is Vipers 10, Scorps 9. In the ruck. So ref urging Vipers just to get on with it a little bit. And they'll be wanting to close out. 45 seconds to go. Second touch, third is coming. And if they can complete this set of 6, they should close out this win. And that is third touch. With just 30 seconds to play, can Vipers close this out? Still going to score mid platform. Fourth touch, Faith, come in. Scorps need to get this ball back quickly and have any chance, and it's not an incorrect play of the ball, but that's going to be about it, I think. Just seconds remaining in this game. Scorps have lost the ball there and will be gutted, and that should be the game. And there it is, a 10-9 win for London Vipers. And well, Joe was predicting that at 9-9 in this Division 2 Men's Cup final. It is London Scorpions 9, London Vipers 10, and we don't get a drop-off, one that I was indeed hoping for. And we're just looking back at the replay for a few of the scores from both teams. It was nip and tuck all the way through that, and actually it never got to a two-score game, which we said earlier that would probably close it off, but Vipers did just enough to take that 10-9 and win our Men's Division 2 Cup final this afternoon. Our second Cup final is coming up. Our next Cup final is coming up straight after this, which is our Women's Cup final, Division 1, here at 4:25. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Start for the North East Mixed Open. We got scored on off the first tap. which I think probably did us the world of good because we woke up a little bit after that. So good win. Did what we needed to do, did what we were aiming to do at the start of the game. But I think this game's going to be a little bit different, possibly a little bit different pace. This team, I think, are going to threaten us on the line up the middle, maybe. So yeah, looking forward to it and seeing how we'll get on. Our youngest's 15, female player, and our oldest is about 26, 27, I think. Yeah, I think what we've got is we've got a team of players who've got some really good skill, and they can read defences, they can play heads up, they've got good skill, they've got good pace. So attacking wise, I'm just going to let that flow from them, because from the first game, that's what they showed me. But what we really need to do is we need to nail our midfield defence.
Any thoughts, Nathaniel?
I'm just happy to be here, you know? It's going to be a good game, isn't it? I like any scoop.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. Cool.
Just go down, get the ball down, chop a hole.
Platform's a scoop.
Yep. Nice. Heads and tails.
Yep. Keep on going forward, team. Go.
Yeah, oh! Yes! Beautiful ball! What a ball! When we're doing our midfield D, our transition D, they're beating us a few times on our far side. So they're getting round our far side male link. So it's just, we need to compress a little bit closer over that side. Good work.
Okay.
What a ball. Who gave that? You? I go back to the same messaging as the game before. You clearly can see what you need to do in attack. That last, being aware, the awareness of the time on the clock, the awareness of taking it away from our box, the awareness of finding the space and using your pace to go down that edge. Yes! Yes, Matt! Let's finish this set! Finish it! Finish it! Ah! Really well played. Really well played.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, Lizzie.
Great game, Milo.
Thank you.
Yeah, you absolutely, you just read it so well.
We just need to play with some intent. That's the big deal.
James, massive defensive shift from you and
Thank you.
Cash in that last one.
Cheers.
Cheers, well played, well played. Well played, guys. Hey, all right? Well played. Take a big, deep breath, Raiders. Everybody in? I usually stretch now, Chris, rather than talk. I stretch then talk, or do you want me to talk and then stretch?
Either whatever feels good to you.
Oh. Well, what I need to say to you is I just need a few minutes to gather my thoughts. If you were watching that game as a neutral, that was such an exciting game of touch. And it was just neck and neck all the way through. Yeah, I just need a few moments to gather my thoughts, see what we're going to do, taking it into the next game, into the Northwest game. So let's have a little stretch.
You just got to go into it. Like, you don't know whether it's going to be a success, you don't know whether it's not, but you just got to hope that it will. And if you have that desire, it really will work. And that's what happened with us. You know, we started off just as a group of friends wanting to kick a ball about, not even proper touch rugby. And then we had one pioneer who came in and just taught everyone how to do it. And you know, that drive was there already from that like friendship group, and we just brought it up here.
People love the fact that it's inclusive sport and it's a mixed sport. I think that's quite rare. So people say that like the vibes of touch is always just really good. Everyone's really friendly. That's probably the main selling point, and then they learn to actually enjoy the sport after that, I think.
The key is to advertise. I think get your name out there. Touch, at least in Southampton, isn't very well known compared to rugby. So I think really getting your name out there, getting your uni to promote you as well.
Ladies and officials, stand by.
So here we go. This is the big one. The one that matters. Women's Division 1 final. Galaxy London versus London Scorpions. And once again, I am so glad to say that I am joined by Ben Nurse. Ben, first of all, how did you recover after that semi-final?
Mate, I'm still out of breath. Mate, you're not as glad as me to be watching this game. You know, this is the final we wanted to see. Scorps, Galaxy, London derby. What more do you want?
There's a good bit of touch heritage here, right?
Oh, so much.
I'll start this bit of commentary by saying apologies for any misnamed players for London Galaxy in their semi-final against Hoods. I was not aware that their team sheet was wrong. So I was calling what I saw. I have now got a reliable team sheet courtesy of their team manager. Big up London Galaxy. And also thank you for Scorps for doing exactly the same. There'll be no misnaming today. And it's good value because both of these teams have worked so hard to get to the final. London Galaxy coming out narrowly over a very young Nottingham Hoods team. And they are good value for it so far. As they work the ball over initially to that far side. Kenzie McNaught in an acting half. McNaught picking, stepping, driving, trying to connect over on that far side. For just a moment, it seemed like for Kat Walker there was space available to her. Scorps do a really good job at just crowding it out.
Yeah, so organised, Scorps. You see that in any Scorps team, whether it's the men's twos, the women's threes. They're just so well drilled, aren't they?
They are always.
And then that happens.
They're always well drilled. And also it gives me an opportunity to give her flowers now that I know exactly who she is. Abby Johnston wearing number 91, 5 try assists in their semi-final.
Wow.
That was the person that Nottingham Hoods could not get a handle on. And I think for the Scorpions, that's what they need to do here. They need to be able to nullify the attacking threats. Here's one of them, Sophia Jelfs working with another, Kenzie McNaught. McNaught checking away. Coming in over onto that middle quickie. It's a good bit of pace on display for just a moment from Alani Hambley. Offside penalty.
This is a quick set of 6 for Galaxy. You know, got some athletes in this team, Joe.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is the final everyone wanted for this exact reason. Sophia Jelfs stepping, going hard at the line, floating a pass out into the wing channel, but unfortunately for Rebecca Hill, can't quite reel that one in. And we'll see if Scorps can launch their platform effectively. There's Fagan. Good foot speed. Bronte Sykes following suit, showing a dummy, fixing defenders. I mean, this is textbook so far, Ben.
Oh, 2 big slices of commentators' curse there.
Yep. I'll take that with a side of women's finals, please. Sophia Jelfs. Just good bit of go forward, accelerates over, and then another unforced error creeps in. This time it was Amy Milburn.
I think you call it cagey, Joe. Bit nervy.
You call it finals footy.
Yeah, that's what it is,
it.
mate. That's what it is. You know, sometimes you do see the semi-finals absolutely blow up, exhilarating touch, and then the final does seem to, it fizzles at the beginning, doesn't it?
Yeah, you've got to be steady, and you don't want to be making any mistakes early. As Camilleri sets a good platform. Zan Hudson dummying, drops a late pass off in towards Heather Richardson. That's 5th touch. Hudson picking, stepping, trying to escape into the in-goal area, gets a late pass away. And it would have gone, and it would have been our opening score if not for Rebecca Hill making a really good shot in at wing.
Again, there's the first real line attack threat from Zan Hudson. She's one to keep an eye out for in the rest of this game.
Oh, for years, Joe, if you've played this game for a while, you don't even need to watch the whole match. If you walk past the pitch where Zan Hudson's playing, you'll see her scoop through. You've seen her throwing pills. She's a big weapon for the Scorps team.
She is. Speaking of the big weapon, Abby Johnston working with Kendall Buckingham on this occasion. Buckingham setting an amazing platform for Abby Johnston. Abby Johnston bounces around, gets into the goal area, needs to find some support. Does, connects with Kendall Buckingham, and there is her first try assist of the game, and I have no doubt it'll be the first of many. Abby Johnston, she just pulls strings, and in a game where you feel like you haven't got a lot of time, she just manufactures her own with ease.
Yeah, you said it, Joe, you called it, mate. I mean, she looked pretty unassuming, just lurking behind the play of the ball. Explosion of pace.
I mean, it's like she is definitely sort of at the forefront of women's players at the moment in the UK. Probably in the world, to be fair. Abby Johnston is, well, a bit unplayable right now. McNaught moving a little bit laterally at the moment to get through this subset. And there's a nice open side quickie, gets in beyond the initial midfield defence. And just playing around in the midfield right now. There's Kat Walker in motion, coming over towards Kenzie McNaught. There's McNaught. Ball's played away. McNaught setting platform. Walker. We're going to go over towards the short side. Ooh. Showed a nice dummy, but that's fifth touch. And now McNaught just killing the ball in a good area, making Scorps go full length and full width of the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big case of both teams wanting to make the other one play.
Yeah.
In these early stages, you know, rather than taking the game by the scruff of the neck and risking, you know, these exciting plays. They're just sort of showing their hand and letting the other team come back.
Yeah, almost sort of saying, you go first and I'll meet you where you are. Neither team wanted to fire out the blocks early. It's Georgia Hack, who knows nothing other than 1,000,000 miles an hour all the time. Jelfs coming back over towards the short side, now moving back in towards Hack.
Ooh.
Jelfs always moving backwards though, and that pass goes forwards. Yeah. There's a good defensive shutout there from Scorps.
Yeah, I think she just wanted someone to play off her a little bit there, didn't she, Joe? You know, she wants the ball in her hand from the scoop.
And not a lot of depth on offer there as well, which is the other thing to consider. And here comes Scorpions, spearheaded by Anna Camilleri. That's a really good pick and scoop, trying to accelerate away from Jelfs. Play on is the call. Fagan needs to find some support, tries to connect with Heather Richards.
Jelfs is not happy with that call.
No, you can see it there. Heather Richardson isn't happy with how her body's feeling at the moment. Gets up, little bit of a hobble, coming back into the offensive line. As you say, Jelfs was questioning that call. Although, fair play, referee made a call, stuck with it as Camilleri. Coming over towards Bronte Sykes. Camilleri, Fagan in motion, Lauren Fagan stepping, Lauren Fagan diving. That's ball down, it's waved through. And that is a wonderful set-piece play, finished off with emphatic style by Lauren Fagan.
Yeah, you really can't underestimate the value of getting the ball to the 7 and just having someone running hard at the line. Nice dive to go with it, and it is just hard to defend, isn't it, Joe?
It is. Speaking of hard to defend, Abby Johnston's on the ball, working with Kendall Buckingham. Buckingham playing away to Gabby Chu. Gabby Chu in an acting half. Abby Johnston in motion, back to Gabby Chu. And that was almost magic from London Galaxy.
What a lovely platform, Joe. What a lovely platform. Switched in the link and just dug into the 7. Made the touch in the perfect place.
How good. And now a fresh set of 6 to work with. Johnston looking to get a quickie set up. Back to Abby Johnston. Johnston now does take the touch. Johnston goes hard at the line. What can Abby Johnston create? Well, it's stubborn defence at the moment in that midfield from Scorps. Not willing to give an inch. There's Abby Johnston once more, but it's a really good link fly. Although, was that play on call?
It looked borderline, Joe. I think they've called her off. Just hesitated. If she put the ball down, I reckon it was a score.
I agree.
There's a worrying moment in there. Oh, that's a nice step away there from Hopcroft. Just threatening this line consistently is Patricia Hopcroft. Buckingham. Chu, back to Buckingham. Gabby Chu wanted to feed that back to Buckingham, but the body position wasn't quite good enough to get that ball away cleanly. Now Johnston's in motion. Abby Johnston looks to go hard at the line once more. I think the referees are happy.
Do they make the read here, Joe? The link clearly wants to hit hard and shot hard. Ran out of touches, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know what you're saying,
Something to bear in mind, isn't it, Joe?
It's like what we were saying. We've said it a few times now. When that link becomes really, really busy, you've got to get her off her line.
Yeah.
You've got to go move that ball into that link channel.
You've got to get 4 up, or at least 3.
Absolutely. And I have no doubt that Galaxy London will be able to make that read as Hudson comes flying onto the field, gets caught behind the gain line by Gabby Chu. Hudson checking back on the inside. Here is Hudson once more.
Whoa.
Hudson bounces around. There's a 2-on-1 if they want to execute, and now there's a foot race to the corner, and there should only be one winner.
That's Zan Hudson written all over it. Just commanded the middle of the pitch, sucked everyone in, and then perfect timing on the pass.
Yeah, and it's well finished by Izzy Davies, who just puts the hammer down, gets over that try line. But as you say, I mean, Hudson, at the moment you switch off, she just makes something happen. And they give Scorps a 2-1 lead 10 minutes into this final. Hack. Checking away. You sort of...
So frustrating, Joe.
You knew it was coming. Kat Walker wanted to get involved, but forward pass given. And Galaxy London not necessarily using all of their set of 6 at the moment, giving possession over to Scorps.
Ooh.
Hudson. That was a bit of a wobbly roll ball, and it's Galaxy London ball.
Zan Hudson looked at the referee, just pointed at the opposition player's foot. That was her foot, sir. She knew full well it was not her foot.
Hack feeds over, gets in an acting half. Hack doing good work there over with Danny Payton, and now there's a bit of a foot race over on that far side. It's taken down well. Oh, she's gone.
Take a bow.
She's absolutely gone. It is gorgeous over on that far side. Alani Hambley. They just switch off.
Oh,
play on call,
off.
bounces around Stella Buddle. Hambley.
What a vicious right foot step.
I love that as well, right? Like, so often you'll hear that play on call, and a player will stop, and they'll sort of say, "Oh, what's going on?" Hambley had no other idea in her mind other than just going hard at the line, and we are 2 tries apiece, all level. A game that is promised so much is certainly delivering so far. Sykes working with Fagan and Elia Huget. There is Huget platforming for the sweeper. Sykes in motion. Sykes trying to dive at the line. And Gabby Chu gets off and makes a really good touch.
2 strong defences, I'd say, Joe, so far.
You just took the words right out of my mouth. We are singing from the same hymn sheet right now. But, like, this is something that we'll often see as Elia Huget takes a bit of a tumble and then stops in her tracks. And
I think we're going to stop the game here.
Yeah, as we should do. And what's nice is that London Galaxy were also saying, Elia's down. We need to make sure that she's okay.
Yeah. A bit like State of Origin, this fixture, isn't it? You know, mate v mate, you know.
Yeah.
Some of these guys, I mean, women, sorry, we've been playing together at Nationals a couple of weekends ago.
Yeah. Not just Nationals, high performance camps, England
England
setups.
squad's always the case. And,
I think when you get to this level of club competition, it's very rare there's someone who's on the pitch that you don't know what's coming.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's what we love about it, because you pick on certain people that you perceive to have certain weaknesses or strengths. And
yeah, absolutely. Abby Johnston wants to put the hammer down. Hambley accelerates through. Hambley almost gets away, but Izzy Davies makes a really good covering touch.
Her ankle's gone as well, Joe.
Yeah, hobbling. A final so far that's been heavily influenced by injuries, both on the Scorpion side of things. There's a big touch that comes in from Lauren Fagan. Johnston doesn't mind too much. She wanted to scoop anyway.
I've always said it, Joe. Men's, mixed, women's. this division's the most physical.
Absolutely.
Some of the touches that go in this game.
I would absolutely agree. And also, the skill that's required to roll that ball with such precision whilst underneath the level of physicality that's coming.
That pressure, yeah.
I mean,
That's
it's just unplayable at times. As we see, Scorps roll through their subset. 2 players down now. Hudson won't mind. Hudson picking. Hudson stepping. Buckingham stays alive to the threat, and that inside ball was on. Hudson couldn't quite take it with her. Scorpions threatening again, 5 minutes to go till half time. And I'm just spying off to my left. Elia Huget doesn't seem to be moving all too comfortably.
No, I'd be surprised if she goes back on, Joe.
Honestly, this might be the one time I'm going to disagree with you. I wouldn't. Elia knows that this is for all the Dolphin dollars. This is where it counts, and she'll be wanting to leave it all out there. Hudson. Richardson at link, not being used at the moment. Hudson with a good bit of interplay in the midfield, just taking a settler, working with Lily Merritt. Offside penalty, Merritt tap. Merritt finds herself in at link now, as Davies re-enters the field of play, looking fully fit. Merritt picking, Hudson. Danger, Lily Merritt, open side quickie, Hudson, dummies. He's a little bit stop-start at the moment, maybe getting away with dumping that ball a bit too close to the line. Nervy moments here for London Scorpions. Heather Richardson getting onto that link punish. Fire-up option, Hudson maybe wants to go to the wing. Hudson firing from the hip, tap back is good and away. That's 5th touch.
Yeah, I thought that's what she was playing for, Joe. I thought she was playing for that left wing pass. And it's in the locker, as you can see, but I think the strike dump wasn't, wasn't what they wanted there.
Absolutely. As we see Walker and Kenzie McNaught. McNaught asking a lot of that far winger on occasion. Nikki Bird couldn't quite reel that in. And now Scorps roll through. Bit of a janky subset to just get a couple fresh legs on. They're going to back themselves to get over this whitewash and establish themselves a lead late in this first half. Richardson platforming, feeding away, trying to go hard at the line now, recycling back into. However, that's dumped the ball too close to the line, and there's a bit of a quite rare logistical error coming in. I believe that was Emily Rona-Roper.
We've all done it.
We have indeed.
You can't dump there, though.
There's a nice bit of footwork on display. Again, physical touch coming in. And hard touch given. So the referee's establishing what they're happy with in terms of physicality. That one just getting over what they're okay with. Abby Johnston cannoning up. Followed in suit by Kendall Buckingham. Hopcroft now. Patricia Hopcroft, one of these to watch out for. Dangerous strike player when given platform to do so. Hambley.
Wow.
Just accelerates away. Hambley's got absolute wheels.
Quick.
It's that short acceleration, right? It's that just that explosiveness. It's Buckingham platforming in here, and that's another big touch comes in from Lauren Fagan. That is an absolute demolisher in terms of wrecking and attacking platform.
That's how you kill an attack, Joe.
Lauren Fagan, I mean, like often celebrated for attacking work. So far in this game, her defensive work has come out on top right now. She's so disruptive in that roll ball.
And brave as well, Joe. That was 4th touch, and it's so easy to run that line where you're risking giving away the penalty for a hard touch. But very little risk there. Great touch.
Yeah, it's phenomenal stuff. And locked at a level score. Still 2 tries apiece. Buckingham, Johnston, feeding away. Again, subset just slows down on that second touch. That's happened a few times now. Need to find a little bit more momentum. Kenzie McNaught, dummying, accelerating through the gap, trying to set a really good platform, and again, still finding more meters in front of her. Kenzie McNaught manufacturing space with perceived ease right now. McNaught settling, Walker looking to come back over towards McNaught. Zan Hudson, though, eats up the ground in front and forces the 6 and change.
Thought she could have had a go there, Kat Walker.
There was an opportunity that just provided itself to her. However, now there's a bit of an away set going, and Hudson checking a late pass. That is stunning hands. Off the bootlaces from Bronte Sykes. And Buddle getting involved with a subset. Hudson a little bit slow to play, and it's because
The referee spotted an infringement, off the mark penalty, a minute left to go.
A score here would be huge, Joe.
It would. The only question is, which defence is going to break first? We had a few opening scores, and since then, defences have really problem-solved well. Jelfs, though, accelerating into a bit of a striking platform, then coming back over into that familiar middle setting that we see. Jelfs playing Matador, checking away. Jelfs playing back to Severe Jelfs. It was a nice QB endeavour, not quite executed with the same level of finesse that we're so used to seeing.
Just couldn't get the look she wanted, Joe. As you say, she's really good at that Matador role where she just finds an opening and gets the perfect look that she wants, but so far this game has not found that look.
No, and now there's another error at the roll ball. And 30 seconds left to go. Ben, do you think this is just a case of two teams making a final? It's been a hard day of touch, right? Loads of games that these guys have played. Do you think it's a case of maybe a bit of fatigue, or the fact that it's a final and neither team wants to sort of show their hand first?
I think you can touch on what we were talking about before, about the level of respect that these two teams have for each other, in terms of they know how good the opposition is. They don't need to do anything stupid. And they are, I think, both teams just trying a little bit too hard to get the perfect opportunity.
Coming away from that structure might provide the attacking emphasis that they need.
I couldn't agree more, and we saw it for one of the scores when Hudson just shifted away from the 33 that she usually goes for, and the away set over there worked well as well. So
maybe some of the unorthodox being needed to unlock this defence. However, I would silently be quite happy if there was no more scores in this game when we got to see a drop-off in the final. So I will leave that one there. That's what I'm hoping for. However, Galaxy London problem-solving well, and London Scorpions, they were poaching that try line when the opportunities afforded themselves to it. However, going into half-time, we have Galaxy London 2, London Scorpions 2, with the final 20 minutes coming up for you in about 5 minutes' time, where one of these teams will be crowned champions of the Division 1 Women's Division. And that second half will be with you in about 5 minutes' time.
Amazing officials, 2 minutes on. Officials, 2 minutes. 5 officials, 1 minute left. Makes the first stop. Raise and missiles, 4 second moments will take the field, ready to go.
So the second half is about to get underway, where London Scorpions have the tap. We're locked at 2 tries apiece. Ben, get your tea leaves out. Start having a look at the crystal ball. What are we thinking for this second half?
Mate, I think Scorps look so much more confident, you know. A Galaxy in midfield, match them with the physicality of the touches especially. But I think when Galaxy gets the line, they look a little bit more hesitant. And Scorps look a little bit more like they know exactly what they want to do and have the quality to do it. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. And this person, Zan Hudson, is going to have a fair thing to say, as well as Fagan. Fagan setting a good platform, good physical touch coming in there from Abby Johnston. Trying to get away from Zan Hudson, but nothing doing on this occasion. There is Hudson. Late pass, stepping away, trying to wrap around was Hudson. And Abby Johnston knew that the work was done and can set expectations on this subset. Hopcroft driving, Kendall Buckingham following in suit. Abby Johnston third up onto the 10-metre line. Hack stepping away from Hudson, sets a really good platform here. Walker, 5th touch platform here for Kenzie McNaught. McNaught coming back over towards the short side. McNaught almost found an opening to get into the in-goal area, but Emily Rona-Roper stuck to her and made the touch to bring up a 6th touch and change.
I think you'd be amiss, Joe, to not mention the tactical touch brains behind these 2 sides. We've got Timmy Osborne in front of us on the Scorp side, and then John Weston Stanley as well on the Galaxy side. So you can see why these 2 teams look so well drilled.
Just for a moment, an opportunity had presented itself for the Scorps. Not taken on that occasion. Maybe the weather having a bit to say. The rain is coming down. You might not be able to see it on your TV screen, but the rain is swirling. Hack gets in an acting half. There's good foot speed coming into the roll ball now. There's Jelfs checking away. Jelfs once more. Jelfs wants a good 5th touch platform. It's somewhat good. It's a very set defence though. Jelfs looking to float a ball into the link channel. Not quite taken in stride on this occasion from Danny Payton.
I don't think she needed to back that on, Joe. I've been there myself a few times when you think the defence is a bit more in your face than it actually is.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's Milburn making a good touch. Richardson straightens. That's 4. This is 5th touch coming now, so no real striking platform unless the Scorpions are able to manufacture something. They do get a really good roll on though. Coming away from Zan Hudson, almost using her as a bit of a distraction, and then straightens, and unfortunately for Susanna Hyvönen, Galaxy stay wise to it. Milburn, Jelfs combining and then checking away as well. It was Gabby Chu. Really good yards eaten up. And now Hopcroft setting platform here, but
yeah, good call.
It's unfortunate for London Galaxy because, I mean, I'm sure you'd agree, the best transition we've seen so far from London Galaxy.
Oh, 100%. Without doubt. I think in that department, they've looked the better side. They just look a lot less clinical on the line.
Yeah. As we see, forward pass penalty, surrendering possession over to London Galaxy. There's Johnston. Abby Johnston coming back over towards this short side, but it's a good touch that brings that momentum to a halt. Hopcroft, Buckingham in at half. The physicality level has demanded perfection at the roll ball.
Yeah.
And so far, both teams are doing a relatively good job. Neither team is hitting that 90% completion rate that we're so used to seeing.
Yeah.
And I think it's just because the defensive prowess at the moment, that's what's currently on show, right? That's what's currently dominating, is these two defenses. They're just nullifying each other. This is an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object, and neither are really willing to buckle.
Yeah, I think if you were a big touch nerd and you were that way inclined, you'd be looking at this game to clip up moments of perfect defence, exemplary defence. Not so much the attack so far, but in terms of defence, we've seen some really great systems on show, I guess.
Absolutely. I'd love to see a little bit more guile and disguise in the attacking setup. There's Pyrgos, platforms, Hudson, driving, late wrap, release.
Yes.
That's danger. And could have just gone herself, coming back onto the inside now. And then again, the attempted baton pass not quite happening for London Galaxy. Now Galaxy and Hack playing the extra pass on the subset to Gabby Chu. This is fourth, fifth coming, so Jelf needs a platform to strike off of. Setting decent platform now for Sophia Jelf, not able to take it in stride, has to stop-start, and then somewhat pulls up for a moment with Sophia Jelfs.
I think what I've seen here, Joe, in my opinion, based on this game, is that we know Sophia Jelf is going to scoop, and I think Scorps know that. And they're just slamming the person who isn't Sophia Jelfs.
Yeah.
Because they know she's going to get behind and scoop.
And they're almost setting traps for Sophia to fall into. They are sending single shooter to make the touch and then allowing the rest of that defence to come get on side to just swarm her as soon as she scoops. And again, this is why I think we're saying a little bit more guile and disguise, moving away from maybe some familiar structures and moving into uncharted territory almost.
The defence have made that read because they're dealing with it really well. Do the attack make that read and then use her as a decoy?
Yes. And that, I think, will be what decides this game. Heather Richardson. It's an acting half again. Johnston gets up, makes a really good touch. Sykes, player in motion. Richardson picking back up against the grain. Long ball potentially is on. But once more, it's a good touch that comes in from Amy Milburn. And I wonder if we're going to start to see these long balls get floated the deeper we get into this game. 7 minutes into the second half now, still locked at 2 tries apiece. There's another tumble over on that far side. This time it's given as a hard touch.
Mate, I mean, increasingly, it's hard to see either team beating the other side's defence. Like, you'd be realistic predicting that there's no more scores in normal time in this game.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm so fine with that. I am gagging for a drop-off. I absolutely am. Whether it's this final or the men's final, I want a drop-off. Richardson sending good platform. Sykes following in suit. There's Fagan feeding away. Much better striking platform now. Fagan potentially looking to come and get in motion. Flick touch coming. And Sykes just wanted the dropping early penalty. I think the referees are happy. Bronte Sykes using all of that experience to get that dropping early penalty. And will this be the set to unlock the door? Fagan in motion. There is Lauren Fagan. Hack gets up and makes a very good touch. Sykes. Fagan, a little bit of a mismatch setup. One ball goes to the wing, and they're happy. They are, and that repeat setter 6 does come to fruition. As you see, Fagan and Sykes just combine, and Sykes feeds away to Rona Roper.
That's what they needed, Joe, isn't it? You know, as you said, a little bit of adventure, a little bit of playing outside of their usual system.
And it was the sweeper setup was a bit muddled. It wasn't as fluid as they expect it to be, and then they're able to just go and execute. And benefits to Lula Jacobs, who was over in that far wing, getting the ball down. 3-2 to Scorps, and then London Galaxy coughing up possession. Have we seen a bit of a momentum shift happen in the last few minutes?
Absolutely, Joe. And there was a moment in the first half after Galaxy scored the opening try where you just saw them brimming with confidence, and the momentum was fully in their favour. And credit Scorps for stemming that. And now you can see it's fully shifted.
Yeah, Buddle checking away to Fagan. Buddle in an acting half once more. Fagan working with Hyvenin. Fagan marshalling the troops, sending Stella Buddle on that sweep. Fagan picking up against the grain, now straightening. Play on is the call. Lauren Fagan needs to connect. Fizzes a lovely ball over into that wing channel.
Fair play.
And then Nikki Bird wanted to go quickly. It's a good ball on display, matched by Nikki Bird, just picking that off.
Yeah, beautiful read, beautiful read. Thought she was going full length.
I'd love to see a foot race.
I think you can see the difference in the two teams from the boxes, Joe. Galaxy very energetic, very excitable. Scorps calm, composed. Very little words, to be honest.
Oh, Georgia Hack though.
She's gone.
Georgia Hack will go all the way and finishes with a flourish in the corner. And it's so good from Georgia Hack. You'll see it here. Late pass there from Buckingham, just gives a bit of a pace mismatch, and Hack sticks the hammer down. Levels the scoring.
They needed that. They needed someone to just say, right, I'm having the ball and I'm running through someone.
I agree. I absolutely agree. That is a succinct little bit of summary, because I completely agree. It's that go forward, right? Players who just do nothing but go forward, and Georgia Hack is certainly one of those, as we see Sykes with Pyrgos. Sykes with an overhead pass over into that middle channel. Was that potentially off the mark? Referees were happy. Hudson now in motion. Zan Hudson wants that ball, gets that ball. Zan Hudson dives at the line. Kenzie McNaught makes a great touch.
Next score huge. Next score is massive, isn't it?
It is, and neither of these teams really able to pull away from one another. As Hudson puts on a bit of footwork, tries to get Kenzie McNaught. McNaught just having a little bit of a chat, and then really good honesty on display there from Kenzie McNaught. Saying that gave away that penalty. Fresh set of 6 here. Sykes, Hudson, coming over to Rona Roper. Fagan now in motion. There is Lauren Fagan. Fagan, can she get to the line? She can. And unfortunately, Kat Walker called offside, and Lauren Fagan, well, she's really standing out at the moment for Scorps.
Oh, absolutely, Joe. Absolutely. Just a really calm score. Composure. Composure's the word, isn't it?
It's Lauren Fagan again on that sweeper setup. Again, has really influenced this game defensively, offensively. Lauren Fagan so far MVP of this final for certain. And that's if Patricia Hopcroft and co can't have something to say about it. There's Abby Johnston in acting half. Johnston trying to get into the in-goal area.
Ooh.
Again, a very set defence trying to scoop onto.
Yep.
Johnston looking to go long, but Hopcroft does a really good job at reining that ball in.
I mean, I think we've just seen the same thing that I was mentioning with Jelfs, is that they know she's a threat and they know she's going to be the one scooping, so they just slam the person that wasn't her.
It's like they umbrella around her and always force her back into that touching middle.
Yep.
And for a scooper player, it is probably the worst picture to see when you've got 5 set defenders trying to come up at you. As Sykes plays away, nice extra pass that goes to Rona Roper, but again Abby Johnston with a good touch to bring that set to an end. 7 minutes left to go, 1 try in it. Scorpions in the lead. 2 very calm sub boxes for a final.
100%, mate. It's remarkable, really. I've not seen anything like it.
What are we expecting in the final stanza of this game? Are we thinking that both teams might go deep into their playbook to try and unlock the defence, or is it
in the immediate future? If I'm Scorps, I was going to say I'm keeping the ball as long as I can in this half of the pitch, because Galaxy are very good at getting for the other 7, as we can see here.
Yeah, Hack.
Just sideline, unfortunately.
Goes, and as you say, just
that's a big turnover, that, Joe.
Yeah, just stepping out of the field of play for a moment, and Galaxy just querying something.
Heavy touch.
Heavy touch.
Okay.
Bit of a conversation coming in there from both referees, both agreeing heavy touch is the call. Fresh set of 6 here, and McNaught working in that midfield with Amy Milburn. McNaught coming over towards Danny Payton. Here is Payton. Want to get on this link punish. Payton accelerating towards the line, diving at the line, and the referee's happy. They are indeed.
Score.
And we're back to a level game. 5.5 minutes left to go. This time it's Danny Payton that gets over the whitewash.
Yeah, I mean, this game stank of a draw at the start, didn't it?
I mean, I think if any game's going to give us a drop-off, it's going to be this.
The old
I'm fully aware of the amount of times that I've asked for a drop-off and not got it. So I know that the odds aren't in my favour, but here's hoping. However, Scorps will be hoping it doesn't get to that. Fagan will be having something to say. So will Hudson. Hudson gets into the goal area, needs to find a spare player. Dropped a late pass off towards Bronte Sykes, but that's just ball down. I wonder if Hudson could have tread water a little bit more, maybe bought time.
She had a lot more time than she thought she did there. No need to pull the trigger so soon.
Although, to be fair, on any line attack set, I will always defer to Zan Hudson's decision making. It's an easy job up here.
Look
it's
at me talking
harder.
like I know better than Zan Hudson.
That's fifth touch. Really good touch comes in again from Fagan, disrupting that roll ball. And I think it's a skill that I think needs highlighting, right? It's not a hard touch. There's a level of physicality to it, but it's body position. She's able to hold up her opposition so well. It is just like the ultimate disruption.
And these days it's drilled into you as a player to get to the side. And that's the aim of most ball carriers, is to get to the side of the touch so that you can make that extra meter and keep the momentum in the attack. So for someone to get in front and keep you upright, it does really just kill any attack, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you, especially for London Galaxy, where you've got so many dangerous scoopers, Fagan is just disrupting that scooping platform. As Walker tries to get to the line, who else but Lauren Fagan makes another good defensive touch.
Yeah. Brick wall.
Absolutely. Hopcroft moving the ball open side. Doggy's coming round. Hopcroft gets the ball back. And the offside, late switch, and the ball almost went, and Fagan almost found the ball in her hand for a moment. I wasn't sure if she knew all that much about it.
Much better, Joe. They've gone to the doggies, you know.
Yeah, late switch at wing,
Bit
diving
of
into...
Here we go.
Getting into the unorthodox. Is that
she's
ball
done it
down?
again.
It is indeed. Peyton, it's rinse and repeat. Do not fix your TV screen. It's not the same picture over and over again. It's just Danny Peyton with one weapon, and they cannot stop her.
Yeah, lovely dive. Fair play, Joe.
I mean, if you again, it's the Iron Robin. Puts it from the right, bangs it with the left. What can you do to stop it?
You know she's going to bounce off the right and dive the line.
But
what are you going to do about it?
and the answer is not a lot at the moment.
No.
Danny Payton's got the keys right now, and you've got to let her run wild. Moving over towards Heather Richardson. Johnston reads the play, step back against the grain, trying to get into the in-goal area, fading ball out to the wing. This time Izzy Davies can't quite reel it in. 2.5 minutes left to go. Galaxy in the lead. This is finally poised on a knife edge. Neither team really surrendering all that much right now. McNaught held up by Bronte Sykes. Johnston feeds over to Georgia Hack. Hack platforming. Better subset here. Hack, solid roll ball. There was no movement on that ball at all. Buckingham checking back on the inside. That's fifth touch. Can Kendall Buckingham manufacture a bit of magic? Checking back away. Switches on. 2-on-1 option, and then getting a 6 more, and that feels like a big momentum shift. 2 minutes left to go. That fresh set of 6 could be the difference.
Yeah, massive turnover that, Joe. Just when you need the error count to be low. Wow, there she is again. Yeah,
another good touch comes in. The Scorps have managed to disrupt this roll ball so well.
Yeah.
It must be so frustrating for London Galaxy as we see Hopcroft this time coming onto the link punish, and Hopcroft might be over.
Oh.
But an amazing touch comes in.
Big call.
There's make no doubt about it. If there's a 2-try deficit now, that is all she wrote. We see it here on the replay. It's marginal.
Know, you know.
Heather Richardson gets the rub of the green. There's another late switch comes into the wing. A minute left to go. Scorps have got to find something, and now. They've got to complete this subset first. Needs to get off the field efficiently. Nice extra pass goes over to Davies. Sykes and acting half. Richardson. Cannoning.
Yeah.
Again, another good touch being held up. But this is the pod that you want when it's crunch time. Hudson.
Here we go.
Fagan. Hudson scooping on fifth. Hudson fixing, accelerating.
Oh,
and then Kendall Buckingham.
What a touch.
With a touch that might be as good as a try right now, with the way that this game is shaping up. Final 40 seconds. Kendall Buckingham comes up with a stunning read, but there's a turnover. Lauren Fagan making things happen for London Scorpions. 30 seconds left to go. This is crunch time. Now this would be a buzzer beater.
How's your bottle?
Pressure.
This is who you want on the pitch, Joe.
Hudson. Picking, scooping, ripping long. Hudson trying to connect. That's ball down. And that might end up being the final opportunity for London Scorpions.
Just
10 seconds left to go. Galaxy, I imagine, will just keep this ball in hand and try and wind this clock down. Buckingham setting pace, and then that is the final play, and London Galaxy do come out on top. Over London Scorpions, and my word, Benny, they just found the moments of magic when it mattered, and Danny Payton's brace makes the difference.
I mean, has to be player of the game. Danny Payton, she won that match 100%. Two very evenly teams. You knew they were going to be separated by a moment of brilliance, and that was provided by Danny Payton.
Yeah, and just a quick word on Lauren Fagan for London Scorpions.
Oh, yeah.
Had an amazing final individually.
Both ends of the ball as well, Joe. Both ends of the ball. You know, someone that you want in your mid-partnership in defence when you're rolling backwards, someone who can stop an attack in its tracks, kill all that momentum, which was what Galaxy were building a lot of their attacks off, was rolling through that midfield through 1, 2 and 3 touches.
And the disruption. Well, I mean, it made London Galaxy work so hard for that platform, and they were able to just come out on top when it mattered. Well, that is our penultimate game, wrapped up nice and neatly. London Galaxy are the Women's Division winners and celebrating here on pitch 1 right now. Coming up for you in just a moment, we have the Men's Division 1 final.
Wow.
And it is Galaxy Southwest, basically the who's who of England Touch, versus a team with an average age of 19, a fearless, youthful side, and that'll be with you in about 10 minutes' time.
It's our turn now.
Start for the Northeast Mixed Open. We got scored on off the first tap, which I think probably did us the world of good because we woke up a little bit after that. So good win. Did what we needed to do, did what we were aiming to do at the start of the game. But I think this game's going to be a little bit different, possibly a little bit different pace. This team, I think, are going to threaten us on the line up the middle, maybe. So yeah, looking forward to it and seeing how we'll get on. Our youngest's 15, female player, and our oldest is about 26, 27, I think. Yeah, I think what we've got is we've got a team of players who've got some really good skill, and they can read defences, they can play heads up, they've got good skill, they've got good pace. So attacking wise, I'm just going to let that flow from them, because from the first game, that's what they showed me. But what we really need to do is we need to nail our midfield defence.
Any thoughts, Nathaniel?
I'm just happy to be here, you know? It's going to be a good game, isn't it? I like any scoop.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. Cool.
Just go down, get the ball down, chop a hole.
Platform's a scoop.
Yep. Nice. Heads and tails.
Yeah, oh! Yes! Beautiful ball! What a ball! When we're doing our midfield D, our transition D, they're beating us a few times on our far side. So they're getting round our far side male link. So it's just, we need to compress a little bit closer over that side. Good work. Okay. What a ball. Who gave that? You? I go back to the same messaging as the game before. You clearly can see what you need to do in attack. That last being aware, the awareness of the time on the clock, the awareness of taking it away from our box, the awareness of finding the space and using your pace to go down that edge. Yes! Yes, Matt! Let's finish this set! Finish it! Finish it! Ah! Really well played. Really well played.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Great game, Milo.
Thank you.
Yeah, you absolutely, you just read it so well.
You just need to play with some intent.
Mm. James, massive defensive shift from you and Cash in that last one. Cheers, well played, well played. Well played, guys. Hey, you all right? Well played. Take a big deep breath, Raiders. Everybody in? I usually stretch now, Chris, rather than talk. I stretch then talk, or do you want me to talk and then stretch?
Either whatever feels good to you.
Oh.
I'll do it if I get paid for it.
Well, what I need to say to you is I just need a few minutes to gather my thoughts. If you were watching that game as a neutral, that was such an exciting game of touch. And it was just neck and neck all the way through. Yeah, I just need a few moments to gather my thoughts, see what we're going to do, taking it into the next game, into the Northwest game. So let's have a little stretch.
You just got to go into it. Like, you don't know whether it's going to be a success, you don't know whether it's not, but you just got to hope that it will. And if you have that desire, it really will work. And that's what happened with us. You know, we started off just as a group of friends wanting to kick a ball about, not even proper touch rugby. And then we had one pioneer who came in and just taught everyone how to do it. And you know, that drive was there already from that like friendship group, and we just brought it up here.
People love the fact that it's inclusive sport and it's a mixed sport. I think that's quite rare. So people say that like the vibes of touch is always just really good. Everyone's really friendly. That's probably the main selling point, and then they learn to actually enjoy the sport after that, I think.
The key is to advertise. I think get your name out there. Touch, at least in Southampton, isn't very well known compared to rugby. So I think really getting your name out there, getting your uni to promote you as well, and really get in the socials and just spread the word. I think is probably the biggest thing.
Have you had that kind of support from your AE?
We have in some ways, but I think I've always wanted a bit more like screen time, I guess, more like story posts, more Instagrams, more flyers, things like that. But I think we've got that at the moment, so I think that might help us in the future.
Keep going, most importantly, but also reach out to those rugby players. You know, contact sports are more and more becoming a thing of the past, and touch offering a fast, flowing and non-contact version of the sport really is a really good opportunity to get involved and keep playing rugby even after injury, or you know, just not wanting to hurt on a Sunday.
I would say start small, because I don't think our club would have grown to the extent that it has if we hadn't got a really good core group who were dedicated, willing to train, willing to turn up when there weren't that many people. And then from that, it's a slow growing process, but you get more people coming along, the quality improves over time. I'd say don't be disheartened if at the start the touch maybe isn't that high quality or you're lacking numbers a little bit. Stick with it, because people will come and people love the game. And it's one of the only mixed sports at Bucks. And so you will get numbers, you just need to stick with it.
want everybody in the next 8 minutes or whatever to just stay quite close to each other, get some connection, feel the vibes. No longer wet, the floor is no longer wet. So in the warm-up, we're going to start moving that ball nice and freely, build our confidence because we are winners and we're going to go into this feeling like we're winners.
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, the girls have worked hard for this for a good few years, just building around the region and in club at Nottingham. There's lots of juniors coming through and our average age is 20 apparently. Only been brought up by having one of our senior players who was in the 2017 final. So yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun. I think everyone's excited for it. But yeah, the South East have been dominant. We had a big build phase, so we've just had.
So here we go. Final game of the day. Galaxy Southwest against Nottingham Hoods. The Hoods coming through an almighty semi-final, but they've got an almighty task in front of them. Galaxy Southwest, this pod is particularly in the midfield. Baldock, Trays, Graham, Henderson. This is the pod that they've got to nullify. Sorgo gets up to make the touch. Henderson bounces around the outside. Extra ball to the wing was the right option, not quite executed. And I started the day with a certain co-commentator, and I'm finishing the day with the same. Bibby Pauls. Bibby, how are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. We just came off an unfortunate loss against the Hoods. They're women. They're a good team.
Yep.
They're young, but they run hard, and they just had that upper hand.
Yep, speaking of being young and running hard, this is all that this Nottingham Hoods side is going to do. They run with such swagger. They are fearless. It's youthful flair, and it's not bending to anyone's will as Gallagher to Simon. Feeds away. Extra pass needs to go. And Matty Hawes opens the score, and that is what Nottingham Hoods do so well. They pick you off one-on-one and make you pay. It is just a stunning bit of go forward from the Nottingham Hoods, who have really put everyone to the sword who they've come up against. That was Hawkins delivering that last pass towards Matty Hawes over on this near side wing. But they've got a bit of a task to nullify this pod. Anush Analanko, Rory Grant, just taking a settler. Lawton Davies, back into Alanko, into Grant. Sweeper play, getting around the link. Grant, looking to go hard on the line. Rory Grant diving. And Rory Grant levels the scoring at the first time of asking. Bibby, in the semi-final the Nottingham Hoods played against London Scorpions, we outscored the minute count for the first 10 minutes of the game. So far, it seems like we're going to do the exact same thing.
I mean, I'm not complaining.
This is shaping up to be an almighty shootout. Gallagher skating away from Brownfield. Devlin. He'll be no stranger to these Galaxy Southwest players. They'll know him through and through. Ollie Simon, Devlin in motion. Archie Devlin, left foot step. Trying to bounce around. Healy not able to on this occasion. One more touch in the chamber. Gallagher now moving the ball over towards Simon. Ethan Gallagher picking up against the grain, trying to get in the in-goal area, but it's well crowded out in the midfield. Combination of Healy and Grattarola doing just enough to see off the most recent Nottingham threat. Robinson setting platform. Henderson just cruising through the gears, and then there's a loss of control. Henderson appealing, nothing doing. That's a good shutout for Nottingham.
Yeah, I think it was a sneaky little tap on the arm, but the ref didn't call it, so.
Devlin stepping away, accelerates on towards Louis Trays. There's Kit Sorgo. Mellor. Dean just accelerates through the gap, finds a good bit of space, and then tries to throw the extra pass away. And Sam Baldock does just enough to make a defensive intervention. And so close, so little from Dean, who almost gets through. We'll see it here on the replay. Only Lord knows how Dean was able to get through this gap. Just bounces in between Graham and Trays, and that's not something that's easily done. As we see Rory Grant now scooping on fifth. Grant accelerating, dummying, getting into the in-goal area, needs to find his support and finds it in Conahan, who gives a very unselfish pass to Milo Robinson. And so far, well, Rory Grant is just toying with this Nottingham Hoods defence.
Yeah, I mean, Southwest got nothing to lose, so they're just going to go for it, give it their all.
And Rory Grant had 3 options to pick from there. Unselfishly dishing away was Conahan, gets that extra pass off.
Better safe than sorry.
Always. Simon, Gallagher. Ollie Simon once more, dummying, coming back over towards Ethan Gallagher. Now Devlin. Gallagher back into Ollie Simon. Ollie Simon trying to take Josh Henderson out wide. Henderson staying wise to the threat. Ball comes in. Ollie Simon to Ethan Gallagher. Back into Ollie Simon. And that is stunning platform here. And Nottingham Hoods reply at the first time of asking. We're not quite outscoring the minute count, but it is awfully close right now.
How are you?
Anu Shanalanko. Lawton Davies, Grant. I mean, this is the pod that's currently got the keys to this Hoods defence. Grant trying to step away from the oncoming touch. Not able to do so on this occasion. Anu Shanalanko, link punish. Alanko trying to get at the line. Kisorgo off the line, makes a very good touch. Brings up 5 touches, 1 more to play with. Milo Robinson lurking out on this near wing side. Flash pass over here to Rory Grant. Rory Grant, right foot step, tries to get around Will Stockdale, but that is not an easy feat. And now Pearce with a good roll ball. Stockdale, Sorgo feeds back in towards Dean, and now Sorgo gets up to the box side. And we were saying about this earlier, this Nottingham Hoods team, they just play around with such enthusiasm and belief. There's a good fifth touch that gets brought up, but there'll be an offside penalty. But the way that they move the ball is just so impressive, isn't it, Bibby?
Yeah, I think, you know, they're keeping the depth there. They're flowing onto the pitch really nicely, and they're able to transfer that ball through the hands very quickly.
Also, something we touched on is the most experienced person in that far sub box for Nottingham Hoods is Theo Edwards, and he is not old at all. Mellor platforming. Devlin in motion. There is Archie Devlin. Late pass away. Oh, it's picked up off the booth laters, and it is stunning. What a finish. What a catch and ground from Rory Hawkins. And again, the confidence to play around these single shooters, and Devlin with a pass to Hawkins that asked a lot of the 22. But he finishes superbly. And we are 3 tries to 2 now for Nottingham Hoods, Bibby. They are just playing with such confidence.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they know, Southwest know Archie's the threat. So all Rory's got to do is pick up the ball and put it down.
Graham feeding away to Henderson. Henderson maybe wanted to go into the line early. Link punish platform is good. Coming away now. Louis Trey's looking to maybe go open side. That pass needed to go. Not delivered on that occasion. Bulldog. Right foot step, just looking to kill this ball in the corner. Late switch here to Milo Robinson. Milo Robinson almost does him in a phone booth. Not happening on this occasion. Ollie Simon stays wise to it, but both teams threatening at every opportunity. Sorgo, Stewart, Stockdale, Hawkins, and now Pearce. Setting platform here for Ethan Gallagher. Gallagher scooping on 5th. Gallagher left foot step. Late pass over towards Pearce. Gallagher wanted that ball back, and that'll be given 6 more. There's a frustrated moment there for Louis Trey's. Not happy with the call, but the Hoods will take it all day. Hawes. Here's Gallagher. Just taking the settle, getting onto that 7. Pearce now in an acting half. Devlin in that middle channel. Gallagher stepping, getting to the line. Cole Graham gets off. Makes a very good touch to nullify the threat for just a moment. Keep your eye on number 51, Archie Devlin, lurking in this backfield. Gallagher winding, ripping long. Morgan Tagg picks it off. Guy Stewart has to make the touch, but that's touch 0. Good defensive shutout there, isn't it, Bibby?
Yeah, I think they were reading that really well. Again, Morgan was up off that line and managed to pick off that ball.
Yeah, offside penalty being called, so that's a fresh set of 6 here, and there's no hanging around here from Louis Trey's, as Trey's just ghosts around Matty Hawes like he's not there. Playing the suit by Brownfield. There's Healy. What can Oscar Healy conjure? Moving over towards Bloom. There's Brownfield platforming for Healy. One more touch left in the chamber. Grattarola now in motion. Healy to Grattarola. Grattarola, right foot step, drops a late pass off towards Oscar Healy. And no touch is claimed. That's ball down and try time. And the Welsh connection comes flooding through this Galaxy Southwest side. It is a textbook finish. You see that inside pass to Healy. Emilio Grattarola pulling strings in that midfield. As Bibby becomes part-time next-gen staff, helping to pass the camera up. As just a moment of stop-start here. Ollie Simon, little hitch kick step into the touch on Anushan Alanko. Simon feeding away. Stockdale in motion. Stockdale on the splitter. Stockdale diving at the line, just losing his footing at the crucial moment. There was a space that opened up on Anushan's right shoulder. Not taken. Mellor looking to rip long and just fires that one into the midriff of Lawton Davies.
Trying to get a sneaky 6 more there.
Yeah, or maybe just putting a bit hurt on. Alanko straightens, gets up onto the 10-metre line. Stockdale with a good touch. Henderson just is able to find space and time. Well, otherwise you wouldn't have thought it was there. Louis Trays picking, looking to drop off a late switch. Buys the dummy in the midfield. And Galaxy Southwest doing a good job at killing the ball in good areas. And that is an uncharacteristic error there from Ollie Simon. Will give the most potent Galaxy Southwest pod fresh set of the line. Rory Grant doesn't agree with me. Cole Graham, Louis Trays, back to Graham. And Louis Trays and Cole Graham execute on the first time of asking. And they do level the scoring. And it maybe took them 10 minutes to click into gear, but this familiar pairing of Louis Trays and Cole Graham do find the magic. And Bibby, I mean, as soon as you think you've defended them, they just find another way to unlock your defence.
Yeah, I mean, these two have been playing together for a while. They play together in the England setup. They know each other so well. So as soon as it clicks, and you can't stop it.
Dean, Devlin, Gallagher, Ethan Gallagher coming over, back over into that 32 platform. Late pass away to Dean. Dean coming back in front of Gallagher. Gallagher feeding Archie Devlin. Devlin, left foot step, Devlin diving at the line. Alex Brownfield makes an amazing touch to nullify Archie Devlin, and not many people are able to do that religiously. Devlin, right foot step, trying to get around Brownfield, does on that occasion. And that'll bring up the 6 and change. Archie Devlin, he's threatening to burst into life into this game, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's definitely really dangerous, but we saw it in that last score where he passed it off to Worry. He's the danger. They'll all go on him, so he's just got to use those players around him.
Yeah, and there's a good bit of honesty there from Brownfield. No touch made. So that'll be a fresh set of 6. And not the pod you want to give it to. Hawkins, Dean, Gallagher, and Devlin. There's Dean. Back towards Gallagher. Gallagher to Dean, Devlin in motion, Devlin trying to go hard at the line, feeds a late pass off, and there was an opportunity. If those hands went a little bit quicker, maybe if this ball is nice and dry on a hot summer's day, that extra pass goes. Not on this occasion. Dean, that is amazing hands, but then Milo Robinson is off to the races, but Ethan Gallagher shuts him down. This is touch 0. Again, Galaxy Southwest finding the defensive answers when they need to at the moment. Conahan bouncing around Dean. Robinson in acting half. There's Rory Grant coming now over in front of Sam Lawton-Davies. There is Lawton-Davies. Alanko. Lawton-Davies. Grant. Link punish there for Rory Grant, and the ball just a little bit wayward, asking a lot of Rory Grant, and maybe losing track of the touch count. 12 minutes into this game, neither team really breaking under pressure. Anushan Alanko feeding over to Conahan. Conahan trying to get around Archie Devlin, and I'll tell you what, that's a competition I'd like to see. If Seb Conahan and Archie Devlin could just step each other continuously.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
We've got the run it straight thing, right? Like in the Southern Hemisphere. I wonder if we could just have like a step off and just feed someone in like a 5-metre square. Just do him. All ends up. Archie Devlin to be certainly one to watch out for there. Kit Sorgo, hitch kick step into the roll ball. Simon picking, late ball fading away. Dummy comes in from Will Stockdale, not bought by Southwest, and it's a familiar recipe of what we saw in the Women's Open final. Defences coming out on top now, low scoring affair, but both defences really operating at top capacity as Robinson feeds away to Henderson. Henderson, flick touch comes in from Stockdale. Playing a bit matador with Will Stockdale at the moment. Cole Graham setting platform here for Louis Trays. Louis Trays left foot step, looking for the late ball out to the link, and Bulldog tries to get around Kit Sorgo. And both of these teams are just nullifying each other in attack right now. The defences are just on top.
Yeah, I mean, you could ask the question whether defence is on top or whether they're struggling in attack a little bit.
Where are you putting your money on?
Don't know, to be honest. I think their defence is really good, but I think both teams...
Oh, tap on. We're talking about the defence having another, or the attack having another level to go. Look at that tap on here. This is absolutely disgusting from the Hoods. And it's finished in the corner by Matty Hawes. As this tap on Bloom, Healy, Grattarola, Brownfield, and Grattarola in motion. Grattarola fizzing a ball out to the wing. Morgan Tagg has a bit of work to do to get around Guy Stewart. Brings up the 5th touch. Grattarola, left foot step. Late switch. Emilio Grattarola gets into the in-goal area. Diving touch comes in. And it was absolutely necessary by Ellis Pearce on that occasion, because Emilio Grattarola had found his way over. Hawes platforming for the away set as Hawkins fizzing one into Mellor. It's a bit of a janky subset so far, not quite operating with the smoothness as we're so used to seeing from the Nottingham Hoods. As Mellor comes down for Ollie Simon. Mellor has a big job to just go and platform for Ollie Simon at the moment. Stockdale is sort of lurking in the backfield as Mellor platforming. Simon looking to rip and escape his way into the in-goal area, but just not quite clicking together as we saw them do in the semi-final at the moment for Nottingham Hoods.
Yeah, I think if they work together as a team like South West are, I think they're extremely dangerous.
It's just a game of individuals right now, potentially. Grattarola and Stockdale gets up and makes the defensive intervention. I'm not sure if Emilio Grattarola liked any of that touch coming in from Stockdale. As the skies darken a little bit more and the wind starts to swirl, it's a dramatic backdrop right now for what has been a dramatic day of touch. Stockdale to Gallagher to Devlin. Stockdale in motion. Gallagher picking, left foot step, trying to escape into the in-goal area. But again, not the person to try and take on is Anu Shanalenko.
Nah, I wouldn't dare try that.
He'd be a braver man than me. 3 minutes left to go. Hoods in the ascendancy, but by 1. And we saw them do this against Scorpions and just find a way to edge it out at the last minute. Archie Devlin checking away to Gallagher. Gallagher working with Dean in the midfield. There's Stockdale. I mean, they're two dangerous links. Stockdale and Devlin. Stockdale in motion. Stockdale gets the ball back. Tries to get over. But Conahan getting off the line efficiently at link. Gallagher fizzing one out into that link channel. Diving touch comes in from Rory Grant that brings Dean to a grinding halt. Gallagher feeding over towards Devlin. Late pass back into Gallagher. Need a good bit of go forward. Now Devlin's in motion. Devlin gets the ball back and diving at the line, and he's threatened for 18 minutes. And now Archie Devlin bursts into life and establishes a 2-try lead for the Nottingham Hoods.
I think he's happy.
Oh, we know that he's happy. There's a reason why we call him the Ballon Boy. He's the future. And gets over with an absolute flurry. 2 minutes left to go. 2 tries the deficit now. This backdrop is becoming all the more dramatic. Floodlights are on. Here we go. This is finals footy to a T. Trays, Graham, dummying. It comes back over into the link channel. And Josh Henderson can't quite take that ball with him. Bibby, it was so close to magic.
Yeah, it's the rain for you on a dry summer day. He's in all day long.
Hoods establishing platform in transition now. Hawkins with a decent enough roll ball for just a moment until the loss of control comes in. 90 seconds left to go in this half. Galaxy Southwest need to go quickly. Graham. Trays. Isolated. Graham has to eat up some ground to make something happen. Here's Cole Graham feeding over towards Josh Henderson, who just moves like there's no rush at all. He's got all the time in the world. Ball goes away. Henderson, they want to play phase. Coming back over towards Louis Trays. Milo Robinson wanted this ball on this near side wing. Trays trying to dive into his playbook, create a moment of magic. There's fifth touch. Graham picking up, trying to drop a late scoop away. I think you've got the tea leaves out. I think you are spot on. I think he's going to give ball down.
Early touch.
Yeah, this is one to see on the replay as Southwest establish a one-try deficit again. Trays just started bouncing around, trying to manipulate defenders, create some separation, create some space, and then a bit of a janky setup as Cole Graham took off, and then just a late pass, that blind switch, and I completely agree. Early touch comes in, play on, play through. It's a one-try game. Bibby Pulls, are you brave enough to predict a winner?
I don't dare predict a winner, but I would love to see Galaxy Southwest take this one. They've worked their way up from Div 3 last year. They worked their way up from Div 3 up to Div 2 last round, and they're now in the final of Div 1, so they definitely deserve it.
That's the score.
It's our turn now.
Start for the Northeast Mixed Open. We got scored on off the first tap, which I think probably did us the world of good because we woke up a little bit after that. So good win. Did what we needed to do, did what we were aiming to do at the start of the game. But I think this game's going to be a little bit different, possibly a little bit different pace. This team, I think, are going to threaten us on the line up the middle, maybe. So yeah, looking forward to it and seeing how we'll get on. Our youngest's 15, female player, and our oldest is about 26, 27, I think. Yeah, I think what we've got is we've got a team of players who've got some really good skill, and they can read defences, they can play heads up, they've got good skill, they've got good pace. So attacking wise, I'm just going to let that flow from them because from the first game, that's what they showed me. But what we really need to do is we need to nail our midfield defence.
Any thoughts, Nathaniel?
I'm just happy to be here, you know? It's going to be a good game, isn't it? I like any scoop.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. Cool.
Just go down, get the ball down, chop a hole.
Platform's a scoop.
Yep. Nice.
Heads and tails.
Yep. Heads. Keep on going forward, team.
Go, 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 go.
Yeah, oh! Yes! Beautiful ball! What a ball! When we're doing our midfield D, our transition D, they're beating us a few times on our far side. So they're getting round our far side male link. So it's just, we need to compress a little bit closer over that side. Good work. Okay. What a ball. Who gave that? You? I go back to the same messaging as the game before. You clearly can see what you need to do in attack. That last being aware, the awareness of the time on the clock, the awareness of taking it away from our box, the awareness of finding the space and using your pace to go down that edge. Yes, Matt. Let's finish this set. Finish it. Finish it. Ah. Really well played. Really well played.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers, Lucy.
Great game, Milo.
Thank you.
Yeah, you absolutely. You just.
So here we go. Final 20 minutes and the men's women's comps here in Coventry. And it started with glorious sunshine, it's ended in rain. We've had all 4 seasons here today, such as British summer. Nottingham Hoods, Galaxy Southwest locked at all level, 5 tries apiece. Correction coming in from the referees at half-time. Both scoreboards now have it 5 tries apiece. This is shaping up to be as tight as humanly possible. Devlin looking to just make some extra meters. Kit Sorgo, it's just been one of these unsung heroes really for this Nottingham side. And such good work as Devlin platforming. Ollie Simon, left to right pill. Stewart has a bit of work to do, gets around Morgan Tagg, and fortunately for Tagg, Seb Conahan flies out of the line and bats that ball down. It's good work over there from Guy Stewart. Devlin platforming, Simon feeding to Gallagher, and Rory Grant flies off the line to make a defensive touch. Kit Sorgo asking for the quick hands to go. Not quite happening at the moment. Gallagher playing Matador. That's 6 more. Good honesty there from Anu Shanalenko. We've got a little bit more light peeking through the clouds. Ollie Simon platforming. Gallagher in motion. Ripping, missing out. Ethan Gallagher going straight towards Kit Sorgo as Archie Devlin. It's a nice bit of disguise on the play. We've been asking for a bit more guile in this first half. Maybe we're going to see it here. Ollie Simon wants this link to start advancing, and Anu Shanalenko, I mean, he does such good work in defence, making things happen. Devlin platforming. Gallagher dropping a late pass off, and the sort of blind tap back from Archie Devlin. It was industrious, not quite happening. It's a good opening defensive set from Galaxy Southwest though.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's wet now, so the important thing here is just to stick to basic, keep it simple, play some good touch.
Yeah, it is definitely very wet. As you can see, the rain starting to pour down. It's covering everything. And that late pass to Anushan asking a lot of him. Referees are happy with the mark. Milo Robinson feeding back in towards Josh Henderson. Henderson just skips the ball all the way out to Morgan Tagg. You wouldn't know it's wet considering the long ball Henderson's just thrown. Cole Graham, Bulldog. 5th touch, Louis Trays trying to manufacture another moment of magic. A skip pass over towards Milo Robinson, and Robinson goes all the way through. And who else but the maestro in white, Louis Trays, moment of magic. Fizzes a miss pass out towards Milo Robinson. Robinson has the pace to go and execute. Bibby, it's inevitable, right? Death taxes Louis Trays doing something magical.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it in him all day long.
There's Dean, Hawkins, Mellor, Dean, Mellor, Stockdale in motion. Stockdale, is that ball down? It is indeed. Referee's happy. He was in prime time permission to give that one. On this replay, you'll see referee's in a gorgeous spot as Stockdale just accelerates, gets that ball down. It is down first. And Will Stockdale starts to influence this game. And just as soon as Louis Trays makes something happen, Stockdale returns in favour.
Yeah, he's really grown into his own. I played with him at Loughborough University last year, and since then, playing with Hoods and England training squad, he's really grown into a great player.
Yeah, become really one of the ones to watch on the men's open circuit. Coming over now towards Josh Henderson of Galaxy Southwest. Henderson trying to dive at the line. Josh Henderson, that seems to be pretty good. Referees are happy, and this game that threatened to be a shootout from the moment it started is now fulfilling its potential. Henderson gets over for the link punish.
Yeah, I agree there. I think Ellis kind of forgot where the line was. They're a bit horrible to see, and Gender knew where it was, so he got the advantage there.
Yeah, Josh Henderson Again, one of those players that's been around a fair few times. He's done everything he could do on a touch pitch and then a couple more. Influencing this game. Mellor now, platforming in front of Ollie Simon. Mellor's been asked to do a lot of platforming. He does it expertly. As Simon feeds Stockdale. Stockdale feeds Sorgo. And Lawton Davies picks it off with a wry smile on his face. And now Grant setting pace on the subset. Robinson to Conahan. Just a little bit bitey now in the touch as Bloom moves the ball into the open side. There's Emilio Grattarola. Grattarola getting around Mellor. Grattarola initiating the touch and looking for a decent enough platform to strike from. Manufacturing some extra meters on offer as well is Healy and Brownfield. Oscar Healy, left foot step, late switch potentially to Brownfield. Goes for a bit of a link fade towards Grattarola. And a few blasts of the referee's whistle brings that to a close. And the Hoods with their own missed pass out to the wing, asking a lot of Guy Stewart, who is able to live up to it. Stewart now in an acting half. Rory Hawkins cannoning through the roll ball, gets away with a bit of a messy play of the ball. Referees were fine with it. Play on is called. Devlin accelerates, and Brownfield, well, he announced that touch with a swagger about him. He fired up, is Alex Brownfield.
Yeah, I think I said it last time when they were on the live stream. He's really grown into a really good player. He's an next to twos, but he's doing really well playing here in the club team.
Oh, little potential for a Redlands play. Galaxy Southwest trying to catch Nottingham Hood's napping. That's easier said than done. Trays, Bulldog, working with Cole Graham now. Graham setting platform here for Louis Trays. Louis Trays picking, ripping, and it's picked off by Archie Devlin, who just grabs that ball with authority, says, gimme that. Hawkins, Devlin, trying to bounce around Henderson. Henderson with a little bit of a nudge sends Devlin over into that sub box, and Devlin's still lying on the floor. There's Pearce. Simon picking, accelerating, finds Kit Sorgo in a good bit of space, and we've seen this before from Kit Sorgo. This delay hook pass around the defender. I mean, it's rinse and repeat from the score we saw in the semi-final. Simon picking, gets on the outside of the link, does Kit Sorgo, and then that hook pass connects with Matty Hawes. Bibby, they are just playing with such confidence.
Yeah, it's great awareness from Kit to know that wing is coming in, and just to give that late pass off to Matty, who's in acres of space.
There's so much space. That wing has to come and shut in from Galaxy Southwest. Grant platforming, Alanko picking, Alanko stepping, looking to get it on the outside of Will Mellor, but Rory Hawkins saves Will Mellor, and that'll be half court and turnover. And then a penalty for throwing the ball away. Feels relatively harsh, to be fair, in my book, but referees setting their standards for the rest of this game as Stockdale cannons through, followed in suit by Dean. There's Sorgo, straightens. Gallagher. Simon, back to Gallagher. Ethan Gallagher setting fifth touch platform, and just a rare moment of disconnect between Ollie Simon and Archie Devlin.
Yeah, I think the tie might be creeping up on them.
Been a long old day of touch for a lot of these teams. As Rory Grant, it just seems to always have something left in the tank. Alanko has to come back towards the mark. Bloom getting on the open side now. Bloom taking a couple touches, getting up over halfway. Fifth touch platform coming. There's a good setup there from Oscar Healy. Healy trying to get on the outside and feed away to Brownfield, but there'll be an offside penalty. That combination of Grattarola to Healy to Brownfield, I mean, that pod's got a bit of everything.
Yeah, I think AB plays Union as well, so he's got that vision of the heads up rugby as well, which is super helpful.
Grattarola just having a dabble at the line, not quite committing, not willing to throw anything just yet. Grattarola wants both middles up in the touch. Healy sets a decent platform. Grattarola checking back towards Oscar Healy, and the referees see it. Forward pass given. Feels like the right call. Sorgo, Devlin checking a late pass away to Guy Stewart, who's just done really good work in this transition. You need these players that rarely make mistakes and just stay committed to their task, and Guy Stewart is one of those. Mellor platforming now. Stockdale trying to come down the short side, asking the question of the referees. Was Bloom onside? Referees are happy. And Galaxy Southwest with a wobbly roll ball. You can see that one just moves a little bit too much for the referees. And is this a bit of a momentum turner? Fresh set of 6. Stockdale, Pearce, Mellor, Ellis Pearce feeding over to Stockdale. Stockdale driving at the line. It looked for a moment the referee was going to give that and then just hesitated for a second. Brings up the second touch symbol. Mellor, Pearce, Mellor picking back against the grain. Mellor getting in the in-goal area. Late pass away to Pearce. There's an offside penalty that comes in on Alex Brownfield.
I think they got lucky there.
Yeah, maybe a bit of white line fever there. Mellor picking against the grain when the option wasn't necessarily all too prominent. Stockdale and Morgan Tag flies out of the line and makes a good defensive touch. And now moving away from Tag are the Hoods. Stockdale looking to dive at the line. Well, the referee's got the finger out. There's a bit of a conversation happening and Stockdale gets his reward. This is one to have a look back as Hoods take the lead. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that conversation of the on-field ref. And we'll see here, touches bang on the 7. Yeah, never quite hit the line, did he? And Stockdale just accelerates. Bibby, you think that's the right call?
Yeah, I got to agree with the ref there. It's both feet on or behind the line, and Neely didn't quite have his feet there. So good call from the ref.
An off-the-mark penalty given away by Galaxy Southwest. 10 minutes left to go. We are locked at 7-8. This is a high-scoring game. I think when Nottingham Hoods play, it's always a high-scoring game. No, not shy of getting over that whitewash. Sorgo getting up onto Morgan Tag. Stockdale just eats up the yards that's presented in front of him. And as I'm saying it, loss of control and turnover.
I think it was an incorrect roll ball, but yeah.
Henderson going down for Trays. There's Graham. And Louis Trays playing through the offside defender. Conahan with a decent platform. And there's Grant and there's Lawton Davies. Lawton Davies trying to feed back to Alanko, and there was a few dabbles at it. And Anushan Alanko, I think, has just taken a bit of a flailing arm in the face, and we hope that Anushan's okay. I mean, Galaxy Southwest will certainly be hoping so. Not only a prominent line attack threat, but probably one of the best defensive players in England right now.
I think Tom Lawton Davies has got something to say about that, but yeah, he works really hard. I think.
Well, it's that combination, isn't
yeah,
it?
of course.
Speaking of,
yeah,
Lawton Davies almost getting over. The referees with a bit of a point to a player. Not sure what the call is going to be. I think they're just going to bring up another touch. There's Lawton Davies. Grant. Davies coming away from Rory Grant and then feeding back. Is that good? Oh, he loves it. Rory Grant points to the ground with authority and levels the scoring once more. Lawton Davies feeding over to Grant on that link punish. And then, Rory Grant does just get it down, and he knew as soon as he got that ball on the floor, that was try time. Almost made the rest decision for him. There's much better line speed coming in from Galaxy Southwest. Hoods have got to play the ball a little bit quicker to try and get away from this defensive set. Archie Devlin flicking away. Referees are happy that that one goes. Pearce just hesitating to set a proper strike platform there. Now he does so with authority. Devlin back in towards Ollie Simon, but Sam Baldock, really good link snipe.
Yeah, I think the thing that's stopping Hoods from scoring is these links working super hard in defence, getting off that line, great line speed.
Got to engage them a little bit more, bring them off the line as much as possible, don't let them get set early. And then, you might be able to hear it over the mics, but that far bandstand full of people celebrating, well, full of all of the Nottingham teams, because they send so many to these tournaments, celebrating that decision. Here's Archie Devlin. Back in towards Ollie Simon. Pearce just being held up in the touch for a moment by Healy. Healy flick touch. Again, Pearce trying to drive at the line, but Henderson is so busy in at link.
It's the link snipes that's stopping these tries from happening. They've got to try and work their way around that.
Yeah, Archie Devlin trying to take Baldock away, and then there's just a little bit of frustration creeping in. It's been given 6 more. Mellor has to go and get that ball back. Edwards shoving on Will Stockdale, so go get us a score, son. Gallagher to Stockdale. Stockdale wanted that link punish, but again, if you see here, you'll be able to see it on your set. Josh Henderson is barely moving in this near side link because they're not engaging him as much as they should do. And Henderson gets up and makes the touch on Kit Sorgo. Gallagher to Mellor. Stockdale, Mellor coming back against the grain. Mellor ripping a long ball. Matty Hawes, he wanted that tap back, and Kit Sorgo throws up a hand in apology. He knew that that was the read.
Yeah, he was looking for it, but Kit Sorgo was a bit too slow to get there.
Good touch comes in though from Kit Sorgo, looking to make up for that missed offensive read. Conahan trying to bounce away from Will Mellor. A lot of time just having to come back to this mark when it really matters. There's Grattarola, Lawton Davies now in motion, Grant platforming, Emilio Grattarola picking, stepping, late switch here for Lawton Davies. An extra pass went, but it's been given 6 more. Will Mellor couldn't help himself but have a go. Grant working in the middle now with Lawton Davies. Sweeper set up, Emilio Grattarola looking to have a go at the line, step back option, and there's a good bit of physical touch coming in from the likes of Ethan Gallagher and Will Stockdale. Lawton Davies feeding away to Conahan. Conahan wants to get this punish on Kit Sorgo. Lawton Davies gets into the goal area, late pass away. Luckily enough he did, because Gallagher had his number on that occasion. One more to defend here. Coming over towards Rory Grant. Familiar link punish for Rory Grant, and Rory Grant, it's rinse and repeat. I mean, what can you do at the moment? Rory Grant is just toying with the Nottingham Hoods defence. And ever since I said Louis Trays and Cole Graham maybe be the most potent Galaxy Southwest pod, Rory Grant has gone and got a brace over on that link punish.
Yeah, I think you just can't give him any space. As soon as you give him space, he's through, he's in, and it's another try for Southwest.
Hawkins, Ollie Simon, dummy switch with Archie Devlin. Ollie Simon, that's a really good strike platform. Devlin feeding over towards Dean. Dean just recycles the play, not surrendering the touch. Ollie Simon gets onto Louis Trays. Archie Devlin fizzes one into the chest of Ollie Simon, and a little bit of disconnect appearing. 3 minutes left to go. Southwest in the ascendancy. Bibby, I'm going to put it on you again. Are you brave enough to call the winner?
No, and I also don't want to say the scary word, but I would love for there to be one.
Stinks of it. Absolutely reeks of it, potentially. Grattarola, good foot speed into the roll ball, getting a good platform here on Ollie Simon. Healy picking up, trying to get away from Dean. It's well defended by this young Nottingham pod. Devlin setting platform. Ollie Simon feeding over towards Guy Stewart. Hawkins. No touch being claimed by Morgan Tagg. Referees wave play on. I'm inclined to agree with Morgan Tagg on that occasion, but Hoods won't mind. Gallagher, 3 on 2 if they can execute. Fast hands have got to go, and Morgan Tagg gets up and makes a brilliant defensive shot.
I love it.
It's getting a bit feisty. It's getting a bit bitey. It's crunch time now as Stockdale just goes to the line. And Grattarola has to make a try-saver of a touch. Galaxy Southwest not engaging as they should do. 90 seconds left to go. 1 try in it. Mellor feeding over towards Stockdale. Mellor giving away to Gallagher. Gallagher with an extra pass. Morgan Tagg recovers well. Flew out of the line to make that shot and then had to recover. Be interesting to see if they want to use this right to left long ball. Matty Hawes in acres of space out here. Gallagher coming back against the grain. Is that touch? It is. Grattarola. Again, Emilio Grattarola with a defensive intervention. And there's Fifth, now coming over to the short side, and Ethan Gallagher with a wondrous pill into the corner, and it's going to bring up the 6th touch and turnover. It's a phenomenal try saver by Milo Robinson. Loads of calls coming on now. They know that this is crunch time. This is where it matters. Trays celebrates that defensive set like nothing else. Here's Grant, Alanko, Lawton Davies coming down this short side towards Conahan. Matty Hawes doesn't want to have a dabble. 40 seconds left to go. This is as close as it could possibly be. One score in it. Gallagher feeding over towards Stockdale. Stockdale to Stewart. Stockdale back over towards Gallagher. Second touch on the 10-metre line. This is a really good opportunity for the Hoods to rob one at the death, and they look to run. Redlands not taken, and you knew a bit of ingenuity was coming from this young and fearless Nottingham Hood side. But not quite connecting on that occasion as we see a replay of that amazing try-saver from Milo Robinson that might have just secured Galaxy Southwest the victory. And the referees do bring us to a close. Galaxy Southwest 9, Nottingham Hoods 8. The Hoods coming so close. Bibby, what a game. And what a performance by Galaxy Southwest. How did they come out on top against such a ferocious, young and exciting Nottingham Hoods team?
I think you've got to give a lot of credit to their links in defence on line attack. They had incredible line speed out of the line, and I think that's where Hoods were struggling a little bit to get around that.
And for Nottingham Hoods, I mean, it's worrying for anyone and everyone, right? Average age of 19, the women's Nottingham Hoods team, average age of 17. It's a terrifying thing to come up against at the moment. These are going to be ones for the future that cause any team all sorts of issues, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of them also are currently in the England training setup, so they're getting heaps of experience, and it's showing on these pitches.
It is, and as it stands, the men's division winners, Galaxy Southwest, come through in a phenomenal final. And that is all we've got time for here today, our final game of touch. It's ended with a flourish. Galaxy Southwest 9, Nottingham Hoods 8. It's been a phenomenal day of touch. Maybe just sum up the day in general for me.
It's been great. There's been some really good touch. I think it's been a bit cloudy, rain, but overall it's been absolutely phenomenal and a great way to finish off the men's women's Div 1 and Div 2 series.
Yeah, and certainly Nottingham Hoods really laying down a marker of what they expect, right? Missing a couple players, no Sam Dixon in that team. Maybe he makes a difference, nursing a ruptured ATFL in his ankle. So Hoods with more to give and more to provide. But I mean, look, this man on your screen at the moment, Louis Trays, he just makes things happen. And this was a wonderful score. And on another day, the Hoods go and execute when they needed to. They left a few scores out there. Lots of learning to do for the Nottingham Hoods.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have got ages to go. I mean, Southwest isn't an old team by any means, but the Hoods have got those couple of years in hand to learn and to get better. And this time next year, who knows, maybe they'll come up on top.
I imagine that they would. You'd be a braver man than me to say that the Nottingham Hoods couldn't go one better in a year's time. That's not all the touch that we've got for you this season. We've got the mixed season coming up for you, and I know Bibby is absolutely loving the mixed touch. And that'll be with you here live on Next Gen as we see, again, like Kit Sorgo, for example, in his Nottingham Hoods side, just watching that replay there. An unsung hero, really.
Yeah, I mean, he's crept his way over from Invicta, who he played with last round. But I think he's always doing his job, and that's all you can do in that team. And you can see that that's always really helpful.
Sort of a silent assassin, really, as we see on pitch in front of us. Rory Grant gets his finals MVP, little rugby ball, and a nice photo to go with it. I mean, it was his double score, those two link punishes, that just shifted the momentum into Galaxy Southwest favour, and also his... I mean, I've said it to you before, Rory Grant may be one of my favourite players to watch because he does the dirty work so well. And I don't know many people that can do the sort of the dog work at latching and driving and make it look so exciting. Rory Grant's one of those players, which is why he's been given that MVP, and deservedly so. But that is it. That is all we've got time for here at Next Gen. We are done for touch for now, before the mixed season comes, as we see Galaxy Southwest, deserved victors in the end, coming through an amazingly young, talented side. I've been Joe Wright, joined by a plethora of co-commentators today, and until next time, it is goodbye.
Bye.